Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another day of the Overwatch League here in APAC. I'm Ilios, joined by Avril. Going to start off the show with a little bit more of a somber note here right at the beginning, as we learned a couple hours ago about the tragic passing of one Dan McHugh, somebody who you guys might not know, but in the background, in the contender scene especially, this guy was a driving force for growth, for progression in that scene.
Yeah, he was the program lead for Tier 2 Overwatch Contenders, Path to Pro, Overwatch Collegiate, all that kind of good stuff. We all personally worked with them. You know, Ilios and I meeting at Gauntlet was due to, you know, Dan's initiative for putting those events on in 2019. You know, like Seth said, you guys probably, you know, won't have even really known him, but the level of dedication he brought behind the scenes and all he did for Overwatch Esports behind the scenes will never be forgotten. A true hero in the Overwatch Esports space, and he will be dearly missed. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, he's been there since the very beginning. I remember working in 2018 on Contenders in Korea and him flying out to view the finals and whatnot. It's very clear that aside from, you know, his music, his other passion very much was esports and the continued growth of the Contender scene. So Dan, we will miss you dearly. Rest in peace, friend, to his loved ones. We wish you the best in these troubling times. But there's one thing that he would want, and that would be for the show to carry on. And that's what we are going to do here as we go ahead and take a look at our starting matchup of the day. We'll dedicate this show to you. It's going to be the Seoul Dynasty going up against the Shanghai Dragons. In the past, Avril, this has been a match that I think we would heavily anticipate quite a bit. It's been a little bit rougher around the edges for both of these squads, but Dynasty very much have found their groove as of late. Shanghai Dragons on the come up as, you know, with these last few series of theirs. So we'll see how they fare now going up against the top dogs in the region.
Let's take a look at the standings here as well, where three teams have clinched their position in the kickoff clash. Bottom two have already been eliminated, which leaves only one spot remaining between the Philadelphia Fusion and the Chengdu Hunters. You will also notice right at the top of the top three teams, every single team tied at a 4-1 record. So Shanghai, despite the shaky start, have managed to still get a bunch of wins in there. They won 3, I think, back-to-back map 5s in a row. They even have a +2 now due to their great performance yesterday versus Chengdu, but they still need to do a lot of work today because you essentially have to have a situation where Shanghai win against Seoul and Spark also lose against Philly for Shanghai to clinch that #1 spot. Seoul and Spark, they have a much easier pathway through. If Seoul can win this one, and as long as they can keep their map record above Spark's late to game, they will get #1. #1 seed, I'm pretty sure, also gets to select their opponent as well in our region, so that's really important. Seoul, a lot to play for. Currently, technically, the #1 team based on standings with a +1 differential, only one extra map 1 compared to their counterparts in #2 in the Hangzhou Spark.
Well, here's the starting five for the side of the Seoul Dynasty. Nothing different, and this is exactly what you would anticipate this roster right here has been through it. You know, that rough start at the very beginning, dropping that series to the Hangzhou Spark. The rebound, the utter dominance. They have 2 3-0 sweeps consecutively coming behind them right now, really pushing those sales forward. We'll see if they can get another one. And if they can, versus the defending champions in the Shanghai Dragons, it's pretty much done and dusted. This is, you know, absolutely the best squad that we have in the region. Hangzhou Spark, of course, will want to give them a run for their money. But the Shanghai Dragons, they have been looking a little bit rocky as of late, being pushed to these Game 5 series against teams that we would have, coming into this year, absolutely expected that they would dominate. But it has been an upward trajectory overall for them. We'll see how they kick things off, though, with this starting 5. You've got Lip there, and Who Are You as Flood is going to be sitting on the bench for now.
And this is going to be, you know, I think, Dragon's opportunity to define themselves as a top team in the region again. I think they already are, obviously, in the top 3 now, but they've had a bit of a slow start. You know, we had to get through the gears on that shift. The clutch is a little bit old here for the Shanghai Dragons vehicle, but we're getting to a stage now where we're getting the miles up. We're getting quite fast in this vehicle. And then Shanghai Dragons, as we get towards the end of the kickoff clash, and certainly in the qualifier here, but even going into the tournament, I suspect that they will be hitting closer to their final form, closer to, you know, whatever the maximum gear ratio for them is going to be.
Well, looks like Vinheim maybe taking a little bit of a bathroom break there, getting ready, getting jazzed up. Creative is giving himself a massage, making sure that he's got the shoulders nicely stretched out, make sure he's got those muscles working. So we'll see if this comes back to bite them, Avril. We don't have the team staff giving this man his deadlift massage, so maybe Shanghai Dragons will have a bit of an opportunity here to capitalize on that in map 1.
Get Arnold on the phone, you know, this show cannot begin until Creative
Where's the masseuse?
Was his massage, you know, it's required, it's in his contract, and honestly, it's been working. It's been working so well for Creative. I mean, he's been indomitable in previous games. Even, I think in the difficult games that we've seen, the Dynasty struggle against the Valiant, Creative was still such a dominant force. I think he's just been so... I keep calling him a silent carry, but I feel like every time we see him, he gets a little bit less silent and people are a little bit more aware of just how much impact this person is bringing to the field.
Yeah, he's getting louder and louder as time goes on. I mean, he's coming up with such clutch sleep darts. I mean, you look back to the one just getting that sleep on Echo on King's Row while he's in the middle of the grab. There's 4 people, locked in the Graviton Surge alongside him. Still manages to identify the primary target, the most deadly threat to the team in that moment. Gets the sleep out. He's just been really putting up solid figures. Everybody on this lineup has just looked incredible. Vindhame as well, one of these rookies who's really starting to make a name for himself. We've seen him be completely and utterly bloodthirsty, throughout some of these games, just going off on the Lucio, getting into people's faces, making sure that he's getting those melee hits through and getting the eliminations. So the whole lineup overall looks absolutely stacked. This is what we anticipated coming into the year, and it's good to see that the Dynasty are finally delivering on those promises, on those expectations.
And now as well, I think the Shanghai Dragons coming in with massive expectations on their shoulders, defending champions here, best team of Overwatch 1. To me, this was always going to be, or it should have always been narratively, the best match in APAC. It should be kind of APAC number 1 versus APAC number 2. Currently, Hangzhou's also in that mix, which I'm very thankful for. It's great that I think we have a third horse in that race currently, in that kind of top 3, 4-on-1 record across those guys. But Shanghai just took so long to kind of ramp in, and yesterday's game really is, I think, the real comeback of Shanghai in many ways. Chengdu have had their struggles this season so far, don't get me wrong, but when you kind of exclude Chengdu from that conversation, you just look at how clean Shanghai were on their half of the equation. I mean, that was impressive, and I think that's kind of faith, a little bit of faith restored in Shanghai after seeing some of the earlier games, and now I think we are ready for a very close series, whereas otherwise, I would have probably have said Seoul, I got to come comfortable into this one. Now I'm not too sure. Now I think we're going to get the real, 4 or 5 maps. It's going to be bloodthirsty.
Certainly hope so. I'm hoping that this one can go the distance. Too many 3-0s for the side of the Seoul Dynasty. It's time for somebody to drag them back into the Game 5 meta. We'll see if the Dragons can make it happen as we take a look at our map set. Oasis will kick us off for Control, then we'll move into Gibraltar, etc., etc. Looks like we aren't quite ready to get things started, though, so we will just have a quick little pause in game while Dynasty gets settled and ready to roll, but Oasis will kick things off for us.
And, while we do this, I'll just quickly touch up on a couple other things in the standings here as well. Fusion and Hunters, rather, are trying to clinch the final spot here. It is a big day for both teams. Now, Fusion's hopes are they're more so within their own hands. If Fusion win at all tonight versus Hangzhou Spark, they will clinch that last seed going into our kickoff clash. If they lose, Hunters must win, but Hunters also have to win with a scoreline that is 3-1 or 3-0. They cannot win 3-2. So a lot to play for there as well later on. Spark obviously have the opportunity to get that number 1 seed over the Dynasty. If both teams win, Spark just need a better map record, and they just have to kind of get that 1 extra map win compared to Seoul Dynasty. But currently, field is open. Seoul, Shanghai, Hangzhou, any of these 3 teams, as of this exact moment, could be our number 1 seed going to the kickoff clash, and we still don't exactly know who it's going to be. But Ilios, we're going to find out. Map number 1, Oasis.
That we are. Saw there on your screens just a moment ago. Haven't played against each other since the very end of 2021. Shanghai Dragons was able to take that set 3-2. They're going to see if they can clean it up a little bit more here today. Trying to make it a 3-0 for themselves, as they have played an extensive amount of Game 5 series so far. But out the gate, it's going to be the Soldier Genjis coming through. Perfectly matched compositions, as right now the skirmish comes through onto the high ground. Fate falling low. Going to leap back up, has the bubble. Prophet finds first blood, taking down Limp. Now Fate has fallen, and that is going to be the point broken open here for the side of the Seoul Dynasty.
It's a really interesting opening for Seoul as well, because you see Prophet on the Genji. Now, Genji is hard meta, but Seoul have actually preferred to play the Prophet Tracer in all of their recent games. We haven't seen as much Prophet Genji compared to the other teams that have played a lot more Genji. That includes the Shanghai Dragons, starting with Who Are You, right? But straight off the bat, they get rid of, I think, the biggest carry on the Shanghai Dragons, player of the match from their previous game, and Lip, probably the best hit scan in all of APAC currently. When that guy's down early, Seoul have a much better chance.
Absolutely do. Always been a prime target since he really started showing up for the Shanghai Dragons. Prophet, for now, just looking to farm up the blade as much as possible. Who Are You keeping pace with him for now. Smurf gonna get taken down. You mentioned Lip, there he goes, finds a kill, looks for another one, helps set up for the elimination there on a Fitz. Tries to retreat, Prophet will manage to hound him down, keeping them in the fight, keeping control of the point for now as the contest comes back in, but with Prophet getting cleaned up, Vindheim, no one to heal, not many places to go. They'll just jet back over towards their base, and that will be the flip.
Couple of kills there on the exit for Prophet, as you know they know they've lost the fight, but just to slow down the ultimate charge, important because Creative was behind Izayaki. With Izayaki down as well, this is going to give Creative a little bit of an opportunity to catch up on the Nano. Now they are much closer. First ultimate's coming on through. Could be the supports here, who are used not that far off. Both the tanks are looking pretty reasonable as well, depending on how long we delay this one for. Lip is definitely behind Fitz though, so he would like to drag this one out a little bit longer if possible.
He would. Anti does connect on the Lip, but Smurf can't pursue that deep. Would be a bit too dangerous for him as they try to contest that high ground. Fate in the meantime has the Primal Rage, juggling a couple of people around, and that's going to force the sound barrier out. Maybe an opportunity here for Who Are You when he can get that Dragon Blade up, because right now he is going to be nanoed. Dashes in, finds Vindheim, got Creative as well, so both supports going to be out of the fight. Continues pressing forward, he's looking for Fitz, and they will manage to find him. Fitz does get the kill onto the enemy Genji though, but it seems like Dynasty might not be any closer to getting this flip. And as I say that, Fate will go ahead, make his exit. Didn't have enough support, so does have to pull back.
Vindheim uses the sound barrier early to keep Seoul into the fight, or at least to get them in towards the fight. That means once the nanos start coming on through, Who Are You doesn't even need to pull Blade. They get rid of both the Seoul Dynasty supports. Prophet and Fitz are not in a position to ult yet because they're still earning them. I believe Prophet just gets it as he dies even, so no opportunity for Seoul to really make much more happen there, but they come in with 4 big ultimates now.
Okay, Jack Visor now going to be popped, looking for a target, and he finds him in the stairwell. Creative scooping the kills there with the bio. Picks up Lee Jae-gon, picks up Who Are You, and then it's going to be the fight one for the side of the Dynasty as they've comfortably taken the lead now, 16% up over top of the Dragons.
Massive sleep dump. We talked about this in the pre-show. Creative finds the exact sleep target that he needs almost every single time, and it is always the highest priority one. Who Are You? Coming in, Nano Blade gone. Sleep dart straight away, cleans it up with a double bayonet as well, allows Fitz to walk on through with his own Nano Visor to get that fight when Seoul, commanding lead now 35% ahead, looking for a final fight situation. Prophet going in Blade.
He is looking for a target. Sound barrier comes in from Lee Jae-gon to keep Lip protected. He still holds on to that tack visor. Fate going to be taking a nap for now, and Who Are You? I'm not sure quite just what happened, but he is dead. Prophet dashing in, does find Lip. That's going to deny the visor yet again as Smurf looks to clear the rest of the point with a Primal Rage. Shoves Lee Jae-gon back. He cannot grab that Mega Pack. Smurf trying to defend it. Izayaki has been eliminated. Fate leaping back over as the zaps just come flying in. He will end up falling. It's all in desperation now for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Lip popping the tack visor, looking for a target. First says, hey, I'm right here. Go ahead and shoot me. He will, but it's not going to lead to a kill. It's not going to lead to a point contest. 100 to 50%. Dynasty will take the first round of Garden.
Great targeting there, just shutting down both the DPSs. Again, not too sure how Who Are You died. Possibly could have been sent off the map, but there was no sort of indicator that that happened. I don't know, did he deflect a helix into his feet? And the splash killed him anyway, but I guess if you do that, you return... Now, technically, when you deflect something, you get ownership of the thing you deflected. So I guess that could count as suicide. Not really too sure. Maybe we'll find out in the replay. Could it be? No, this will be Creative Sleep Dart. So here we go. And boom. Easy to love it. That was mid-dash, by the way. Who Are You? Mid-dash got slept. 2
Absolutely
kills there.
Gorgeous.
That's out of 5, so statistically, he slept 3 enemies on that Gardens, 5 Biotic Grenade kills, which is eliminations, that counts for assists as well, compared to Izayaki's 0 sleeps and only 1 Bionet kill.
Which is a bit surprising, given that you do have an enemy Winston there. Not getting a single sleep on him is a little bit confusing, but looks like right foot forward is here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons to kick things off with a nice pick. Smurf going to be taken down. Still, though, have to wait for the point to become unlocked, and Fitz answers back with some kills of his own. Peyton, Who Are You? Now going to be taken out of the fray. Helix Rocket's finding an immense amount of value as he is already halfway to the tack visor. This is nasty damage from Fitz.
Absolutely, and Fitz needs to outperform Lip as well, because I think even last year, the years before that, Fitz and Lip have kind of always been... They've been on a parallel journey as far as being this hit scan player for their team, for their franchise. Lip is soared ahead in the previous season, but Fitz has always been on that tail. Now is the opportunity for Fitz to prove that he can not only catch up, but even overtake.
And then him just going to make his way out of there as the Bionate does connect. Keeps himself alive. Smurf, however, not going to be able to do the same. Ends up going down. Jump across, Lip now on the high ground, playing around looking for a target. Response Prophet there as they continue to contest the point, just trying to not deny this flip. But who are you? Got into the back lines of the Dynasty, takes out Creative. A good forward step and lip. Man, direct hit to the chest. The rockets tear apart Fitz. The flip will come through yet again. 35% as the flip happens. Dragons gain control.
And you get to see the Who Are You Tracer come out alive as well, doing quite a decent amount. It's not something that he's actually really played so far this season. I'm trying to remember if he played any of it at all, but no, I don't think he has, at least not to my memory. More known for the Genji. Certainly Dragons have fighter control currently, Nano in their favor, Pulse Bomb available as well, double DPS ultimates, things look generally pretty good.
Pretty neck and neck right now, but Fate with a nice little lead, as well as Lijigon getting ready to have a second support ultimate to go for the side of the Shanghai Dragons here. Could hold this for a good long while. Now going, running around the side. He's looking for the pick here on a Creative. Will manage to find him. The Sleep Dart does come in on the back end, but with Bindame dead. Somehow the point does get flipped here in favor of the Seoul Dynasty, but it should be quickly retaken by the Dragons.
Yeah, that's because Seoul actually went for a dive onto the point. They were looking for backline members of the Dragons, while Dragons traded backlines with the Seoul Dynasty. They went for Creative instead. With Izayaki down there, it's an opportunity for Seoul Dynasty to get moving. Lip as well to follow.
I mean, that being said, the point has not been flipped. The Dynasty have gained control. That pickoff came through onto Izayaki. Lijigon dropped a beat, but it was only for him and Fade. They're not able to find anything off the back of that here. Smurf going to end up getting taken down, but Fitz was completely unhinged. He was completely uncontested. A little bit of damage his way, but Smurf came to his rescue. They keep him in the fight, and Dynasty, it looked like it was just going to be a quick flip back in. Maybe they gain, 8-10%, but no, they hold it.
And it's just 2 extra players coming on, or 2 extra kills coming in for the Seoul Dynasty. The players that Shanghai Dragons were trying to trade remained untraded. Like you said, Smurf, he was on that point, he capped it, he remained in control the entire time. Now the Seoul Dynasty still with 3 ultimates in favor, looking pretty decent. Could be a Nano Visor, or maybe just a dry Nano.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to hold it for now because he doesn't have too many targets to acquire. A little bit of damage in. Fate slept taken low. Now going to be popping that Primal to try to stay alive. Creative taken down. Not sure if that was just a kill off the right click or a boop into traffic. Either way, they get one of the supports out of the fight. Lijigon doubles down, gets Prophet as well. Huge pickups for him, and 99% the Dragons will be able to flip this back into their favor.
Pretty huge for Dragons not to have overspent ultimates as well. I think in a lot of cases you'll be tempted to spend more ultimates than you actually have. Lip now going to pull out that visor, not going to Nano, and again, this is really efficient coming from Dragons. They do not want to have to overspend because they need to get to the 99 themselves, and they must have enough ultimates remaining to get themselves across the board, considering that Seoul Dynasty have 3 in the pocket still, and Seoul only need a 1 and done to get this map and start out with a 1 and 0.
So very close to it, and they still have a plethora of tools to try to utilize here to get this flip back into their favor and close out Oasis. Who are you in the meantime? Gonna grab this Mega Pack. Sound Barrier gonna be dropped in. That'll delay the Pulse Bomb at least for a little bit longer, but no, he actually finds the target. Takes out Fitz. That gets rid of the visor, exactly. A huge pick off there for the side of the Shanghai Dragons as they continue to tick up. Prophet, however, does find Fate. Smurf gonna be traded out though. So still Shanghai Dragons managing to find the advantage, and the nade is massive from Izayaki. The supports get cleaned up. Now someone's got to contest. See Prophet already here on the point. Needs to touch yet again. He will force the OT out, but can they win the fight? Ventame and Creative just now respawning, going to be working their way back up to the point, but nobody else can touch as Prophet is dealt with. It's 100-99 in response. Shanghai Dragons clapping back here in the second round of City Center. It looks like we have to settle it all on University.
Absolutely, the final couple of fights there for the Shanghai Dragons, you could just see how much tempo was a priority for this squad when Lip just goes for a dry visor, gets a free fight win off that. Seoul Dynasty not interested in contesting because, again, they're going for the 1 and done fight. They're happy to draw ultimates out of Shanghai, but Shanghai only have to use 1 there. It's that final engagement with, the Who Are You Pulse Bomb onto Fitz, deleting and cancelling their visor, and then a double bayonet from Izayaki onto the backline that completely forces Seoul out. With no supports, no Fitz, there's no chance of winning.
Once more into the breach we go. Let's see who is going to be walking away with a 1-0 lead here at the start of this series. But he's just going to be clashing over towards the mini pack here on the high ground for now. Bubbles coming down on top of each other. Smurf going to be making the exit first. I think for Shanghai Dragons, you hold your head high and say, yeah, we won that fight. Nobody died, but they get a little bit of poke damage through.
And I don't think anyone's going to get too frisky here until the point actually unlocks. Shanghai Dragons have high ground control. Seoul going to fight for that one. Smurf's actually gone in already. He's been naded.
Yep, he is antied out. He's got no way to escape. Ends up falling. Prophet in the meantime just trying to farm with these right clicks, but it could be Creative who gets farmed. Fate leaping forward, gets on top of the enemy. Ana. Ventame again comes up with a kill. Finds one onto Lip to help get Fitz in the lead here towards that TAC Visor, but the point's going to be taken first and foremost by the side of the Dragons.
You can see there was an awkward dive from Smurf as well because you're out of LOS on most of your teammates. You're going towards that right side high ground where maybe the right call would have been just to wait for the point to unlock, play the dives around the point instead, and claim the area of the map that you do have control over. But, Seoul Dynasty, they pull the trigger early. It's a whiff and a miss. Shanghai, they lose too.
Yep, the support's now out of the fight. No damage coming through there from Fitz on the high ground. Hoping to chip away at them. The point still not flipped, but there will come through as Dragons hit 30%. Fate now going to be slept, taken down. I mean, the ragdoll effects in this game are just absolutely hilarious at times. Sent across the other side of the arena, slams into the wall, and Lee Jae-gon just trying to push out, trying to poke and prod with his left click spam. Ends up getting cut down. Prophet with a nice elimination. A good stagger, and that's going to allow them to catch up.
It's a really fast response from Seoul, right? You don't want to waste too much time here. Don't want to allow Dragons to get the first ring of ultimates. They'll have it now, but Seoul are in control, which means Dragons are going to be forced to commit early. Should be a Nano coming on through to Lip. He has the Nano Visor, which could be a possibility.
Oh, okay. Well, that's going to be Nano chucked out to try to keep Lip alive. He's anti, but does not care. Continues to push forward now with the TAC Visor rolling behind him. Flip about to come in. Smurf jumps across for the contest, but who are you is there for the alley-oop. Profits off the back of that damage. Jigon also eliminated here, but it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade-up. Sleep onto Fate as he goes out with a Primal Rage. Fitz now popping the TAC Visors, looking for another target. It's going to be beaten and battered back over towards the Shanghai Dragons spawn room. It's zapped a little bit, but the Bionade comes through from Creative. They get that amplified healing. They manage to keep him alive. Dive in from Who Are You falls low. Will get taken down. Cannot make it to the Mega Pack in time. And with those 2 kills, that is going to be Dynasty maintaining control of the point and now doubling the percentage of the Dragons.
Yeah, the sound barrier towards the end, though, ends up being a little bit questionable. I think Seoul were very desperate to make sure that they were going to guarantee the fight win, but now you do not have the sound barrier to counter Who I use Dragon Blade. Dragons, as soon as they see the sound barrier, they're like, okay, happy to back on out. We know what our win condition is. We also have a sound barrier advantage. Shanghai Dragons, they're in the position now to flip it once again.
This is going to be a lot of pressure here on Smurf and Vindheim to try and deny access from Who Are You. The blade going to be pulled. He gets the second dash up. Lip already, however, has fallen. Prophet comes up with 2 kills. Fate taken down. Who Are You? He can't find another target. Has to sheath the blade, and he can't get the kill on the Vindheim.
What is that?
Lee Jae-gon now drops the beat, but it's only on the 2 people. They know that they have to try to continue this fight somehow. They need to be able to touch, but I don't think they're going to be given the opportunity. He drops the beat onto only 2. Lip will come back, find Smurf, but Lee Jae-gon is now dead. Izayaki still at half HP, trying to stay alive. They will contest the point here for now. Vindheim picked off. Prophet slicing and dicing, finds Izayaki, finds Lip. Crawls his way back out of the pit, now looks over towards Fate, who's been eliminated by Fitz. The DPS duo is here, as well as, rather, it's Who Are You and Lee Jae-gon that are there. He might as well be one of the DPS, given Lee Jae-gon's proficiency in the fights, but they cannot last. They cannot survive through Prophet's Dragon Blade. They clean them up, and I don't know why that says Boston Uprising. It certainly is not them. It's the Seoul Dynasty who are going to be walking away victorious here on Oasis.
Look, Ilios, I think at this stage of the game, the Boston Uprising will be happy with any small wins they can get, so they'll take that one. It's a dub. It's a dub in the Boston Uprising's book. Absolutely, yeah. No, I think, just to clear something up, I wasn't surprised at Lee Jae-gon sound barring to at all, because, well, I'll put it this way. He should have sound barried, but way earlier. The thing is, the entire team was dead. 3 members were dead. It was just him and Izayaki left, and then the sound barrier comes up through. Perhaps he felt like he could save one more person. But really, when the counter dive came on, and because it is last fight, so, obviously you are going to use the sound barrier in the last fight. That was always going to happen. But it could have come out at a stage where it's very clear that Seoul have to dive into you as well. Prophet comes on in, you Blade and you sound barrier at the same time. You even beat Blade, right? That's a valid combo on top of the Nano. That would have been the fight, because you have a sound barrier advantage. The fact that Lee Jae-gon held it for so long and then only used it at the end, I think was the part that I was quite surprised by.
Yeah, a bit of a head scratcher there at the end, but one thing's for sure: Prophet on the Genji, still an absolute treat to watch. Incredible performance from him there at the end, and Prophet carries Boston to a victory. But guys, we're gonna go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have map number 2. See if the Shanghai Dragons can answer back, if they can tie up this series, make it 1-1, or if the Dynasty are going to be able to maintain pace for yet another 3-0 sweep. Don't go anywhere. And we are back, just one map into this banger of a series here to kick things off. Shanghai Dragons falling shy of the mark there on Oasis, cannot get the win. Instead goes 2-1 over to the Seoul Dynasty, who are looking for a third 3-0 sweep in a row. We'll see if they can get it, though, as we turn our sights over to Dorado, it's Watchpoint Gibraltar for our next map. Let's see if they can clean it up, or if the Dragons can tie up the score.
And it's a close enough match that I think, it could have swung either way. Shanghai Dragons, we can go back to the last couple of fights. Could they have handled that better? Absolutely. But
yes.
It's tight enough margins that, the smallest mistakes, the smallest errors, the smallest little bits and pieces of factors and tangibles in the game that are going to come in and change your outcome. So, I'm glad the match so far has been delivering, but Map 2 and onwards, I think it needs to continue, because we definitely have seen before where teams peak on the first map and then kind of falter throughout. And that's even just happened this week, to be honest with you, without naming anyone in particular. But here, so far, I have enough faith that I think we can go the distance here, because we got situations where it's so winnable for both sides that, it's far too early for any boomage to happen. I have full faith so far. It's going to come back to bite me, Ilios, but I got full faith.
All right, well, we'll see if that faith is deserved in the end. I think it's a little bit concerning, though, overall, when we do look down the line to international competition. I think it's very concerning for Shanghai Dragons that they can't take the map off of Boston Uprising. So we'll see how
I know, right?
Moving forward.
Come on, really, guys.
All right, some little snafus. We realize the colors
I know you're on
changed
300
and
ping,
whatnot,
but come on.
But don't worry. Everything's fine. The teams are back in the proper lobby. We've got the color schemes taken care of, so I hope all of you poor fans that were panicking are satisfied, as we can now focus back up on what matters, which is the gameplay.
They made Seoul Dynasty blue.
Oh my god,
Boston
how can
colors.
they do this to my team?
They've turned it, they've combined. That's the future. We got a glimpse. We've got the telescope out, get your binoculars out with your two paper rolls, and you can see that Seoul Dynasty and Boston Uprising have merged into one extremely professional organization, right? Am I doing the meme correct,
Precisely.
guys? Now, here we go. Map 2, Gibraltar, no substitutions. Lip versus Fitz. Now, Lip has been unbelievably dominant in the Widowmaker so far, so the test will be definitely for Fitz to keep up, as other Widows have certainly failed.
They have. For now, Fitz getting a couple extra tags in, as Lip never going to have the advantage here, playing as the attacking Widowmaker. Pop up over the top, spots him for just a moment there, and shots will come whizzing past on either side. Bubble there to deny. Hit onto Prophet, so for now we'll be safe. It's going to be slow and steady here as the card gets abandoned for just a moment. Trying to contest the high ground, but Fate has overstayed his welcome. Ends up falling. Good early pick, and that is cart control here for the side of the Dynasty. As they look for a little bit of extra cleanup, Izayaki taken down.
I mean, that is a Bionade onto Fate, then a sleep onto Lee J gone. Kriev just hits both. Another Bionade onto Lip as well. I mean, he's just pushing everyone back. The only thing that the Seoul Dynasty haven't got good control of is that they've allowed Who Are You to get free push. They will punish him. So consistently, Seoul Dynasty still on a 5v4. Payload positioning, though, is so immensely good for Dragons that despite losing so many members, based on the amount of time that's progressed, I think that's actually kind of a win for Dragons, just because they pushed their payload so far.
Fitz taking a hit. Backs away for now. Lip again, looking for a pop shot, looking for a target. He's going to be sat up here. Does see Smurf for just a moment. Not quite going to get the dink. Still gives a good chunk of damage into him, but Creative overall I think is going to be perfectly happy, because he says, well, that's just more nano boost charge for me. And now he's just about ready to have that online. Let's see if that has to go into Smurf, or if that goes to Prophet, who is now taking quite a bit of damage. Creative under fire. He's going to throw down that Bionade. Nano goes out. Prophet jumping onto the high ground, looking for a target. The blade's going to be pulled instantly. Gets Lee J gone, cleans up Izayaki. The support's now out of the fight. Moves over to try to finish off Fate, but Fitz has already got the job done. Gets a second kill for himself, and that will be a nice little 4K coming through for the team collectively, as it's now less than 2 minutes remaining for the Dragons on the push.
The only person that got away was Lip on the Widowmaker. He was already the furthest back anyway. Usually should be pretty safe against a Dragon Blade, so well done there. I mean, that's the nano difference, right? The ultimates come on Life Assault first. Prophet on a little bit of a deep lurk here, and actually, they've managed to get, in some ways, behind the Seoul Dynasty. Infrasight will reveal them, though, so Prophet has to get away.
Yep. He's going to try to make his exit. Sends a warning shot of shurikens over towards Lip as he was getting ready to crest over the top of that high ground there. Smurf again, going in, contesting, knows that he can play a bit more freely now that he has the Primal Rage ready to roll, so he's just looking to keep them zoned off this position as much as possible. Now drops back down. Look how far the car has rolled here. And it does go out. Who are you, though? He's a target trying to farm the rest of this. Going to go into the shield of Vindheim.
No.
They try to push him away with the shield bash. Won't connect. And now, yeah, Nano has expired. Vindheim just chases him down. And that is just a catastrophe. Izayaki, in the meantime, was finished off by Smurf, who gets lipped there on the back end of the Primal. Cart moved right back up to where it was before. And they are very much losing out in the fight. Creative and Prophet do go down, though. But Dragons need a bit more than that if they want to continue this push here and now.
Yeah, no one's really pushing, though. This rally could be the difference maker. Vindheim at 1 HP. If Vindheim survived, he could have rallied as well. Lijigon getting that kill might just give Dragons the cap. Unless.
Oh, he's saying that. And then Creative gets another Bionade. Lijigon taken down to the rally. Not going to be fighting too much. It keeps him alive, but it does not help progress the cart, which is now going to be rolling back down into the underpass. Fate makes his exit. Lijigon now swapping, knowing that they don't have too much time left. And
this is OT.
With the rally gone, he's just got to go for the Lucio.
Drive Blade of the OT, Nano coming online for Creative. He's, at this point, basically lapped Izayaki. Early rally, it's a pre-rally as well. They just want to build up their green HP. I mean, we're definitely into Final Fight here. It's all on Who Are You. He's already half HP.
Yep, already takes a tag, falls low, will get topped up. Has the Dragon Blade still held, looking for his opportunity, dashes in, looks for a target, everybody spreads. Focus Fire coming through from Smurf, and as you can see, he goes in for the chase to try to get bits, but he just grapples away to safety. Prophet going to be taken down. Lip does find one opening kill, but he needs to find a hell of a lot more than that. For now, it's Lijigon contesting the cart. Lip will pick up Smurf. They still need more. Fate rejoining, but Creative shuts him down. The cart unoccupied. The OT will dwindle, and that is as far as it goes. It's a full hold here for the Dynasty.
I mean, what should have probably been the Shanghai Dragons cap is when they actually had Fate and Lijigon into the back lines. Okay, you could argue maybe they overstepped there as well, but the rally came in clutch, trust me. That solo kill to Vindheim from Lijigon was absolutely massive, but then the respawn is from Soulstar to come on back. Creative gets the Bionade kill to Lijigon, shutting down that rally, and then suddenly Seoul Dynasty back in control. Shanghai Dragons find that they only have one ultimate left to play through. It's just Who Are You on the Blade. That failed Nano Blade combo from a little bit earlier on was critical. That, to me, is a turning point. Because it's not, by the way, it's not unsurprising. It's for a player to put a Nano onto a Genji that's not quite on the Blade. Maybe you're 5% off, maybe you're even 10% off, and you build your Blade as part of the Nano, right? And you pull the Blade during the Nano. That's pretty standard stuff that we have been seeing this season. However, the fact that Who Are You failed to get the damage in, he was chasing after the supports. Didn't get that Blade. Creative and Vindheim shut him down, but while they're doing that, Creative also just has time to look around, sleep Fate in the middle of dealing with Who Are You all in one play. That was insane. Then Seoul Dynasty from there kept snowballing their defense, held on against, the Fate to Lijigon dive eventually, and then rest is history. Here we are, full hold completed.
Well, not very far to go in the side of the Shanghai Dragons. They have their work cut out for them here with this defense. Fitz looking for the pop shot, spots out Lip. Can't get the tag though. At least just looking to really police the positioning here of that enemy Widowmaker. Fate playing forward, and I mean the rest of the Dynasty say, we don't care about you, Fate. They just go to the high ground there for a moment. Smurf will be taking a nap. Headshot through from Lip, but obviously not going to lead to an elimination. Instead, it's yet again Creative just saying, like, okay, more charge for me. Got to build up towards that Nano.
You can also, by the way, see that Lip is having a much harder time sniping in this particular lobby compared to previous games. He's only got the 2 final blows over the course of one half of this map already. And we've seen plenty of time in Lip on this map or other escort maps playing the Widowmaker. He's just been such a dominant force. It's not like Fitz is massively outpacing him. Fitz only has 3 final blows compared to Lip's 2, but both the Widowmakers haven't been hugely a factor in these matchups. I think it's been mostly the Genjis and the Winston players that have pulled the most weight.
Yeah. I mean, those 2 final blows you talk about, Lip got him at the very end of that last round, on their attack, where it didn't really matter because everybody else had been dead and no one could contest the card after that. So, the kills that he found even weren't that valuable, but that's a massive one from Fitz. Finally manages to get the better of his opponent. Is that elimination now himself is under fire. Who are used there for the alley-oop, sets up for the damage there from Fate. gets the kill, finds another. Vindham going to be taken down, but Smurf and Prophet starting to try to do some serious work here as Creative tries to keep himself alive, throws down that bio nade.
Still healing Smurf. I mean, Creative walked out. Smurf was low HP. Who are you couldn't shove Creative far enough away. And with that, Smurf also gets away with his own life, so we have a bit of an ultimate trade coming on through. Payload is very close now, so Seoul Dynasty, given the amount of time, I think it's reasonable where they are. They just need to secure the rest of these ultimates now. Creative can get this nano. Izuyaki's already used one. The Infrasight will be kind of whatever from Fitz, but we'll just make sure that they know where Lip is.
Just a few more meters really here to go for the side of the Dynasty. Now they have that Infrasight rolling. Fitz spotting out everybody but Lip. Despite that, still manages to get the kill there onto Smurf. Double dink here onto Fate, who now pops the Primal Rage to get the sleep on the Who Are You. He so desperately wants to line up this headshot, has not been able to make it happen yet. Actually just got the bounty tag there onto Who Are You to wake him back up as he just gets juggled around, but he's not dying. Good healing focus out from the side of the Seoul Dynasty to keep that Widowmaker in the fight. Now Fate falling lower and lower. They keep him locked in. And they manage to find the kill. Prophet taking the killing blow, still a ways to go for that blade though. Rally rolling from Lee Jae Gon, trying to offer up that extra healing out. Extra health, rather, onto his teammates. Dash forward, Who Are You? Managed to find Fitz. It's going to be a trade out here on the Widowmakers. Now he gets himself in the back line. He's trying to take down Creative, and he manages to make it happen in the end. Cart, however, still being contested. Fate playing forward, jumps into the back, looks for Vindham. A bit of focus there towards the Brigida, as we're less than a minute remaining. Shanghai Dragons looking and needing this fuller hold to try to tie it up. Smurf going to be taken down at the back end of the fight. Cannot exit safely. There's a good amount of stagger here for Shanghai Dragons.
That was heroics coming up from Who Are You, honestly, getting 2 kills there, the first of which looked like he might have even potentially have whiffed on, but no, he ends up getting Fitz anyway, follows the hook shot, collects that kill, converts over to Creative as well, who put the nano to Prophet, but like what we saw from Who Are You and Izuaki earlier, Prophet didn't build his blade with the nano. He was like 10% off, never got the blade. Who Are You had the blade, so Prophet didn't get to use anything.
Fitz is dead. Yet again, they just go ahead, couple in with the dive. They find the eliminations. Creative's going to be out of the fight. And yeah, they're making it happen. Who Are You? He certainly had some blunders on their own attack, but now he's more than making up for it. The team is going to be wiped here with just a little bit of time left to go. Smurf alive, Fitz swapping over to the Tracer to try to keep this going. 4 meters left as they look for the fuller hold. Smurf falling low. Forces out the overtime, but now somebody's got a touch, and they are just not close enough, it would seem. Fitz drops down, manages to get the tag. Vindham waiting around the corner. Smurf still waiting to respawn. 4 meters and a dream here for the side of the Seoul Dynasty. Smurf tries to swap to the Wrecking Ball, but no one else touches. Fitz is too busy duking it out with Lip, and it's a fight that he loses at the very end. The Shanghai Dragons, against all odds, manage to pull off the fuller hold, and they win the map to tie it up 1-1.
I mean, thank Mr. Who Are You for all of that, honestly. He saved Shanghai's bacon with his heroic plays in a situation where, at the same time, Prophet kind of got caught napping, in a literal sense as well. I believe he was actually slept during a portion of that nano. So now we've kind of flipped it back. It was a fuller hold coming through from Shanghai Dragons, and I actually have to be a little bit critical of Smurf here because it's twice on this map I feel like he has kind of been caught out. The most recent of which, you'll remember, he dived into Lip and got killed via Lip's melee, and obviously no follow-up from the rest of the Seoul Dynasty, and that was during a critical time where Seoul really wanted to make a proper push happen, you know, as a full 5-man unit. They had the nano going for them, they had the Infrasight to check for positioning, they could have just played that one as a team. Smurf dying, reset the entire play, and guess what actually happened during the reset? Who Are You built his blade. Who Are You didn't have blade, so if they actually fought as 5 before Who Are You got that blade and Smurf didn't die, could have been a different story. So again, finest of margins here, really impacting both teams, but this time it's Seoul copping the L, and it will be 1-1.
Well, no 3-0 sweep here for the Dynasty. The Dragons put their foot down, so we tie things up 1-1, nobody at match point. We'll see what happens. We'll see who takes the lead when we do come back from the break, because it's been neck and neck so far. If that fuller hold doesn't tell you anything, it doesn't show you how close the series is, and I don't know what will, but I'll just say it again, it's neck and neck. You don't want to miss the action, guys. It's going to continue in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. Done it again. I'm muted. Sorry, guys. That's 2 for me now, 1 for Avril. He takes lead. This is golf rules.
Hello?
So.
Hello? I'm good.
Yep. Oh, boy. Well, anyway, as I was trying to say, but you couldn't hear me, this series is delivering. 1-1 the scoreline right here. All we wanted was for this to not be a 3-0 sweep, and the Dragons have made it happen. A beautiful Fuller hold there on Watchpoint Gibraltar to tie it up.
Dragons are like the least 3-0 team of all the APAC teams so far. Them and the Valiant, they just seem to love to go to full map 5s. The only time it was a 3-0 was when Philly 3-0'd them at the very first game of the season. So aside from that, the Dragons can't help but go and play long game, which is why I knew this was going to be potentially a banger, but definitely a long one as well. I'll tell you what though, just a score check up here. You know, we have Dragons winning a map. We have the Boston Uprising winning a map. At some stage, Seoul Dynasty will also win a map in the series.
Well, let's see who takes the lead now. Eichenwalde going to be coming through here for our hybrid map. And then we will, of course, get to see Colosseo no matter what. But I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we get to go to Ilios all the way. We'll see if we can make it happen. Or, hey, maybe we'll add some more onto it if we can have some draws.
Yeah, we draw, we get to go to Circuit as map 6. You guys don't even know that because it's not in the graphic. But there you go. Circuit Royale is map 6. Let's go, baby. Eichenwalde the draw.
All right, I'm all about it. Let's get the push draw.
Actually, I don't like draws, so I'm actually not a big fan of
Let's get the push draw on Colosseo.
The first ever Owl push draw. We actually nearly got the first ever Owl push draw, but
we did.
But that damn Valiant, they capped. And then they won the series. The only series that they have won.
Well,
so.
No,
sorry, they didn't win that series. They won the match.
No, they did not.
They're on a 23 match. What am I talking about? They're on a 23 match loss streak. That's
I was about to say. I was going to point it out, but I didn't.
I even posted the memes myself. What am I doing?
It's one of those things where I'm like, do I want to call out my co-gasser and be like, actually, your math is incredibly incorrect?
I think you should.
Okay.
In future, just do it. Rip off that Band-Aid.
Right. Jump over the top, looking for the shot. Not going to get it. Fits. And I'm maybe just using the poison trap for the hell of it, but we'll go ahead and swap over to the Soldier 76, so we're just going to be mirror matched yet again.
As expected, I mean, you know, we're not seeing Chengdu here, no Jinmu Mei, but we are going to see Lift to lead it. Holy cow, Prophet just goes in.
Yeah. Gets that kill, pulls back, and it says, oh, hey, Lee Jae-gon, you're here. We'll just go ahead, melee him, dagger to the back. Izayaki gone as well. That's already now 4 eliminations as Who Are You will be the 5th to fall, and that will just be an incredibly fast cap here on point A for the side of the Dynasty. Dragons, they have their work cut out for them now on this defense.
That was the most Prophet, like, middle finger to the camera moment where he's looking at the fan comments, he's seeing all the, oh, Lip MVP, Lip should have been MVP last year, and Prophet's just like, hello, I'm actually still here, guys, and we'll see about that. Just like completely slaps Lip out of the server. I mean, Seoul have done a fantastic job of actually controlling Lip this entire series so far. Better than any team has so far controlled Lip, and Lip has definitely been a menace, but Prophet wants to make a stand.
That he does. Well, he's getting focus fired here, has to make his exit, so we'll just dash back over to the porticos with the rest of the team. Cart, in the meantime, starting to inch forward, so will be contested by Fate as he drops down to the low ground. He's in charge for him, moving over towards that Primal Rage. Lip as well, outpacing Fitz for now. Cart, though, starting to inch forward again.
I mean, Nano is available now, so once again, Creative just getting that one a little bit earlier. Decent Bionade as well, that will stop Prophet, so good job by Izayaki.
Yep, they lay him for a little bit longer there. The tack visor now going to be used. Limp finding Vindheim to start things off. Smurf makes his way to the high ground. He pops the Primal Rage. He doesn't manage to find 2 kills, but has he overstepped with this ult use? He's looking for a little bit more here. Putting some extra damage in, but yeah, he is the last one alive. We'll grab that mini pack and will not make it out to safety. So Primal going to be burned. Shanghai Dragons going to be very happy with that.
And Shanghai have seen all the different examples of Smurf making the Great Escape, and this time, instead of the Great Escape, they will make sure that it's the longest stagger that they can possibly do. Smurf was primaled as well. Lip on the Vindane should slow things down for Seoul Dynasty, and the payload should start to slowly move backwards now.
Okay, well, that's going to be Lucio for Lucio. Prophet says, yeah, I can pull Blade, and he absolutely destroys with
Shanghai?
it. Who Are You? We'll finish him off, but, I mean, Prophet just goes up solo, finds 3. gets traded, and yeah, the cart is open to move now. What in the hell? Prophet, this is just the Prophet
There's
effect.
4 damn ultimates! There's 4 damn ultimates! Lijigon had a beat! And they just all got wiped by Prophet. What? Hello? Shanghai Dragons. They're like, we're going to 5v4. Should probably win this one. There's no way Prophet team wipes us. And Prophet's like, we're going to pipe down on all that lip talk, all that lip service. Got to pipe down on that. Because Prophet's, again, trying to claim that throne currently. Seoul Dynasty back in control. Still have ultimates playthrough. But Shanghai have everything in the pocket. They need to start using a couple of these.
Fitz being tickled there by Fate on the flank, doesn't care, turns his sights over to the other members of the Shanghai Dragons as the visor comes through. The beat does get dropped by Lee Jae Gon, but Prophet will still find the kill. Picks up 2 here in the fight. Fate now in danger, falls low, not going to pop the Primal, and that is just going to be point B, snatched up by the Dynasty, who now have 4.5 minutes remaining in the time bank. The castle walls being broken open. And this is scary here. Seoul Dynasty clearly not satisfied at all with their attack on Gibraltar, not satisfied with being full or held, and they're making up for it here now on this attack on Eichenwalde.
Really quick fun fact before the fight starts. Yeah, I'm still going to get it in there. Prophet is currently deadlifting on Seoul. There you go. As of right now. 8 out of 16.
Pounding. Pulled by McHugh, I'll do it myself. Huge delivery here from Prophet thus far. Just the nano to work with, though, for the side of the Seoul Dynasty, so this is where they can get slowed up a bit. There's still a plethora of ultimates available for the Shanghai Dragons. They're going to use 2 of them, but there's the sleep! Creative puts Who Are You on the ground! He denies yet another blade! They haven't gotten the elimination yet. Who Are You, though, well out around the back. Deflection going to be burned. Fate, in the meantime, with the Primal Rage, will find Fitz. Looks for a little bit more. Who Are You? Woken up, dashes through, gets a little bit of revenge there onto Creative. And he and Fate will carry the fight, with Lip getting involved right at the back end. So team kill comes in. They've managed to make up for the beginning of that catastrophe with a nice little victory, and they'll drain some time off of the clock.
Dude, Prophet was 3% away from getting his own blade as well. So things were getting quite tight there. In some ways, I think Seoul don't mind backing out. Okay, they technically lose the fight, but they make it expensive. They force all these ultimates out of Shanghai. Fate has to pull out that Prime as well. Now it's Prophet's turn.
He goes into the back, he's looking for Lip with an nano visor. Lip will manage to find that elimination, but Vinheim goes in for the alley-oop, gets the kill in the end, and Lee Jae Gon got Goomba stomped by Smurf. He's got that Primal rolling, leaping all the way back over towards the spawn doors. Fate now going to be antied out as he tries to play forward. Who Are You? Again, coming up with an elimination, but falls low, and Smurf is able to pursue for the kill. Cart now just going to be brought up around the final corner as they wait for Creative to try to rejoin. Bionade from Izayaki, not going to find anything. Fate just playing up, trying to keep this cart steady.
Yep. They did buy time because they need to get Lee Jae on the sound bear. They have to defend themselves against the visors coming through as well. Seoul would ideally like to move a little bit quicker than this because they have a minor ultimate advantage. They might not be aware of it currently, but Shanghai Dragons are lacking. So here we go. Fitz has gone in.
That he is. He's immediately going to be his own back, and now it's going to be a beat-for-beat matchup here. Lee Jae Gon and Vinheim pull the trigger on those ultimates. Visor going to expire. Prophet continuing to play forward, trying to zone them back, and the Helix Rockets from Fitz, along with a couple extra shots, lead to the kill onto Fate. Smurf, however, low on HP, antied out. Lee Jae Gon will find that kill, but it's still the Shanghai Dragons having bodies dropped on the ground left, right, and center. Fitz finds another. Lee Jae Gon needing to contest is going to be taken down. Now it's all on Fate, hiding within the bubble, but it gets broken. Prophet finds the elimination with 0.05 meters left to go. Who Are You? Gets him to the point. The nano comes out. He finds Vinheim. This needs to be a massive clutch. Prophet popping the deflect, trying to stay alive. Who Are You? Gets the blade, but then he goes down. Lee Jae Gon needs to buy enough time for him to rejoin the fight, but they cannot make it happen. Lip now, antied out, has to rotate back around the side. Prophet gets the blade pulled, goes for Fate. The Primal comes in. Shanghai Dragons continue to make this fight go their way. Who Are You, though? Pulls the blade himself, and Fitz cuts him down to size. It's going to be a trade out on the Genjis as the overtime continues to go. 0.5 meters, 0.05 meters for that matter, is all that the Dynasty need, but they're losing out on the fight. The Shanghai Dragons have managed to stabilize. Boop comes in. They're trying to push them off the cart. The Primal now there as well from Smurf. They just need to clear a little bit of space to have this glide through. A minute now remaining. They're going to dip under it here. Shanghai Dragons continue to fight back. They manage to close it out, and now Seoul Dynasty are at threat of not being able to finish the map.
And Smurf popped the ult there as well. I think at that stage, you have to recognize as Seoul that you're starting to lose the fight. You are going up against respawn advantage, and you are no longer getting enough kills. They probably should have capped, but Fate had Primal. Fate uses Primal, buys enough time. By the way, also, Fate's Primal stops Prophet from getting any value on his blade. Sure, Who Are You died during his blade, but Prophet couldn't get more done because he was targeted by Fate. Another huge sleep from Korea to shut down Lit, but Dragons clutch on out. What an insane performance.
Well, now Visor v Visor. Lip gonna pop as well. Fitz immediately pulling back around the corner, and Prophet not able to do the same. Ends up going down with 15 seconds remaining. A major pickoff here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons, who have 2 support ultimates to utilize. Vinheim still trying to build up towards that sound barrier. They push up around the corner, dive into the back. Creative hitting the floor. I think Who Are You deflected the sleep back toward him. Gets the elimination, dashes through, gets the kill onto Fitz, and that should be it. The beat is going to be dropped, but it's just Vinheim and Prophet versus the world. The ante goes out onto the Tracer. Prophet, how clutch can you be? The recall already going to be burned. Lee Jae-gon finds the final 2 kills as the OT will bleed away, and I cannot believe that they have managed to make it happen. They give up so much space. They give such a massive time bank over to the side of the Dynasty, but when they get 0.05 meters away, the Dragons come in clutch. They successfully defend it, and now there is a serious win condition for them here to move up the match point if they can finish the map.
I think that is such a masterclass shown by the Shanghai Dragons in terms of their clutch capabilities, just in a situation that looked unwinnable. I mean, we were literally sitting in a place where, for Dragons, the most likely line of play was to say, well, okay, we'd probably lose the point, but it's time to delay. We'll see what happens during the delay. If we could just delay longer, then, you know, at least the time bank, or at least the OT, the time bank scenario later on could be better, but they turned that into an actual fight win, which is humongous. And what a trick to watch as well, because that's exactly the type of Shanghai Dragons that won the championship last year. That level of play, that level of clutch, that level of ability to pull out a win even in the most dire of situations. And now there will be no time back. Seoul Dynasty, despite how well they played, despite how hard Prophet had carried, especially on A and B, again, I remind you, over those 2 first points, he was statistically deadlifting for Seoul. He won a fight, by the way, where Vinheim died on B. Prophet says, I'm going to go in anyway. Dragons has 4 ultimates, and Prophet cleans them up with a blade. That should never happen, but Prophet just made it happen.
Bionade thrown, looking for the hit, finds 2. Who Are You? Actually almost dies there. Cheeky little play from Creative with the lineups. And they will just stabilize and go ahead and start moving their way forward. Izayaki actually comes out better off the back end of that nade. Plenty of things to heal. Now finds himself at 23% at Creative's 15. But here we start the fight. Prophet already going to be dashing back over the point, join in with the rest of the squad. And you can see the Dynasty are conceding a hell of a lot of space. They're playing back over onto the point rather than forward to try to cut off the Shanghai Dragons. So they actually get decent access here. And right now, Dynasty completely contained within the side room. Fate going to be anteed out. Taken low. Hasn't been eliminated yet, nor has Who Are You.
He's
and they
alive.
will stay alive.
Fate literally purple on 1 HP, didn't die. Smurf as well, very low HP. Both of these tanks threading the needle in terms of their own HP buys. We don't even have a ticket either. Finally, a final blow comes through.
And it does. Prophet then greedily dashes forward, gets the elimination on the Lee Jae-gon, but they might be able to turn this right back on its head. The DPS duo taken down away from the side of the Seoul Dynasty. Smurf, though, will find Izayaki. That's the support stripped away from Shanghai Dragons. So for now, the Dynasty will be able to stabilize, and obviously Genji and Soldier 76 can rejoin to the point very quickly. So they shouldn't miss too much time here.
Also, Shanghai are kind of slow to regroup here as well, so they're not in a position to push off this Nano. If they are, Seoul Dynasty could happily kind of give away a tick, then rejoin with Nano. They will have the Visor available now. And again, Lip is not playing a Soldier, he's on a Reaper, so we're looking for a different kind of strategy here. Shanghai definitely trying to brawl this one out.
Looking for the dive into the back there on a Creative, so he just goes ahead, sends out the Nano. Fitz pops the Visor, finds Lee Jae-gon to begin. Now turns his sights over towards Fate, who pops the Primal Rage to stay alive. Fitz rotating around, goes for a bit of a flank angle, spots Izayaki, wants to get that other support out of the fight. Izayaki has since used that Nano, now on to Lip. He's currently ripping apart Smurf. Takes him low, but they cannot get the elimination before the Primal becomes available, so Smurf is going to pop that to stay in the fight. As Blossom, however, is still held. It's been cut down to size. Who Are You finds that elimination. The second tick now getting ready to come through. A nice sleep goes in, delivers the kill onto Smurf. And now it seems like Dragons will be able to get the cap. 4 minutes, 21 seconds in the time bank for them as they begin to push through the street space.
No Blossom, no Blade required for that fight either. Dragons get away with, honestly, quite a bit of value. What a deflect from Who Are You into Prophet, trying to maintain and maybe establish some of that Genji dominance. But probably no hero place here. Have to kind of call out Fitz there a little bit, that he spent most of the Visor shooting Fate, who then just primals anyway. So he wasn't aware that Fate had a primal. Gets a kill to Lee Jae-gon, couldn't connect the second final blow. Ends up being mostly a wasted Visor as Lip cleaned up most of the rest of the kills. But we're in the sort of situation now where it's kind of free push for the Shanghai Dragons, and if you're Seoul and you want to contest this one, you will be contesting into a Blossom.
Prophet is in the back lines with the blade, and he manages to find one. Even if that's the only kill he gets, which it will be, still a decent pickup. But now Lijiang going to be sending out the sound barrier. The blade pulled from Who Are You, finds Creative, so it exchange on the Anas with these Dragon Blades. Can't find anybody else. Cart being contested for the moment by Smurf, but he has left out the drive, and Mayhem cannot successfully go down there to try to keep him safe, so Smurf ends up falling, and that's a lot of space now opened up here for the Dragons on the push.
Very economical wins here as well. Again, we're not overspending ultimates. Beaten Blade used there, still holding onto the Blossom, unrequired. Could be a Nano Blossom coming on through. Primal Force from Fate, but they're in position, they're still pushing.
Okay, yep, he ulti napped there for Fate, but it doesn't matter. He's already done his due diligence. He has isolated Creative, and Who Were You was able to find the elimination. They isolate Fitz as well. Vendame will come in for a little bit of an alley-oop as he and Lijiang playing bloodthirstily still. The cart now making its way halfway across the bridge. Lip still holds onto the Death Blossom, just waiting for the moment to strike.
And the moment to strike is going to be at the end point of this cap. That's when the Blossom is going to be the most useful. And he hasn't quite found the right opportunity yet because, well, to be fair, he hasn't really had to use this. Still waiting for it to come on through. Fitz going down, it's nasty.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of booped Lip further forward into Fitz, so he was able to get that elimination. Sound barrier is now dropped by Vendame, trying to make up for it here.
Dragons just
oopsie perhaps from him. Fate going to be taking a nap. Smurf anteed out, Primal rolling, looking for a target, but the focus fire is still going to be great. They manage the trade out on the Winstons. Tac Visor now here from Fitz, continues to seek some targets, will take Lip dangerously low. Sliver of HP remaining for him. The cleanup will come through, and Dynasty have finally stabilized, it would seem.
And this is where you have to really start to maybe take a second look at this Reaper pick, because you're beginning to understand why you really need the Zarya to make the Reaper work. Multiple times there from Lip's POV, we saw he tried to go for a TP, he was looking for a position, but you can't just TP into the faces of your opponents, because normally with the Zarya, you would get bubbled, you're fine. TP wherever the hell you want. He would like to just shift into an ultimate, but as soon as you ult, you probably die. You need the bubble during the ult to get the line, to get you across the line. So it's been hard for Lip to do too much on this Reaper now that we've reached the second point.
Often holding the corner now, the Nano goes in, the Blade, the Sleep does connect, but he gets woken back up, and oh no, the miscommunication here from the Dragons. It is going to cost them dearly. Prophet continues to play forward now. His Fate just going to be farmed up. It's a minute and 15 seconds remaining as Prophet finds another successful Blade.
And I think, again, the only way you got to get this Blossom is when Dragons force a fight on the payload and they're about to cap, Soul can test the cap, and then suddenly they have to run into the Blossom. Other than that, it's going to be rough. Maybe Lip can just TP into the backline and randomly find Vendame and Creative. Probably will get slept doing that. And Dragons, they've lost all time. Oh, there's momentum. Okay, finally, they do get this kill. They have ultimates play through. This has to be the fight for Dragons, surely.
Fitz
they're chasing Fitz
all the way out in no man's land. I mean, he's still managing to stay alive for a considerable amount of time. The Death Blossom actually gets forced there by Lip.
He's like, I gotta use it, guys. We gotta use this at some point.
Yeah, I say forced in with heavy air quotes around it, but the card is still going to be advancing now as they wait to regroup.
And now he doesn't have it for the push.
Who Are You dives into the castle, has the Blade pulled, deflect is used, Creative taken down, and Smurf killed off as well. The cart should be able to move up into B, especially given that Vinhame is the last one left alive. He's going to move up. Looks for a little bit of harassment here, but ends up falling. Can't get much closer towards the sound barrier. And now we have the final stretch of the castle. Shanghai Dragons still very winnable for them.
All that kerfuffle, I mean, it is winnable, but it's also very losable, because how much time was wasted at Ilios on B? It felt like they had the momentum pushed through multiple times. They already had the payload basically at the end, and they never set up for a Death Blossom fight. Couldn't do that properly. Thank God Who Are You got it done with the Nano Blade.
Well, on the aggressive, just aggressing forward, I should say, here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. As I can't find my words, Lip will find two. Both supports now going to be taken down as he sticks with the Reaper pick. Cart, however, still going to be held in place firmly by Prophet for a little bit longer. Just trying to deny as much progress as possible, but now they're starting to stagger.
That has to be a prime.
Oh, can't use it.
No, okay, well, they're going to save. Okay, the payload is just far enough away, but the problem is it's about to cap now, so with no Primal, no Smurf, it's hard for them to get on. Here he comes finally in the last couple of seconds.
Fitz is just dead! They dropped the beat. I don't know if he didn't get the shielding or if he got focus fired so damn hard that it didn't even matter. But he just absolutely falls over. Smurf into the back lines, has the Primal rolling, but the focus fire again is looking great, and he is going to be taken down. He's bought a little bit of space for the side of the Seoul Dynasty to work with, but without their main tank, they are in dire straits. Prophet pulling the blade, gets booped back there for just a moment, and as he hits the ground, Limp with the Death Blossom, he builds up another one, and this time it is successful, and the Shanghai Dragons will manage to make the push work. They get to the end of Eichenwalde, they win the map, and now they are in the lead 2-1 in this series.
Smurf way overcommitted there. He went for the entire back line, 1v5 almost. You actually saw, by the way, when we had that zoomed out third-person camera towards the end, his supports are on the payload because they have to contest. No one can heal him. Literally out of LOS. That's kind of inexcusable, I'm going to be real, looking at it from Smurf's POV. If he stays alive, they still have a tank available to play through. Maybe Seoul can clutch it out further. And to be honest with you, the Lip Reaper pick unsupported by Zarya rather on B, a little bit questionable. But once we get to C, that's when things start looking better. Reaper far more effective on a C point. Everything is flat. You can kind of just run in and out at opponents. You don't have to worry about too much high ground, low ground play. Yeah, I know Reaper has a teleport, but again, teleports are super unsafe when you don't have a Zarya. So Shanghai kind of get past the difficult area of the map, get to the easier part of the map with very limited time, but I think they just, you know, they had the momentum with a couple of extra frags. Seoul Dynasty really desperate to try and regroup, then overcommit, and then they fail. And honestly, Seoul probably should have capped anyway, probably should have been in a time bank, but it's a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas for the Seoul Dynasty, sadly.
That it is, but damn if this series isn't delivering. Love to see it. 2-1 the lead now for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. We've got Colosseo coming up next. We'll see if the Seoul Dynasty can extend this into a 5th and final map, as is fated. The last time that they clashed, it was a 5-map set. The Shanghai Dragons did walk away victoriously from that series. We'll see what happens when we return from the break, so don't go anywhere. And we are back 2-1. The lead taken by the Shanghai Dragons after that win on Eichenwalde. And, I mean, the slimmest of margins. A 0.05 meter contest to drain the time bank down from the Dynasty, who, reminder, had over like 5 minutes at the beginning of that map because they were able to cap A in the first 30 seconds. Massive time bank for them, but cannot get to the finish. The Shanghai Dragons managed to do just that. Now we go over to Colosseo to see if the Dragons can finish this off, get the win, and take first place here in the APAC region on push, or if the Dynasty can take us to Ilios for a map 5.
I'll tell you what, the Hangzhou Spark are loving this right now because taking Seoul down at peg, even if Seoul do win the series now, they'd have to win it as a 3-2, which really kind of hurts their score line as far as map differential is concerned. So to get first seed right now, Spark are looking pretty favored. Shanghai Dragons, even if they do win, and yep, Fleta is going to sub in for Who Are You for Colosseo, even if Shanghai Dragons do win this one, if Spark beats Fusion, it's very likely that Spark will just get the first seed because Spark's already map differential is much higher than Dragons to begin with, and I also believe they'd be both 5-1, but Spark would just have more map wins. So it's a good day for the Hangzhou Spark to maybe get that one through, but Dragons as well can absolutely put themselves at least second seed ahead of the Seoul Dynasty with a result like this, and this is what we're talking about, right? The sleeping dragon has awoken, fire in the breath, ready to set towns on fire. We've been waiting. We've been waiting a while for the Dragons to get up and ready. Got to do their morning stretches, but we're finally here.
Yeah, and it's still not necessarily, the form that we anticipated from them. They still are rough around the edges. It's incredibly clutch, these moments that they're bringing together, going to these map 5s, being able to win right at the very end. It's not the dominance that we were expecting from a roster that has not changed, really, since they won the championship last season. But they are steadily improving. They're steadily getting back into that form.
Put Bebe in, you cowards.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to happen for a little while here, but we'll have to wait and see for the future. God. Maybe he's their playoffs machine. They're waiting. He's just sitting in the background, getting it. He's just consistently under 24-hour shoulder massage therapy right now. They're getting him geared up, and he's going to come out just jacked and just smack everybody out of the way when it comes down to the kickoff clash. I don't know, but it seems like we shouldn't be seeing him for a little while because this roster has gotten their stuff together. They are starting to really excel, and a lot of it has to do with Who Are You. And coming into this season, I wasn't sure how much Who Are You we were going to see. It was a big question mark around what the meta was going to look like, who was going to be piloting things. Fleta in his own right is a good Genji player. Who Are You, obviously a specialist, one of the longest standing Genji specialists in the history of competitive Overwatch. I still wasn't certain how much are we going to get to see Who Are You, and I'm pleasantly surprised that we're getting quite a bit of him. In every single series, basically, we have seen Who Are You make his appearance. We saw him here from the very get-go for these first 3 maps, and man, was his presence absolutely felt, especially there on that last map, if I can fault it.
It's the perfect meta for Who Are You to come through. They probably wait for a Genji meta, Genji specialist coming on through. They love it. Who Are You? Getting to see it. He could have very likely have spent another season on the bench, but when a Genji meta calls, he's there to answer, right? So an insane comeback for this player whose career has been largely, I think, been left on the wayside, despite having a chip in a ring and having a championship next to his name. Now I think, with seeing how he's playing, how he's integrated into the team, he absolutely is one of the Shanghai Dragons with his ability to get Dragons many of their wins so far during the stage. So and it seems to be continuing as we continue through the series. Maybe not for this map, because I said it would be continuing, but Fleta has come in for Colosseo, which means I think we're going to see... could it maybe be a bit of Zarya plus Reaper action? Fate is still in here though, so maybe it's not quite that for Dragons. I would be a little concerned because most teams have been playing the Zarya on this map now. Even I think the diehard Winston teams are starting to get the gist of it. They're thinking, you know what? No, I think the Zarya really is the right call here. We see Chengdu, Gaga would be the one, or maybe even Daisy playing Zarya here. So even teams that have the one tank, I wouldn't be surprised if Smurf goes on Zarya here as well. So I'm just trying to kind of figure out ways and reasons why Fleta would be in. It's unlikely that Fleta is here to play Genji, because otherwise they would have just kept Who Are You. So most likely we're looking at Soldier, Reaper kind of deal. Maybe even Tracer, actually. Fleta could be on that.
Could be. I don't know. I'm just waiting for the day that somebody pulls Hoxel out of retirement, given that we're in such a Genji-dominated meta, given that you want somebody who's incredibly proficient on that pick.
Well, Vancouver need help.
Profit in his own right is incredible, but yeah, I don't think he's I don't think he would answer that phone call. But maybe one of the other teams potentially that are still based here in the APAC region, if they really want to get a Genji specialist, just throw a truckload of money at Hangzhou and get the man to come back in and pound on the Genji.
What team even needs... I feel like every team has a Genji player, though. Like, I'm struggling to, you know...
But do they have a Hangzhou level player?
I guess. I don't know. They've all been pretty reasonable. Like, even you know, more unknown players like Becky and Valiant have been pretty decent, right? You have Jimmu, he's hot and cold, but on the Genji, he's certainly on the hotter side. You know, the four blades of Hua Yu, Zest, Alpha Yi, and Choi Sik-Wan, so... I don't know. I don't really know who else is left in the equation after that. But, and then Profit on Seoul, so... Sadly, it does look pretty covered. Maybe another chance for Hangzhou. As I mentioned, Vancouver, they need some help right now. But we are going to go over to Colosseo. Not going to get baited by the Fit Sombra. No, we saw that in week 1. It didn't work. Seoul, no, it doesn't work. So, it's not going to happen. And it is going to be Tracer Soldier for what it's worth, so... There it is. I will say, if Fitz does roll... No, he's not. But if he was going to roll out on a Sombra, that to me would be an indication of a read that they think Fate's playing Doom. But obviously, we're going to play Winston here. Interesting that both teams decide to play Winston, because as I said, Zarya has mostly overtaken this map.
Well, out the gates, looking like maybe a little bit of a fountain clash here. Dynasty playing a little bit further back away from this, eyeing up the bot themselves as they wait for him to unlock. 10 seconds left to go for that as the soldiers will just send some shots across, looking for straight connections, trying to build up towards those ever-important tack visors. Bot now going to be unlocked, gets the initial little push started here for the side of the Dragons. And immediately shifted back as we just go toe-to-toe. No one really committing in for any kind of fight yet. They haven't been able to poke and prod enough damage in for a full commit.
Here we go. Fake's the first one that wants to pull that trigger. But again, it's a soft commit, right? He comes in, drops a bubble, then leaves again. So both teams still doing mostly poke. With Fate actually exiting with a jump, that might give Seoul the opportunity to walk up.
Yep, and they have a little bit of contest coming through, but oh, there's the anti after Mizuyaki, and Smurf will go down creative as well. Traded just moments before. The rest of the team now going to have to hightail it back. Fitz just playing forward inside of his own healing field. Trying to find presence here, make sure the bot is not going to be able to advance past the initial corner.
That's going to be the first ultimate coming online, and Izuyaki, he's nearly on towards that Nano, one of the few times that Izuyaki's actually been ahead of Creative so far in this particular series, but Profit looking for somebody on the back line. I mean, that will be a swing indeed, and that to me will be the first actual fight win. This initial 10 meters from Shanghai, not too much to write home about just yet.
Yeah, not at all. Well, Pulse now going to be online. Profit was looking for a setup, but then has to dip away as he does get spotted. Now he's going to go back in, looks for the stick, can't quite get it though. Izuyaki going to be safe. Yeah, pulls away, but just a hair off there. Cannot quite make it happen. Lip now popping the attack visor, starts charging forward, looks for some targets. Both supports now on the side of the Dynasty have fallen. Fitz as well, going to join them in the grave as Lip cleans up 4 in the fight. Profit only now able to finally deal with him. He's keeping the bot held in place for just a little bit longer, but now it can start advancing yet again for the Dragons.
Yeah, I don't agree with that Nano coming through from Fitz at all, unfortunately. He uses it after his Nano's expired, first and foremost, and then secondly, his team is white. Both the supports are dead. There's no chance he wins it. He would have to defeat Lip, who still has a Nano Visor running, as well as the rest of the Dragons. That's just going to be a wasted ultimate now. Sound Barrier available for Vindane, but also on board for Lee Jae-gon as well. Dragons currently hold the cards.
Oh, Fleta. Oh, he somehow doesn't get the stick. Creative stays alive. Throws down the Bionade just to keep himself in the fight, make sure that he is nicely topped off and can get some good healing.
All right, get Hua Yu back in. Get him back in.
Yeah, dropping the spaghetti just a little bit there. Both the Tracers unable to find their targets. Fate now pops the ult, instantly going to be greeted with a nap. Smurf as well, Primal is rolling for him. Sound Barrier comes down from the Dragons first. Now Vinheim going to be matching. Fit trying to buy some space, goes charging forward. Spots Fleta in the back line. Lip going to be peeled though. And Smurf goes in, finds an elimination onto the enemy soldier 76. Dive comes through, Peel is good yet again. Sleep Dart connecting onto Fate. Now they get the anti down onto him as well, as he is just got nowhere left to go. Will end up getting picked off, but it's a good one fight here for the side of the Dynasty, as they will go ahead and finally get this bot pushing forward.
And without too much fanfare from the Shanghai Dragons 27-meter 0-1 push either, which means that Seoul should be able to overtake that in very few moments. With nearly 4 minutes expended, this is some of the lowest innings in terms of a drive from either team. You know, with 4 minutes, sometimes we've seen teams push checkpoints 60, 70 meters. Here, combined, we've barely reached 50.
Well, pulse bomb's available yet again, and this time Prophet does not miss. He gets the stick on Izayaki. That's going to be the nano out of the fray for a little bit longer. Here's Dynasty trying to take the lead. Stick in onto Smurf. Will just be able to shrug off that damage, though. Heavily armored up, gets some nice focus healing. Doesn't really take a scratch there. His Fate continues to try to play forward, tries to keep this contested. Eventually has to make his exit. Bot now charging forward. The lead there for the Seoul Dynasty, but it's still very slim margins. We'll see how far they can take this before the recontest comes back in.
Izayaki wanted to save his nano as well. Maybe could have nano Fate there, but has to go for the nano visor. Would love to go for the nano visor. Lip. And Fitz both getting kills here.
Lip getting the better of him now, is looking for Vinheim. Puts quite a bit of damage down onto the enemy Lucio, but Vinheim will be able to survive for a little bit longer. Fleta pulling some, Prophet pulling some attention there. Turns Lip's sights away from the support, but Fate, he's got his eye on the prize. He's looking for Vinheim now for the finisher. Go ahead and clean up both. Lip, however, with the Helix Rockets will get the Lucio, and now the bot going to be shipped back over towards the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, it's the second visor exchange that goes heavily in the way of Lip. Unfortunately, Fitz just can't quite get his feet on the ground here. Ironically called legs as the soldier, but the visor's just not really been that useful from Fitz. Lip has had his number, and just as the Seoul Dynasty take a minor lead over the Shanghai Dragons, could be going the other way around. Vindeng with the sound barrier to go in.
Yep, now going to be matched by Lee Jae-gon, seeing the forward pressure coming in from the Dynasty. Creative on a little bit of fire, has to dip back. He goes into the corner, but Fate manages to find that kill all the same. Smurf can't quite peel well enough here for his supports, but does manage to find Izayaki. Now Fate going to be falling, and it's going to be the Dynasty winning out the fight. They get damn close, just 4 meters away from being able to tie this up, but the Dynasty get the team kill. And now they send the bot back over towards Dragon's side of the map.
Yeah, both sound barriers exchanged there, but Seoul Dynasty on the back of that brilliant damage and to put a lot of members low. Smurf with the Primal as well. Back with their push. And they have 5 members up, importantly, so they're not waiting for any extra members respawning. We're down to about 2 minutes now, and yet no one's gotten past 40 meters. It's such a close game that, well, essentially anybody can do it. Prophet gets another stick on Izayaki.
That he does, just for the delaying for those nano boosts to not be in the fight. Smurf again going to be the recipient of a pulse bomb stick, but that is not going to lead to a kill from Fleta. Now he's down to 2 HP. Vinheim manages to hound him down, gets the elimination. The bot continuing to push forward here for Seoul Dynasty. Really stretching the gap now between the two squads and the distance that has been accrued. 50 meters going to be achieved. Fits low, gets himself to a safe spot, throws down that bionic field, gets himself top back up. Fate leaping forward, still has to play on the bridge.
Where's the visor? There it is.
Contested. There's the visor. Fits chasing forward, finds Lee Jae-gon. Fredo's going to be taken down, but Prophet immediately equalizes, finding Izayaki. The fight going to be won. Fleta, not much that he can do. Smurf gets the stomp elimination. Puts a lot of pressure on this nano visor here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons to not only win the fight, but also allow them to push back towards the opposite side, because this is just getting worse and worse for them as time goes on.
Well, they got the checkpoint as well now, over 17 meters. Importantly, Izayaki dies at like 98% nano, so Shanghai could have also pulled the trigger on the nano visor, and as I've said earlier, they've so far had the better nano visors. However, Seoul managed to get their nano up first, mostly due to Prophet sticking Fleta sticking Smurf a little bit earlier. That got transferred over towards Creative's healing. Smurf, he dies without popping front, but just barely, I think.
He got it right in the very same moment that he died, so just no opportunity realistically for him to pop it. They still have a good amount of time and a good amount of distance for this recontest, though, so they need to just go for a bit of a reset. Vinheim playing forward, trying to get some damage in to build up to the next sound barrier. Now they have to reset. Dragons, go ahead and ship this back across, but see if they can get a real push going, because they have to double their distance right now. Quite literally double their distance to tie it.
I mean, but Lee Jae-gon's still coming back from spawn, so they're not quite as 5, which means they don't have the opportunity to go too far. Thankfully, Lee Jae-gon is a Lucio, right? So we'll be able to rejoin the team very quickly. Seoul Dynasty haven't made use of that 5v4 advantage at all, but they will be looking for another pulse bomb. This time, Prophet is potentially looking at Fate, but he's landed on Izayaki almost every single time, so I think backline needs to be the port of call for Prophet.
No, absolutely should be. He's going around the back. He's looking for it. He gets the stick yet again, but the sound barrier's there. Lee Jae-gon keeps him alive. It's just going to be absorbed by the shielding. Fate now going to be taking a nap as he does pop the ultimate, but Prophet still manages to hound down that target. He gets the elimination. Lip in the meantime with attack visor rolling, comes up with 2. Vinheim and Prophet going to be out of the fight. Ziaki, a long run back, but the rest of his squad are managing to excel. Fitz, however, takes out Lip, but that's as good as it's going to get. The cart now
good trades.
Pushing forward. The bot might just be able to make it.
No, they still have to get the checkpoint, and the checkpoint's got to be a stall for the bot, so there is opportunity for Seoul to come back. Look at the respawns. Lichikon has to taxi 2 members. There just isn't enough people alive for Dragons, and the only ultimate is on Iziaki, who's in spawn. Because the robot stalls at the checkpoint, Seoul can win this.
They absolutely can, but it can still go either way. Everybody now arrives here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons, and Smurf is going to be dead. He tries to leap out, but it's far too late. Bionade down onto two, Legion gone, and Lip both under fire, but he will get frosted.
Sleeping,
Turning to the
Fitz
side,
sleeping.
catches him in the head. The sleep is there. Fitz now getting nanoed in the dying breath of Creative. He tries to offer up this victory to them, but he cannot make it happen. They will close it out in overtime. The Shanghai Dragons doing it so few teams have managed before them here on Colosseo. They get the push across, and they will stop the win streak that Dynasty have been on. 3-1. The victory here for the Dragons as they yet again manage to take down Dynasty.
That's a heartbreaking loss for the Seoul Dynasty as well, because it was set up in a way where they had the opportunity to contest. Fitz gets slept by Iziaki, singing the praises of Creative for pretty much the entire game, but it's Iziaki in the final moments. He sees the visor coming on through, the only opportunity for Seoul Dynasty to still clutch, and he shuts it the damn down. But we are now finally, Ilios, I think weeks later, 4 weeks into the Overwatch League season, getting some teams having the capability of turning around push games. They go awry early for them. We saw Houston do it earlier today versus Paris, and now we see Seoul do it against, rather Shanghai do it against Seoul as well. So incredibly clutch stuff, and this is why I go back to the Shanghai clutch factor. Look at Eichenwalde. Look at this map here as well. It does not go well for them for a decent portion, but right towards the end, even when things are at their most dire, 3 members alive, Lichikon has to go back and taxi 2. That should not be a situation that Shanghai can win, and yet they do. What a clutch team.
I mean, they managed to get back just in time as the contest happens, and then they went out the fight from there. Some great shots coming in from Lip as well, but, I mean, Iziaki with the sleep, everything just really came together for the Shanghai Dragons there in that moment. Playing cohesively, playing as a hive mind. The hive mind that we were expecting from the very get-go of the season. They finally have achieved it, and they've done it against their toughest opponent yet here in the side of the Seoul Dynasty. I say that, but this is also one of the cleanest victories that they have under their belt because it's not a map 5.
True.
But yeah, this is a bit of a heartbreaker for the side of the Dynasty. I saw a lot of people in the the post-match thread from their last series saying like, oh, Dynasty look incredible, but we probably get 3-0'd by Dragons because that's just what always happens whenever we go up against them. Well, it's not quite that 3-0. They almost take it to the game 5, but they do still suffer the loss. But I think that this just sets the stage more so for the kickoff clash when we do get into the tournament properly, how close these teams at the top are playing against each other. I think it's just going to be an incredible way to kick things off. But enough about that. That's for the future. For the right now, let's go ahead and take a look at our player of the match. Because I think there's a couple people that you could probably nominate on the side of the Dragons. A little bit rough from everybody at the very beginning. But in the end, it all comes down to one man. It's who are you?
I actually think he's the clear cut. You know, the only other person that Fate would probably be my second on the list if I was to pick a second person. Lip actually struggled in this matchup compared to how he normally plays, and I think on the last Mega Colosseo he started to pick it up again. But who are you? Consistently good throughout the entire day. He didn't even play the last map, which I think is maybe good for Flater to get one in there as well because he was looking a bit shaky, so it keeps his head above water. But consider that you probably don't have this win on Eichenwalde if you don't have some major Who Are You heroics. I said the same thing about him on Oasis as well. We remember the 0.05 meter contest from Who Are You. If that doesn't happen, it's a cap. We go to time bank, anything happens there. We look on map 3 as well. I mean, it's just all of these insane Who Are You moments that really do it for this team, that really made the difference. And I think Prophet had an insane day as well, but Who Are You's consistency when the rest of his team had high and low moments because of tough competition, Who Are You to me was the standout.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, didn't get to play the entire series, but played the majority of it and was incredibly impactful. Like you said, 0.05 contest is something that's going to be haunting the Dynasty's dreams for a little while, I do think. Turn them into nightmares. because they were so close to being able to push that across the line. But we have plenty from this series to talk about what it means for the Kickoff Clash, which is going to be upcoming and whatnot. So we're going to need a little bit more time to discuss, myself and Avril. So we'll be back in a couple minutes, break down some more of the action here from our first series, and then we'll get ready to go into the second match of the day. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back for a little chat in just a few. Alrighty, and we are back. That first series was just so damn good that we have to talk a little bit more about it. So, obviously, major shakeup here now in the standings as the Shanghai Dragons managed to claim victory over the Seoul Dynasty 3-1. Avril, what does this do to the landscape here in APAC?
Again, I think I touched up on this slightly, but it probably puts Spark in leading position now to get first seed. All Spark would need to do is win their match against Fusion, any scoreline. As long as they get the win, they will get first seed in APAC. Now, for Dynasty to at least hold on to second, they would need the Spark to lose to Fusion, and for Fusion to beat Spark with at least a 3-1, if not a 3-0 scoreline. If Spark get 2 maps up against Fusion and lose, Spark will actually clinch that tiebreaker, I'm pretty sure. As Spark did beat Dynasty early in the season, if I'm not mistaken. So that's kind of how things are shaping up as far as that goes. But very close series that, once again, talking back about the game, Ilios, that I think it still delivers. We didn't go to map 5, but every single map was super entertaining. I mean, even this full hold that happened in Gibraltar ended up being a fuller hold, right? More heroics coming through from Who Are You on a map that Lip was really struggling on. His Widowmaker characteristically has been good on most maps, but up against the Seoul Dynasty, he wasn't having a great time on that Widow at all. And then obviously we go to the Eichenwalde map, which, this will be one of those historic Shanghai Dragons clutches. This and Colosseo were just really, I think, the epitome of, like you sort of mentioned earlier, the Shanghai Dragons hive mind of really being able to play together as a unit, but also just understanding limits and understanding, what the smallest win conditions and comeback mechanics really are. Ilios ferrying people back on Colosseo in the final couple moments there as well, just barely getting them in time to get a full fight going still. Lip finally getting a good Death Blossom, which is seeing the replay here after, I think, mostly trolling on B. Like, that Reaper really did not do anything on B, but I'm glad Lip got something done on both A and C there. Not the best performance, I think, from Lip so far throughout the season. I would actually say this is probably Lip's weakest, outside the Fusion performance, this would probably be the next weakest performance from Lip, who otherwise, I think, dominated every other game for the Dragons, but today, it was Who Are You's time to shine.
Yeah, I mean, talking about strong performances and whatnot, this is also a little bit of a weaker one from Smurf. We were, jesting in series prior about him limit testing, really being able to ride the line, not go too far, but go far enough that he's getting consistent punish, consistent value by jumping onto the enemy. But this time was not allowed to get away with nearly as much as we've seen in the past. So it was really good focus there from the side of the Shanghai Dragons to consistently punish him, especially on Eichenwalde, where he's trying to peel, he's trying to get into that back line, but everybody just collapses. The hive mind activates. They get the kill onto the Winston, and they get the clutch plays. So a bit of a rough one here from the side of the Seoul Dynasty, but a tough opponent in the Shanghai Dragons. They go ahead and, at least for now, will be in that #1 spot as they move up, I believe, 5-1 in their scoreline. So a good little return to form from them. But we're not done yet, because things could get wacky. We're getting ready to go into the next matchup here of the evening to round out the week. It's going to be Chengdu Hunters versus the LA Valiant. The Valiant still very much looking for that first win, looking to break the loss streak that they find themselves on. They've gotten so very close this whole way through so far in 2022. Haven't quite been able to make it happen yet, but maybe they can find success versus the Pandas. We're going to find out when we return, so don't go anywhere. That match starts in just a few minutes.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
All right, we are back, and it's time to continue on to the last day here of the week as we get ready to go into the Chengdu Hunters versus the LA Valiant. Obviously, for the Valiant, haven't been able to pick up any wins yet, so kickoff clash not really a concern of theirs. It's all about getting that first win, but they might be able to really screw the chances of the Chengdu Hunters here, Avril.
They certainly can. I mean, Chengdu's storyline going into this is there is a slim bit of hope for them to still make the actual kickoff clash. There are two scenarios in which they still make it through. First of all, they must win. They must get either a 3-1 or a 3-0 scoreline versus the Valiant. A 3-2 eliminates them from contention. So, Fusion, you are the biggest fans of the LA Valiant today. If you're a Fusion fan, you are rooting for the LA Valiant because you need the Valiant to get 2 maps. It is scary. So Hunters, we're going to starting out with the Gaga instead of Daisy. And the other thing is, if Hunters only beat Valiant 3-1, they require Hangzhou Spark to beat Fusion 3-0. If Hunters can 3-0 the Valiant, then Spark need to beat Fusion 3-1. So both Hunters need to do their part, and Hangzhou need to do their part. So if Hunters do win today, Hunters fans, you will also need to be the biggest Hangzhou fans today as well, because this is going to have to be a combined effort.
I mean, can it happen again, Avril? Can lightning strike twice in the same place but 2 seasons apart where the Valiant absolutely screw the Fusion out of a tournament appearance by winning a map? That's why I'm laughing so hard, is because this has happened before. Granted, the stakes are a little bit higher. They only needed to win 1 map last time. They got it done on Nimbani. Now they need to win 2 maps.
I will say, at least Fusion's hopes are still within their own hands, because even if Valiant drop the ball today, if Fusion just beat Spark with any scoreline, they still make it in. So it is still within Fusion's own hands. But right now, if they want to make it easy, you are hoping that Valiant do get 2 maps off of the Hunters. But if you're a Valiant fan, that's not enough. You need to win this one. Because if you're a Valiant fan, and actually, if you're a Fusion fan, you would also like Valiant to just win. That works for you as well. But Valiant are currently on a 23 match loss streak. It has been 631 days since the Valiant had won their previous matchup, and that was against who again? Florida Mayhem, 3-2 scoreline, Overwatch League 2020 North American Playoffs all the way back in September 5th in 2020. So it's been a damn long time, like 2 damn whole rosters ago. We're on the 3rd iteration of Valiant since then.
And this one has been looking really good. Dia, like we've been saying, it feels like hasn't really missed a moment. The guy comes back in after being out of the scene for a while, continues to excel. Becky's been looking incredible. Sashin is, I think, honestly, Sashin might be the one who's impressing me the most for the side of the Valiant, because he comes out here and he plays an absolutely terrifying Zarya.
And he's also been out of action for a while, because, we know Dia's been out of action the previous year, but the difference is, prior to that, Dia had been a champion. He's been winning in contenders heavily via Team CC, who is the Shanghai Dragons Academy team. He won Gauntlet. Didn't get picked up to the Overwatch League. I mean, what more can you do in contenders other than win Gauntlet? That's like literally winning like the World Championship of Tier 2, right? That's like the most that you can possibly do. Outside of maybe also winning the World Cup. But, that's bygones be bygones, way in the past now. So for the Valiant, we are waiting for their first win so far in the season. We know it's coming. We know it should be coming. They have had 3 also back-to-back losses that started from a 2-1 lead where they had match point. 3 games that happened. And they couldn't finish it out. Neither their map 4 or their map 5 they could win. It just something doesn't go right on those map 4s and 5s, and they can't quite clutch through a victory despite being on match point 3 times in a row.
Well, let's see if today is the difference maker, if they can step it up here. As we open the gates to kick things off on Lijiang Tower. See, Sasha, of course, there with Azaria. Gaga going to be matching on the opposite side of the arena, but Becky will be coming through with the May, and Moira is here for Coldest as well. Opening kill already found. Leaf going to be taken down.
Just the right click.
The biggest priority target you can possibly find. Gets him in the head. They look for a little bit more. The wall cuts off Gaga's escape. Becky narrowly makes it into the ice block just in time to get topped back up and stay alive. And the Valiant will win the opening volley.
My goodness, this is another one of those no-hill 5 AM compositions, but I dare say it's kind of working right now. Gaga's going to go towards a Doomfist. Not too sure if I like that a lot, but at the same time, I mean, they're trying to break their way back in. This wall is being a bit of a menace, though. This wall really sets up the pacing for Valiant.
Yeah, I didn't even see Leaf get in. All of a sudden, Becky turns to the side. He's there. He's dead. Point going to be contested for now, though. Gaga lurking around the back, but won't be able to draw too much attention. Just wants to try to stop this forward hold from the side of the Valiant. It has worked. Now going to be up there on that high ground.
I'm really still unsure. Like, Gaga on the Doom, it's hard to say what sort of extra value he brings because the Zarya should be the good matchup here. You have, I think, the better overall healer in the Ana instead of the Moira. You have the bubbles to protect yourself from slows and the eventual Blizzard as well. You can actually duel with Sashin, whereas right now you just have to kind of dive in. You're hoping that Jinmu will follow you up so you can get those kills. He's nearly actually got a blade, but he dies.
Yep, it does end up getting taken down. Anti out on the Becky, but should be fine. Still holds on to the ice block, goes into that now as a little bit of pressure comes out. That's going to be the coalescence here from Coldest. They're just keeping everybody topped up and helping to shove back the Chengdu Hunters. Gaga now going down. Using that movement boost to go ahead and get himself up onto the high ground. And yeah, I mean, Nisha slinking away here as best as he possibly can. Sashin's still pressing the corner, but looks like they cannot hound down the Lucio.
So this Blizzard's going to be pretty nasty. If Gaga saves his cooldowns properly, he should be able to get out, but it will prevent the Blade. So you don't quite have the sound barrier available. A Blizzard can be a soft counter where Jinmu comes in, you Blizzard straight away, and it makes it difficult, if not impossible, for Jinmu to get value. So there is that going for Valiant. And by the way, Valiant on 80%, they're actually going to initiate with this.
Yeah, they do. Gaga's dead. I mean, the DPS here on the side of the Chengdu Hunters is trying to draw attention back up to the point. They will, but Becky is just finding heads. The Blade now going to be pulled. Jinmu will get Lengza. Can he get anything else? Wraith form goes in from Dia. He keeps himself alive. Sashin going to be taking a nap, but looks like that's all he's going to be able to find. The bubble comes out. Sashin protected as soon as he wakes up. Now the grab nearly there. Overtime going to be coming through. They're close to getting the flip here on the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Dia going to be taken down. The flip comes in. Sashin throws the grab all the same, despite the fact that they do not have any DPS members, but they still managed to find some kills. Leaf and Jinmu have now been eliminated. Expiring there from the side of Nisha, and Lengza uses his second. Shielding now going to be expiring as they still look to flip the point, win the fight rather. Coldest fading away. Gaga down to about half HP. Going to be hacked out there as Becky returns on the Sombra. The Meteor Strike going to be used. Gaga exits, keeps himself alive for now. Here's the Death Blossom. Dia gets one. Gaga taken down to the end. Monk zoned away from the point, eliminated by the Reaper. Flip back into their favor. The Valiant look to close out this round, and they should be able to do so. The OT will bleed down, and it's a fairly one-sided affair here as Valiant claiming command center.
And Los Angeles Valiant as well, I think they played the last fight with a lot to risk because they lose both Dia and Becky. Sashin still goes for the grab. They commit further with a sound barrier, and that could very easily go awry. That could have been a lot of wasted ultimates. If you want to have one very clear situation for Hunters to come back on because you may whiff on ultimates, that would have been it. That was a must-win fight for Valiant because if they don't win with that kind of ultimate investment, Chengdu's would start snowballing. You can see a double 99 there. Los Angeles Valiant, if they want to play it super safe, they could have given that fight away, come back with an ultimate advantage, and just kind of cleaned up with a one and done. But, you know, they decide to roll the dice on that one. Thankfully, we do get 6. So for the Los Angeles Valiant, looking like a pretty commanding lead so far. I do appreciate their pacing, though. You do have to play way faster as a Lucio Moira team, and they were definitely doing that.
Jinmu now moving over to the far up. Becky on the Echo. No pocket, though, for him. Lengza shifts to the Brig. Coldest sticks with the Ana. So a little bit more self-sufficient here for Becky. More pressure on him as an individual to perform. Gaga already going to be antied out, just hugging inside the bubble, trying to keep himself safe. Looks like he will be able to do so. Exits back over where the rest of the team is to get topped up. Dives in. Again, going to be anti. The bubble comes in. Cancel on the beam here from Becky. Just waits, and now they'll turn the sight over to the point here, trying to contest as the Pharmacy duo starts getting the cap. A bit of damage down onto Jinmu, but Becky has to pull away. Any direct hit would have finished him up, but now Gaga going to be taken down. First blood here found in the fight, and now Monk is gone as well. Valiant, they will be able to convert this into a point cap. Becky a little bit in no man's land, but Sashin comes around the corner, helps rescue him, and he manages to stay alive.
I do appreciate that the Chengdu Hunters are trying to split attention up because Jinmu plays backline, he's trying to go for off angles, actually Pressure's point, that actually splits the Los Angeles Valiant their attention up in terms of where their priority is. With Nisha down though, this is an opportunity to get Jinmu down once more, so LA continue their lead with another 5v3, they'll get more percentage points, that's another first fight win going their way. Very quiet in the early stages, look at Gaga's HP, you look at Sashin's HP, and it does end up being Gaga falling early. The fact that Becky is getting pretty decent value in a 1v2 versus Jinmu and Nisha speaks volumes for Valiant's ability to keep this going.
Oh, Becky under fire, rockets, and Anna shots flying his way. Will manage to stay alive for now as Jinmu diving into the back line, is looking for Dia, put some damage down, there's the direct hit, a nice kill. There's Chengdu Hunters open things and try to get themselves down into the point. Sashin gonna fall, but not before he takes Jinmu with him. Bit of a 1-for-1 there, but ultimately a trade up for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, and now with Becky going down, seems like this flip should be inevitable. Cold is the only one trying to contest here. Langza, however, finding an elimination. Rez will bring Leaf back into the fray. The Valiant should just have to let this flip go through. Yeah,
I love that double kill to Helix as well. Always enjoy that coming up in the kill feed. Brilliant stuff from the Chengdu despite losing Jinmu early. Nisha not going to go for the risky resurrection. A 1-for-1 to get Sashin down. You sacrifice Jinmu, but you do kill Sashin. Ends up being pretty huge for the Hunters, and the craziest thing is they didn't use any other ultimates, so in terms of economy, they're really doing quite well. Monk with some heroics as well towards the end there to stay alive and get kills.
Becky, I thought maybe he was overstaying, but now does have that duplicate. Sleep
Oh my
come
god.
Through. Yeah, he's getting the full Winston treatment there. Tries to get the ult, but will be forced to take a nap. Yep, they break him out of that very quickly as he tries desperately to track somebody in the sky here with those sticky bombs. Can't make it happen. Lead in the meantime, gonna get the nano visor. Already found one kill, so looking for a little bit more. Will be able to get Sashin in the end. Lings up playing up into his face, trying to offer up some damage, and he manages to set up a kill here for Dia, who comes up with 2. Leaf and Monk now both eliminated. Nisha out of the fight, no res available, and Jinmu nowhere to go, no pocket healing. Pulls back around the corner, gets a little parting gift there over to Langza to find an elimination, but cannot hold the point any longer. The Chengdu Hunters cannot take the lead. The flip will come in at 53%. Valiant now ticking up past 65.
That's a huge, great comeback from Dia as well to take down Monk, who had been pocket healing Leave. You saw Leave as low as, I believe, 25 HP during that visor. Monk was keeping him alive the entire time, so as soon as Dia gets Monk, he transfers on Leave and ends up saving the day. Keeps Valiant in control as well, 80% and counting up. Here comes that visor, looking for the flyers, gets one, and an important one as well.
Nowhere to go. Now looks for the Pharah, and it takes him down to a sliver of HP. The Mega Pack is there, so Jinmu staying safe. But Dia somehow surviving. The bubble coming in on the back end there from Sasha just to make sure that he stays protected now. Grabs Solo out on to Leave. Stops anybody else as well from advancing forward onto the point from that side. As you can see, Gaga just trying to play inch his way into the point. Nisha going to be taken down, the healing cut in half. More so as Monk now under fire. No one can touch. The Valiant will take this map. They kick things off 2-0 to begin on Lijiang Tower.
Valiant usually have a pretty good win rate on the opening map as well. We've seen them multiple times. They will get the first map, they will get the third map, secure that 2-1. Dia, incredible, I think, over the course of this series, but have to kind of give credit to, Noah Hill coming up with a new composition to play on the control center, something the Hunters were not ready for. I'm still not entirely convinced by the Gaga swap over to the Doomfist. I don't think it really gives them a lot to work through there, but then you look over towards Night Market as well, and okay, we finally do get the Jinmu Fire, because we had questions. Alpha Yee's been playing Fire. Where's the Jinmu Fire? Jinmu's meant to be the Fire guy. And now you start to see why maybe the Fire isn't that great of a pick. You have Dia, who's great on the Soldier on the other end. Becky counters you with the Echo as well, so both the DPSs make Jinmu's life really hard, and we didn't see that much value out of Jinmu's Fire because it was consistently being shut down. And at the end of the day, I think you have the sort of Zarya versus Winston matchup that Valiant are so well practiced in the Zarya now. They just understand the ins and outs of the Zarya, mostly because they're forced to, since Sashin is an off-tank player, but they've kind of mastered it, they're getting close to mastering it, I should say, and they look clean. That was a good opening for the Valiant.
Yeah, they absolutely do. I mean, Sashin again continuing to assert dominance with that Zarya pick. His bubble selection and timing is just utterly impeccable. for the most part there. But great performance at the beginning here for the side of the Valiant. Like you said, typically do start things off well. We'll see if they can continue it and try to move up 2-0, as we will have a second map coming up here in just a moment. Chengdu Hunters, in the meantime, need to stabilize, need to try to tie it up and not get taken to match point. We'll see if they can do it when we come back from the break. Is today? That is the question that we ask ourselves, I think, pretty much every time the Valiant take to the stage. They start things off 1-0 here in this series versus the Chengdu Hunters. A very dominant performance, 2-0 on Lijiang Tower to go ahead and get the first map. But like you were mentioning, Avril, they're known for these stronger starts. Chengdu Hunters, the onus is very much on them to bounce back and try to tie it up 1-1 as we turn our sights over to Dorado.
I think Valiant can be described as a sprinting team where, you know, maybe in the marathon run,
they start to run out of gas and start to run out of energy towards the end, but in the very early stages, they always look pretty clean, look pretty decent, look strong. Strong enough that, again, 3 times in a row we've had them lead the series 2-1. It's those last 2 maps, number 4 and 5, that always seem to get away from them. So we need to be in a position where, hey, maybe we can get a Valiant 2-0 start. That would make me feel a little bit better about their chances, because right now I don't even know if I really trust a 2-1 start from them just yet, just because it's been so long and so many times where they've had that, and it's still not quite been enough. I do very quickly, though, want to give an update for the standings department in terms of what we need to see. Because Valiant have won 1 map now, if they win 1 more map anywhere in the series, Fusion have clinched their spot in the Kickoff Clash. So, if you're a Fusion fan, you are waiting for 1 more Valiant win anywhere in this series. If Hunters can bring this one back 3-1, where Valiant do not win any more maps, Hunters must win 3-1 to remain in the next game, Spark would have to defeat Fusion 3-0 to give Hunters the clinch into the Kickoff Clash. If Fusion even win 1 map after this, if Chengdu Hunters win now, then Fusion would clinch instead. So the more Hunters lose, the less likely they are going to make it to the Kickoff Clash. It's crazy, I know.
Well, time will tell. See if they can get it done here, as the Valiant going to be starting things off on the defense. Chengdu Hunters looking for the push. We've had some rough pushes so far today. Pressure is mounting on these teams to be able to get to the ends of these maps, but even on this map in particular, we've also seen some full holds. So Chengdu Hunters cannot breathe easy. Get the leave coming out the gate on the Widowmaker in all likelihood to see if he can find some good value.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Dia versus Leave. Dia, who is definitely known as one of the top hit scan / Widowmaker players in China, certainly during Contenders China. Leave, the MVP of the previous season, hasn't had the best start so far. Chengdu in general has not had the best start so far, so a lot needs to still happen for Hunters to kind of reclaim former glory here, and they need to do so in rather convincing style, especially now deeper into the series where they are required to get a 3-1 victory. And with Nisha down early, this fight is already not looking good.
No, it is not. Leave is jumping up, looking for some line of sight here. Get a tap there onto Becky. So far, it's just been the body shots that he's been able to find. Spots him yet again, hovering up over top of the buildings, but this time Becky does have some backup in Langsa, of course. So even if he does get sniped, all likelihood, you can see that res come through, unless he gets himself situated in a very bad position for the res. Cart, in the meantime, just being inched forward through the underpass into the market. As the beam comes down, they look for a little bit more. It's going to be Jinmu taken out. Becky finding yet another kill.
In a position where you can challenge Leave here as well. You landed the stick keys, don't quite have the focus beam, but it'll come up 1 second. You'll pocket it anyway. And Los Angeles Valiant have the first couple of frags so far on our opening for Dorado. The payload distance is reasonable. Dia taking down Leave there. After the reset here for Hunters, they can look for this nano play as Monk is way ahead of Coldest.
Dia gets a nice headshot there onto Leave. Another little pick off here for the side of the Valiant to just continue draining time away. Already 2 minutes nearly gone as they look to take it a bit further. Becky nearly duplicate online. Valkyrie comes up from Langsa. He's trying to keep everybody alive. Sashin will fall. We'll see if the res can come through. Jinmu gets himself into the back lines. Coldest going to be pocketed here for the moment. Now the res comes in and Becky is there. Shuts him down and Sashin's right back into the fray like nothing ever happened. Naga falling low, pops the Primal Rage right as he gets it, and Leave will find an opening kill, taking out Coldest. The Ana now out of the fight, and that's going to be a nano boost lacking, so Becky says, okay, I'll just go ahead and give us another Ana, but Leave immediately shuts that down. Good headshot from him, takes him out of the sky and puts him back into the sky, and then Monk will take him out of it as the eliminations start to fly, and the cart can continue to advance here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. It's looking a bit scary for them there for a bit, but it seems like they have stabilized.
Really good clutch from Leave and Monk there to keep everything up and going. Coldest goes down. Like I said, Becky duplicates an Ana, so let's Leave the Ana Slayer. 2 Anas in that fight that he ended up killing. And with Linksa getting the res, still not enough for the Valiant. Slowly pushing on through for a bit of snowball momentum. Further res will be played in for Dia just to allow the LA Valiant to perhaps get a contest on this payload early as it only starts coming through that archway for the time being. But Leave is in such an advanced position. He's already looking for frags on potential rotators.
He is so far not seeing too much. See Sashin. Oh,
that hurt.
Greets him with a headshot. Becky identifying very quickly where Leave is at. Sends over some sticky bombs towards him. Sashin going to be throwing out a bubble as the Nano goes forward here on to the Echo. Antied out though, Becky. Also wary about Leave's position on that flank. As the head pulls back, gets himself situated on the high ground with the rest of the team yet again as Gaga goes diving in. Just going to be zapping away, not finding too much, but poking and prodding, trying to get the Primal online, which he now will have.
Which is important because the grab is online as well. Gaga and Hunters need to make sure that the grab is only a solo grab. You cannot have Niche or anyone else caught. Gaga actually goes for the offensive Primal, so now Sasha can drop with the grab.
Oh yeah, Cold is going to be taken down there. Grab does come through, but Jinmu just looking to push him back. Will manage to get the elimination with the help of Nisha. So Grab out, only finds Monk. Cart continuing to roll here. As Dia now jumped on the blade, going to be pulled. Chengdu Hunters just sending it, making sure they get this cap on B. Becky in a bad spot, will get cut down. Seems like Chengdu Hunters managing to persevere. Can go ahead and continue this push.
And a great play by Jinmu there as well, and good for Hunters to still maintain one support. If they lost both supports, that would have been dire. That could have been the push ended, even with Jinmu's heroics. Now we're in a sort of position where Los Angeles Valiant can respawn. They've regrouped here. Becky has an ultimate to play through, and he copies the Winston.
Yep, half a meter left to go. There's the duplicate. Just getting him another tank. Gaga making his exit as the anti does connect. Leave onto the high ground. Becky harassing out Leave. Now gets the Primal Rage. Going to be taking a nap yet again. Becky finding that when you copy the main tank, you get yourself into a pretty dire situation. Will be able to make his escape though. As Leave on the hunt. For sight rolling, wants to get that pick off, but seems like he's not going to be able to get line of sight. Instead, will look for Coldest. Tags him in the chest. Can't get the kill. And in the meantime, Becky gets Jinmu.
Becky now looking for further resolve, some decent sticks to the lead, but see if he can actually get the follow-up here. Yeah, it's got the beam, so that'll be easy with the damage boost as well. Gotta say, though, a lot of these fights for me, Monk has been playing pretty outstandingly. Another brilliant sleep coming on through. Exactly on point to make Monk. These sleeps have been giving Hunters the edge in fights, even in situations where they look like maybe they're losing. Becky, how many times has Becky specifically been slept by Monk? Chengdu now get to work a minor 5v4 before LA Valiant regroup. Okay, I don't know how that happens. That's a rare kill feed.
Yeah, nor do I. Poison trap there from DS, managing to find that elimination on the Monk.
Where was that? Like, Monk just walked into it? Like what? Like
I don't know. I really can't tell you. Gaga taking a nap inside of the church as Jinmu does get picked off. Less than a minute remaining now. Definitely is holdable here from the side of the Valiant. A couple ults banked up. Sachin trying to get that next grab online. But it will be into a rally, a nano, and a primal here from the side of the Chengdu Hunters. And with an extended fray, Jinmu can absolutely get a blade as well.
And this time is an issue now because even if Hunters cap, it's becoming unlikely that they get it all the way through C and finish the map. Looking for the right side flank now. High ground included. Nano Blade has to be the answer, but they lose Jinmu. That's awful.
That's a catastrophe.
Chengdu Hunters.
He'll be able to respawn and potentially join back in time.
But the positioning is scuffed.
Yep. Gaga just bringing the cart a little bit further forward. They already got it half a meter away. Gaga now going to pop the Primal Rage. He's trying to swat legs out of the sky, but the Valkyrie's going to be popped. Brav is a couple % off here from the side of Sasha, and Gaga does not have the Primal Rage now to try and survive that. Beating and battering Dia around. The Nano's going to be used actually to keep Dia in the fight. Goes out onto the Widowmaker. Now he turns his sight over to the rest of the Chengdu Hunters. Blade pulled Jinmu, diving in. Nanoed up, finds Coldest. Sasha killed himself off with a right click, and Becky is taken out of the sky. It seems like now with a finisher there on to Lengza, yes, they will be able to get the cap. They will get that extra minute and a half, but it was dire straits there for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, and they had to use everything in their arsenal to get it to happen.
That's one of those situations where you have to let Dia die. I'm not a big fan of these Nano Widowmakers that we sometimes have been seeing. It just doesn't do anything for you. Okay, Dia lives. What's he going to do? 1v5? Unless he does that, you've allowed Jinmu to get it with the Nano Blade now, when you could have nanoed Becky in that fight, who gets his own blade via the duplicate. I mean, Valiant, they had the win within the... You were going to kill Gaga anyway. Gaga was 100% dead. Even if Dia dies, it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Well, bit of a head scratcher there. Gaga, though, getting punished early as we fall down to 40 seconds remaining. Coldest here on the high ground, just offering up healing to the rest of the team, keeping Becky in the fight. They drop down. They get a little bit of a forward position, but they don't want to hold here. We'll go ahead, back off. Just keep control of the high ground and make sure that Chengdu Hunters have a very difficult time getting back to the cart.
I think Leave at some point needs to look towards a Reaper or a probably Soldier even. So Infrasight will come on through. That'll give Hunters the opportunity to push up. But with the final fight approaching very rapidly, I mean, it's basically there. Hunters have nothing else to work through. They need to just get this one done in the neutral.
Gaga anti-ed. Looks like they will be able to top him back up. He is again falling low. Jinmu dashing in, finds Becky, but Langsa punishes him for it, so 1-for-1. As both of the Genjis are now dead. Sasha going to be taking a nap here for the moment. The Primal Rage going to be popped. Gaga leaping forward. The sleep does connect, but Coldest and Langsa have now fallen. Valiant without their support lineup. Sasha
Grav's coming.
awake, back into the fight. He's going to be juggled into the corner here for the moment. Lee finds a headshot off screen, gets rid of Dia. The grab is online, but he holds it for a final contest. The cart moving forward, though, and somebody needs to touch. See if they can get it at all as they start making their way forward. Becky dives in, manages to hit it. But Dia now going to be swapping over onto the Tracer. The cart inching forward yet again. Langsa falling low, needs to stay glued to this, but he ends up getting dropped. And in overtime, the Chengdu Hunters will manage to close out Dorado. That grab from Sasha, never going to be seen.
Really clutch, by the way, from Chengdu to actually get both Langsa and Coldest down in that prior fight just before we got to the end point of Dorado. That's going to allow the Chengdu Hunters to continue pushing on through. The staggered death onto Sashin is brutal as well, because he just doesn't end up respawning. He dies as the OT, or maybe even during the OT, and his respawn is just so long. He's got the important ultimate that if they want to come in and contest, it's got to be via Sashin, but like I said, we're just not going to see the grab because he will not respawn. He wasn't in a position to use it even earlier in the 1v1 versus Gaga, and Gaga steals a health pack after taking Sashin down. So Chengdu Hunters will close the book via Dragon Blade from Jinmu. Looking pretty rough to start with, but Chengdu get there in the end. B was really sketchy, man, but glad that Hunters will at least take us to a time bank and now ball in the court of the Los Angeles Valiant to do the same thing so that we can actually see more Dorado.
Once more, we will go into this now. See how the Valiant fare on their own attack. For now, it looks like we're not seeing the Widowmaker hovered, but we'll see if we get there in the end. As okay.
Oh, that was the mine. Oh,
he just rotated into the bank and died.
Wow.
Unlucky.
You know, that's like a COD Claymore, but like slowly killing you over time. And he's just like, really? That's where the sniper's gonna put that? All right.
Well, now the doors will open. Dia, okay, he does end up on the Widowmaker. Just wanted to send out that recon bolt for a moment there. Recon arrow, try to make sure that, see who's going to be playing up close. Gaga for now, leaping straight down here onto the cart. Sashin going to be antied for the moment. Doesn't have a bubble to cleanse it, it would seem, but also isn't under too much fire, so is totally fine. As Leave looks for a pop shot to open things on the defense.
I will say, though, that Valiant I probably favor for A with Azaria in the low ground here, but once we get onto B, Gaga and the Hunters should be much more comfortable as Zarya really struggles to do anything on high ground. So that is the most contentious part for the LA Valiant. They need to make sure they have a lot of time going to B, because they could very well fail on that attack, and if that will be the failure point. So currently, still just waiting for the push to come on through. Jinmu being pretty annoying, though.
And Becky as well is getting right up into the faces of the Chengdu Hunters here on this high ground, trying to force their position back into the marketplace, and it seems like he will be able to do so. Cart currently sat in the underpass, hasn't been able to advance up the ramp at all yet.
Look at the nanos.
Yeah.
Monk leading by a significant margin once more. It's Monk, I think, has been a standout play on the Chengdu Hunters, even when other players haven't been quite there. Lee will answer back with a kill to Sash, but immediately himself traded.
I mean, look at the double dive here. It's so coordinated from the side of Chengdu. Gaga and Jinmu just getting straight in on top of Dia, making up for the loss of Lee. Now Link's up falling low. Sleep Dart will go out onto the enemy Winston, but the rest of the team is there to capitalize. So far, it's really good time buying from the side of the Chengdu Hunters, slowing up this card. It has not been able to move up close to the point.
Well, the fact that kill Coldest slows down the Nano even further, so Monk will have it by now. Coldest on 65 even, where a couple of minutes in, which by Overwatch 1 standards, we're like actually a minute late. I don't know if you remember Overwatch 1, we used to get Nanos in 1 minute. Now it's 2 Achilles, so things have changed between the two games, but still, even though that shifts, Hunters in a position where they've slowed the timer down enough that they are not only just ultimate advantage on Nano, but everything else. They got all the other ultimates starting to come online.
All right, here's the Nano Blade. Diving into the back, Lang's already falling low. Coldest going to be the first one to fall, but Jinmu in the end will get both supports. Sleep Dart connecting there onto Sashin as he tries to stay alive, tries to retreat, but it will not be allowed. The Chengdu Hunters are absolutely hungry for this full hold, and right now it looks like they may just be able to get it. Ults are coming up from the side of the Valiant, but there's still a primal to rally on the way for Hunters.
I gotta say, even if it's not a full hold, how are you gonna get B done with minimal time now? Let's say you get this A cap by the OT and you get 2:30 to go through B. I've already noted that this Zarya composition is not built to take B. It's not as effective as the Winston, so that's gonna be the weak part of the map. Sash and Zarya doesn't get good again until we get to C, so it's imperative that Valiant get past A immediately.
Okay, and Lee finds yet another kill. Sashin going to be taking yet another nap with a hibernation there by Monk. They will manage to capitalize and get the kill. Lynx pops the rally, but it's far too late. They can't stay alive. It instantly gets taken down, and this is devastating for the Valiant.
Okay, they get a kill though. This is a potential 5v4 when Lynx comes up. But will they get forced to pop ultimates early? They do not want to be in a situation where they have to use ults just to get payload. Hunters backing out is going to give Valiant the opportunity to get payload control, but Hunters are going to get Gaga back in as well for a true 5v5, and this one is going to get dragged into OT.
It is again the conundrum, as you said, though. How do you get to B, even if you can get this one taken care of? Rally now going to be rolling. Nisha staying alive. The ante comes in, and they will manage to find the kill. The duplicate available, and Becky goes ahead, copies the first person that he sees. That's going to be Monk. Now another Ana into the fray here. Helps keep Coldest alive. Is looking for the nano boost. It's just a little bit further away. The sleep dart not connecting, but now has the nano. He's looking for a target. He's going to throw it. Sashin going to be the recipient, and Gaga goes down. Cart still free, pushing. They will manage to hit the checkpoint and get that 2.5-minute bump up on the time bank.
Well, they get there in the end. Ends up being a pretty clutch nano by, well, not clutch nano. Well, it could have been a clutch nano, but also a clutch duplicate to keep them in the fight there. Just the extra nano coming into Sashin. Doesn't last very long because Becky loses duplicate form almost immediately, but the kills will be enough. And the initial kill into Gaga relieves pressure from the spawn camp, which allows Valiant to walk on up. But 2:30 to push through this section. Realistically, at that stage, the one good thing about Sashin is that he does have the grab, so what you can do as Valiant is force full payload control. Hunters must drop on top of you to contest, and then you get a grab play. But you still won't be able to contest high ground properly. Becky will try, but he won't have a lot of HP to work through when there's a lot of people on that high ground looking for him.
And a blade ready, being pulled. Jinmu hunting for a target, sees Langza. He's going to try to shield bash away. Put some distance between he and the Genji, but Jinmu still manages to hound him down. Sashin as well, dead. Coldest with a sliver of HP. Same with Becky. It's like the former, the latter rather, will be able to pull away. Keeps himself alive and in the fight, but that is going to be cart control here for Chengdu.
And this is the situation where, because Gaga now has Primal, he can play a lot more aggressively for the payload as well to either A, stall the payload out, which is ideal, or B, eat the solo grab, which Sashin doesn't want to have to do, but may be forced to do. No other good grab targets here. You're not going to catch those supports, so you're pretty much going to end up solo grabbing Gaga. He will Primal and stay alive, then Chengdu will be off to the races and probably get that map. So 1 minute remaining, payload distance, it's okay, but it's not enough. And they lose the member.
Bit of burst damage there, but yeah, the healing flows through. Cold is picked off. Grab now going to be used. Manages to find Lee. Becky beaming him down. Tia, a headshot. Gaga's out of the fight. Yeah, no Primal able to be used. The bubble comes in. They try to keep Becky alive and in the fight, but they cannot do so. So even though they get these picks, it seems like LA Valiant, they might not be able to get this push going because now Sashin's dead. The front line is broken down yet again, and now there's just 30 seconds remaining.
So Sashin gets a +1 on the graph. He's expected to get Gaga. He actually gets Leave as well somehow. I think Leave was maybe on that ground at the same time. Gaga doesn't Primal. It looks pretty awful for the Chengdu Hunters, but Nisha, Jinmu, they clutch it up. Valiant now, final fight territory. Sashin's finally off that Zarya. I mean, this is, to be fair, he's a Zarya player. This is not one of his heroes. Leaves on a 1v1 versus Becky.
He's trying to line it up. He's trying to do his best time impersonation, but he can't make it happen. Sticky Bomb's going forward. They take Gaga low. That's going to force the Primal. The rally rolling still from Nisha, offering up as much healing as he possibly can, but Monk still will fall. Duplicate nearly has online. They focus fire him, but they cannot break it. Now the Primal is out, and he's sending the Chengdu Hunters scattered across the map. Smacks here onto Jinmu, taking him down low, but he still manages to grab the health pack, stays alive, offers some damage back over towards Becky, who's down to 35 HP and has to go floating away. Legs in the meantime going to be eliminated. Sashin bringing the cart forward. He's just going to be swapping to the Lucio to join back into the fight a little bit faster. Lynx as well going to be matching. The nano going to be used. Becky going forward is looking for the elimination here. On to Leave. He will have it, but now he's going to be antied out still. Takes two with him. The blade, it's all on this for the side of the Chengdu Hunters if they want to hold it here, and it seems like it is worth the treat. Jinmu gets his targets identified, cuts them to bits. And Langza cannot contest the cart in time. Chengdu Hunters will win on Dorado, and that will tie us up 1-1.
Absolutely. I mean, Hunters playing towards their win conditions there. Monk consistently either outpacing or at least staying on par. I think Monk was even ahead of Coldest in nanos, but even though towards the end there, gets one up as the next one comes online just in time to deliver it to Jimmu for the Nano Blade. The LA Valiant were always going to struggle on B, but they needed a cleaner A. I think it would have been still possible to run the Zarya on B if your time from A is good and you can pressure with a grab for maximum distance on a snowball. If you can do that, things are looking okay, but Hunters blew the timer down to 0. They even spawn camped the LA Valiant on A at a certain time as well, so wasn't pretty, unfortunately, but we have seen Valiant drop this second map plenty of times. The storyline has been, the trend has been, Valiant win maps 1 and 3, and they lose maps 2, 4, and 5.
Well, we'll see if time is a flat circle and they are just destined to repeat this over and over again if they are stuck in this purgatory where those are the only maps that they can win. We're going to be turning our sights over to Midtown next. We'll see if it's there that the Valiant can set themselves up for success if they can get that win, and then if they can close it out. So don't go anywhere, guys. The game is going to continue in just a few. And welcome back, guys. We're tied up 1-1. Chengdu Hunters able to successfully defend and push on Dorado. So now we turn our sights over to Midtown, see who is going to be moving up to Series Point. Everything to play for here for both of these teams. Valiant wanting to get their first win. Chengdu hoping and vying for a spot in the kickoff clash.
And that opportunity is still alive. The dream for, I would say, both teams, technically, you know, with the series not decided, but because Hunters have not lost 2 maps yet, their dream is alive. They must now finish the series 3-1 scoreline, and then Hangzhou need to 3-0 fusion as well. Daisy coming in for Gaga. We are expecting a lot of Zarya play on Midtown. Now, we have actually seen Gaga also pick up the Zarya in the past, but it seems like we're back into the situation where it is firmly in the hands of Daisy. That's the player they want to lean on for the Zarya gameplay. You also see Innovation coming in, I believe, for Becky as well. What that signifies is that we will be playing some Mei. It's either Mei or Tracer, or hopefully not, but Sombra is also in Innovation here. Those are his 3 core heroes, with the Mei probably being top priority currently for this team, because we're not playing Tracer with Zarya. That doesn't make a lot of sense, but Mei with Zarya does make a lot of sense. And this strategy, by the way, that they're about to employ did work against Dragons. They beat the Dragons on Midtown by employing Innovation, Zarya, Brawl, shenanigans inside that tunnel. Keep an eye on that underpass. It's like the car wash strategy on Gibraltar, if you know what I'm talking about, when you hide in Mei, you have the side room, and it's hard to push into them, but they can stall the payload forever. That's the strategy that Valiant used to beat Dragons on this map.
I mean, hey, you said Gibraltar. I think of also Route 66. Use it right in that initial cave on the low ground. Can also go ahead and
that works.
Delay forever there. The old Orisa bunker set up with it as well. Just be an absolute terror, an absolute pain in the rear, but okay, I was going to say, I mentioned Orisa for a moment. Have I spoken this into existence? But no, Sashin will go back over to the Zarya.
Bro, if you want to play Orisa, you lose. And here's the other thing. There's another reason why you're not going to play Orisa in this matchup, is because Orisa truly does suck into Zarya. It is, I think, even hard countered by Zarya. So, no, you would normally never play Orisa anyway, but you would especially never play Orisa into a Zarya, because you know Daisy is in. And Daisy, no, is not going to be playing Doomfist. So, LA Valiant, they defend first, which means, assuming Chengdu actually do cap A, we will be seeing that sort of, what would you even call the strat? The underpass, like, stall strat with the Mei? We will be seeing that on B.
I mean, I guess without the Orisa, it's just like the poor man's bunker, you know? Is basically what it is. But
it's not even really a bunker, though. It's more like a brawl here, because you're not really... Yeah. You are bunkering, but you're kind of just like a stall brawl. It's the stall brawl, I don't know.
The frost trap, I guess. We'll call it
frost trap. I like it. Okay.
Innovation's throwing up the wall. Not going to be able to cut anybody off. Just going to leave a couple of these right clicks in. Get on top of leave here. Jinmu pushing up onto the high ground. Innovation safe for now. Now has the ice block off cooldown as well, in case he gets into a dire situation.
Chengdu taking Fire Station control. Still just poking for now. They want to set leave up on some high ground, then push in again. Nano should be the first ultimates coming up. This time both of the Ana players are neck and neck, so both Nano should be coming up at the same time to be used.
Jinmu popping the deflect, not finding too much to bounce back. Ice wall does go up. Getting him off, segregating him from the rest of the team, but he's continuing to play around the back end of the fire truck here, so does not get caught, does not take too much damage, and now that's an opening kill as Dia will be the first to fall. Leaf finding that elimination. Sashin as well in a dangerous situation. Loses out on both of his bubbles, gets focus fired. Now the Chengdu Hunters should be able to make their way over onto the point and get this cap going through.
And the real unfortunate timing here is Sashin dies just as Coldest gets the Nano, so there was no chance to save Sashin. I believe if Sashin dies slightly slower, Coldest gets the Nano slightly faster. You Nano Sashin, there's still a player that you can play the 4v5 potentially, and then Hunters end up using a bunch of ultimates. Even if Valiant lose, they force ultimates out of Hunters, which is important, whereas now, Hunters technically cap for free because they did not spend for that cap. So this is really good for the economy of Hunters moving forward.
That it is. Cart starting to make its way out here onto the streets. Dart not going to connect there from Monk. Let's see when the Valiant decide it's the time to strike.
Should be a visor.
Yeah. Ivy for getting ready to come through as far as the ult are concerned, but okay, grab goes in, they catch leave, the sound barrier shielding is there, but there's so much focus fire that he does end up falling. The same can be said, however, for Dia. And Jinmu with the blade takes out Innovation as well. Good trade up here from the side of the Chengdu Hunters as they look to break through this position. If they can win this team fight, they might be able to get this cart all the way through the underpass and not have to worry about that brawl, about that frost trap. With the fight victory, they can start charging forward.
Yeah, it turns out Chengdu Hunters are playing the Rogue class and they actually disarmed it. I don't play it well, so you can correct me if I'm wrong there, but my point moving forward is the fact that Hunters had so much... Oh, well, I've done it. And again, I don't play well. Chengdu Hunters, they have the economy to push on through, because usually what would happen is LA trap you in a low economy game, they force you to use ultimates on A, and then maybe they win that fight based on low economy, play the neutral, May is pretty good in the neutral right, and then they can trap you in the underpass. Now, things are getting bad, but there is an opportunity. If LA Valiant win this fight, and they win enough fights, that the payload moves back under the underpass, then we're back in the frost trap zone again. And it is sliding.
Yep. Starting to slide. It'd be funny if it actually had, physics. So, like, when it's on a slope like that, it slides back a little bit faster.
Yeah, but there's no wheel, so technically we're not, there's no actual friction between the thing and the ground, so...
That's a fair point. We don't really know how it works exactly. Just all these hover vehicles. I don't even know what year Overwatch takes place in, now that I think about it.
Why aren't all the players
questions that I have.
How come only Zen in the vehicles hover? Anyway.
Well, we'll have to wait and find out another time, I suppose. Dia, he jumped on Leave on the flank, looking to take him down. He's fully occupying this entire visor. Eventually the kill will come in, and maybe Nisha has overstepped. He has. And so will help find that assist kill. Because now the rest of the Chengdu Hunters have to escape. A little bit of chip damage going out on the Jinmu, but it seems like he will be able to keep his life intact.
And we're in another situation where we've seen the Mei versus kind of Blade situation before. This could actually be a Nano Visor. I think if you're Monk and Hunters, you actually forego the Nano Blade in favor of the Nano Visor, because you do not want Jinmu caught with the Nano Blade inside of the Blizzard. You would like to have your damage come from long range instead. That being said, how do you aggress this high ground? Usually a Blade would be the best to aggress the high ground. Oh my goodness, Innovation slept.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, slept but able to be woken up. Yeah, he's got that, so keeps himself alive. Sasha now dangerously low. He is antied out. Grab comes through. They'll lob it onto Jinmu, and yeah, Deflect is not going to help you against Zarya. Sasha pushes forward, finds an elimination. Tac Visor now out from Lee, falls low. They manage to keep him alive for a little bit longer, but they get him surrounded. They manage to take him down. The sleep from Innovation, just onto Innovation rather, just a little bit too late. The cleanup is there. Now it's a minute and a half remaining as the Valiant hold on to this Blizzard.
And you can see that's why you don't want to invest into the Nano Blade, right? Because it's not just the Blizzard. The Grav also prevents your Nano Blade from doing anything. So the Nano Visor is a lot safer in an environment where the Blade has so many capabilities from the other team to shut down the Blade. So not ideal for the Hunters in that line of play. Now, Blizzard's still up now, but there is also Grav plus Sound Barrier. So if Blizzard does come down offensively, the barrier should allow you to get out.
Jinmu dashing straight up into the air, looking for that final tag to go ahead and finish him off. They can't get it. Grab comes in. Sashin going to be focus fire. The Blizzard zoning the rest of the team back, but it doesn't help keep the tank alive. Valiant now pulling away, looking to reset and recontest as the cart starts inching forward yet again. Inside of the Chengdu Hunters, who are running out of time. Dia taken down. Cold is going to be taking a nap. The push forward. Jinmu is good for the kill. Cuts through Innovation as well. Forces him into the ice block, and there's no one to occupy the cart. Hangzhou will now die. Has to reset. It's 2 minutes and 4 seconds in the time bank now for the side of the Hunters to finish the map.
You can see that Dia was the only remaining win condition there for the LA Valiant, and with him taken down by Jinmu, it just all falls apart quite quickly. Another brilliant play by Monk to take down his counterpart. Easier alley-oop play to just collect coldness on the floor. So the strongest part of Valiant's team composition is now left on the lake side. We're now also looking towards a part of the map where you can start maybe looking at Echo. If Jinmu decides to, use the Blade and go into Echo, is really strong for this last part, a lot of high ground, low ground play. This is where I think the Mei starts to get decreased value, although there are still chokes to play through. Again, when you lack the high ground control, the Mei starts to feel a bit poor.
Dia falling low, keeps himself topped up. Nano out on the Jinmu. Blade nearly online, now has it. Does he pull it? The answer for now is going to be no, as he does get taken down rather low, and they lose out on Dicey in the front line. Sasha eventually will get in on top of the Genji, finds that kill. He himself is in danger at the moment, but seems like they've got Leave zoned and killed, so we'll be able to stay alive, pushes forward for a little bit more, trying to get as many staggers as they possibly can. Monk somehow staying alive. Bubbles coming through from Dicey, help keep him in the fight, and now the Valiant have to pull back.
Sashin on 100 energy, though. I think Daisy might have been reset there. I can't remember if he died or not, but Jinmu didn't pull the blade. He did. Well, there you go. 0 energy for Daisy. That will be heavily in the favor of Sashin moving to the next fight. Jinmu still has blade. Couldn't pull it because, well, he got visored, and now...
Instantly comes through. Now, again, it's the grab to greet him, locks him in place, and the cleanup is there. The Valiant instantly find 3 kills. Hangzhou taking a little nap on the corner. That's fine. Nisha keeps the card contested for here for just a moment, but needs to try to escape. Looks like he's just elusive enough.
Staggered,
no, he's not. Staggered at the very end with just 15 seconds left to go. Massive pick off there for the Valiant.
Jinmu, mate. Jinmu's even gone main. No, he's going to Tracer. Here's a really important thing. Innovation. 1 Blizzard on the payload should prevent the touch or prevent anyone from getting value on the touch, and that could get you the win. Visor from Lee straight away. They're looking for early kills. Sash is in trouble.
Okay, well, they make their way over to the cart, but now the Blizzard's going to be greeting them. Nisha going to be taken down. Leave with attack fires. They're finding Lings and trading out the Lucios. Now it's going to be some pointless, though, from the side of the LA Valiant. It might not matter.
Just Jinmu.
It's just Jinmu left alive, and yeah, he gets that kill, but he can't make it back to the cart. The hold will be completed here from the Valiant. Still a good amount of distance given up, though. We'll see how the Chengdu Hunters fare on the defense.
Respectable by Valiant to prevent any major movement from the Hunters on C, but again, their major win condition was to prevent a cap onto B, and they never got to actually play what this composition was designed for, and that is to trap the payload in the underpass. Never happened. Poor economy management and missed timings on A sadly cost them both A, but then also gave Hunters a brilliant snowball on B. And, you know, in a massive alt economy fight, it does also come down to who uses what when and who's getting what kind of value out of the particular ultimates they were using. So Valiant, sadly, I think they got no one with that Blizzard either on that B defense. So that one massive ultimate fight on B, to me, probably was the one fight that dictates the rest of the entire map. However, now that we swap sides, can Valiant do something with this to get the pushes across the line and get that cap onto C? The Mei, I think, no longer has like insane value as it would on the defense. You'll have to kind of play this one like a regular brawl composition. Use your ice walls to trap Daisy and isolate them out so that Valiant can maybe get a kill on members like that. You're probably not going to get anyone else, right? Leaf's too far away. Jinmu can dash out. Supports are going to be way on the back line. So the only person you can wall and isolate is going to be Daisy.
Gates opening up. Dia just going to be sending out the recon arrow. See what they can spot. Swap back over now to the Reaper as they start making their way forward towards the point.
I like the Reaper here.
Hunters playing back, just pulling back through the train cars. Jinmu going to poke up over the top.
You do need to be very front-loaded in this kind of environment because if you're going to be running at the other person in terms of using a Mei wall, you have to have the Reaper and Dia's going deep.
Oh, where they are. Trying to get in on top of them, and Daisy instantly surrounded. The Valiant feast upon the enemies here. Sleep will also fall. Clean up onto Monk, and yeah, they deny the exit, the wall from Innovation. Perfect to block Nisha in, and that is the cap in record time from the side of the Valiant.
It's brilliant execution, exactly how you want to play this composition. I would even argue that maybe Coldest could go back to the Moira, but you know, I think that Ana is typically better in this meta just as a hero in a vacuum, so we'll forget about the Moira. That was a map 1 strategy. Focusing on this now, just the core of the Lucio, Zarya, and Mei Reaper can be pretty powerful, and they're snowballing through as well. They don't quite have any major ultimates coming online compared to Hunters. That's probably the only downside of Valiant winning the fight so quickly.
Cart now moving through the initial gateway. Jinmu trying to play forward. A little bit of damage there from Sashin tickling him, but the anti goes out 1 to 2. Jinmu's got to back off. Moves it back over to the high ground with the rest of the squad. The wall comes up just to try to cut off their line of sight for a little bit longer as the cart will start sliding down.
Blizzard.
Does nearly have it. Just 12% left to go from Innovation. TP up onto the top there from DF for just a moment. Not going to find too much. Has to make an exit rather quickly.
So this is a situation now where, okay, first can Leave actually get this kill or not? Dia, no shift maybe? No shift indeed. They're nano anyway, so they're going to commit. This has to be a Blizzard fight now.
Yep, he shifted out, so couldn't use it to try to exit yet again. Push down onto the low ground here from Sasha. The grab now online, but he can just hold it. Dicey has been eliminated. Turn their sights over to Jinmu. Managed to save Coldest's life. Picks up the kill there with the Bionade. Now the cart can continue to just cruise through. 4 minutes, 25 seconds still remaining here for the side of the Valiant. Chengdu Hunters, a plethora of ultimates to try to utilize with the grab and that sound barrier not too far away. But can they get them in time?
All can be counted. You have Blizzard, you have Grav, so Innovation actually ends up not using the Blizzard because they just win it with a nano assassin. Sound barrier counters Leave and also Jinmu. There goes Linksa.
Sound barrier is out. Dicey again, focus fired. Leaf will get cold. This
it?
is looking for a bit more value. Grab comes in, they lock him in place. Jinmu with the blade zoned out for the moment as the blizzard expires. He's looking for another target, but ends up getting frozen on the back end of it.
Yep.
The cart will be able to cruise into the station. That's point B snatched up, and it's over 5 minutes for the Valiant here. That is absolutely monstrous.
It's just better ultimates from Valiant. I mean, I talked about the economy not being great for them on defense. How about the offense? On the offense, their stocks are rising up. It's through the roof. It's off the charts here. Every single good ultimate that they needed, exactly when they needed. Nothing from the Hunters in their bank was going to be useful because there was a relevant counter on the other side. Dicey finally gets a grab. What value can we get out of this? Jinmu's even gone towards the mate, but he doesn't have the Reaper buddy to help him out, so it's just a worse version of what Valiant are playing.
Dia waiting above so far. Unscouted. Looks like now he will be spotted as he turns the corner. Says hello to Monk. He's just going to go dropping in on top of them, though. Manages to find two. Into the ice block goes Jinmu just to stay alive. Will manage to do so, but the rest of the team is absolutely torn asunder. Dia comes up massive. The Valiant cruise through. They make it look easy on Midtown as they bring us to a 2-1 scoreline. Match point in their pockets. The onus is on the Chengdu Hunters to try to push back to still close out a victory.
That's a 5-head, 5 AM composition designed by the one and only No Hill. So No Hill designed a composition right there, you know. Expensive, just like the handbags. We'll see if it will be able to get them an eventual series win. What I can say now is, congratulations, Philadelphia Fusion. You have officially clinched the Kickoff Clash. Chengdu can no longer get into Kickoff Clash, but they can still salvage this matchup and get a win for the overall season standings. Valiant, for the 4th time in this stage, are at match point with a 2-1 scoreline. Is it 4th time lucky? Is it going to slip through their fingers again?
We'll have to just wait and see, but I mean, Valiant in the past, they taketh, this time they giveth. So there you go, breathe easy, Fusion. Going to be feeling pretty good about that one, and I'm sure now Fusion fully cheering for the Valiant to go ahead and finish the job. We'll see if they can get it done as we have New Queen Street coming up next. The Valiant, if they can win there, they will have their first series win in so very long, not since 2020. It has been 23 attempts. This is the 24th attempt right now to try to get that win. We'll see if they can close it out or if the Chengdu Hunters can make them sweat a little bit more, take them into a Game 5 when we come back for Push. And here we are, yet again, familiar territory, Avril, as the Valiant are on match point. Push is coming up next. We've got New Queen Street to determine whether or not there's a Game 5, or if they can finally breathe the longest, deepest sigh of relief that anyone will ever exhale. We will find out here in just a few minutes as we get ready to go into this game. But I can tell you, taking a look at it, there are no swaps on either side. You're going to be having the same 5 players from Midtown going forward into Push.
Yeah, I mean, it is so hard to trust the Valiant here, though. You so desperately want to trust the Valiant in every single time they get to the 2-1. You're like, this is it. This is going to be the moment. You've waited nearly 2 years to see Valiant take a single match win again. 631 days. 23 matches in a row is the current loss streak. D is smiling. He's pumped. He finally gets the opportunity to win as a starting player in the Overwatch League after having departed from the Shanghai Dragons in 2019. He's a veteran player, but he hasn't had the best run in OWL, and this is meant to be the comeback year. But can they actually do it? The final game for them in the first stage. Look, even if they don't do it here, there's more stages, but you'd love to do it here. It's a full round robin. If a Valiant to go home with no wins would be so sad for them when they, I think, clearly look better than 7th place in APAC. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, I absolutely do agree. The Valiant of last season was the worst team in Overwatch League history that we have ever seen. They were worse than the 0-42 Shanghai Dragons, 0-40 Shanghai Dragons, because obviously those other 2 losses were with the updated roster in 2019. They were worse. Now they actually can contest. They look a hell of a lot better. This is a legitimate lineup that they have going on right now. It's just about when can they get the victory. Who is it against? Right now, it looks like it absolutely could be against Chengdu Hunters as Jinmu's back in the sky.
Well, here's the thing, is that's a reasonable read from Jinmu considering they expect the Innovation May. What can you play against that? They probably also expect the Dia Reaper. They don't know that Dia is actually on the Soldier here. You would actually expect the Reaper because the May Reaper combo with the Zarya works. So now that Dia is on the field of Soldier, that's going to put a little bit more pressure onto Jinmu, but he's still pocketed anyway. So as long as he plays range well enough, he should be okay. This is meant to be a positive matchup into the May, which means Hunters have a soft counter comp.
Innovation already getting focused. Leave. It's on top of him. Not quite sure exactly where he was, but ends up falling. Coldest as well, zoned back as he gets antied. And bot for now, going to be taken by the Chengdu Hunters. Contest comes in pretty quickly though, so not getting too much distance. Just that 6 meters or so that they have right now. Langsa, caught. Got stuck on the wall there, it would seem, for just a moment. Smacked up against the window. And ends up going down.
What do we have here? Just a little bit of push coming through. Nothing to write home about just yet. It's not even at the 20% mark. Not a lot of ultimates to speak of. Both Leave and Jinmu about to crest the 70% mark, and Coldest will actually be the first there, considering LA Valley have been losing and taking more damage. Jinmu in trouble, but he'll back out.
Yeah. Does manage to make his exit. Red's obviously also very much available if it's not the worst spot to try to go for it. Rockets coming down over the top, softening up Sasha there. But cannot get that elimination, but like you say, builds up the ult very quickly here, very steadily dive into the back line. He's looking for the target, but the bubbles comes in and Diaz got the return fire. Manages to find that elimination, doubles down, gets another one, jumps in on top of Leave. Man, the Helix Rocket melee combo. The eliminations come through. Monk, the last one to fall with the extended team kill. That'll be the Valiant now in control of the cart, pushing forward, taking the lead.
That was some real Dia Chaj gameplay. I mean, he stares a barrage in the face and just defeats Jinmu. And Jinmu had a bubble for what it's worth. Dicey absolutely put one in there. Dia powers through regardless. It's huge now for the Valiant as they will double the distance. To be fair, pretty minimal distance from Chengdu, but Ultimate's coming online big time for both teams. This is going to be a very bloody fight.
That it is. Tac Visor's there. Jinmu stranded. Can't get out the safety. Leave, however, with a return visor of his own, will find Coldest. DPS for a support, and Leave continues to send them back, running away, heading for the hills. Looks for another target. Looks like he'll find Innovation. Goes low. Helix Rocket's a little bit too early. Try to get the punish there onto the main. Wall comes up to block line of sight, and that does allow him to escape with his life intact for now.
And the interesting thing about having Nisha on this Mercy is obviously you are going to pocket Jinmu, but when Leave goes to the visors, could be a nano visor, you can add more damage with the blue beam on top of it. So there's going to be a trade here. D in the backlines has finally been dealt with. The trader from Innovation. There is no res, so the Blizzard comes on through.
I lied, there is a res. Yeah, grab right there from Sashin, catches Daisy. They manage to get that elimination. Sashin follows up for another, this time finding Monk. Innovation, and dodging around from these rockets, trying to stay elusive as much as possible. Now trying to find Nisha, take him out of the sky. He's got a sliver left. One bullet from Dia would have done the job, but hasn't managed to find that connection yet. Dia will instead get Jinmu, and Sashin's there for the other component in the Pharmacy duo. Now the bot again, going to start pushing, stretching the lead for the Valiant.
Could be a cap. Yeah, should be the checkpoint coming through now here. Another fun fact for you Achilleos in the audience. Valiant so far this season have never won New Queen Street. Every single time they play New Queen Street has resulted in a loss. Can this be their first? 57-18, that's checkpoint confirmed. Here comes Jimmy for the barrage.
Looking to block his entry. He's setting up for it, but he gets taken down out of the sky. A fly swatter connects an Innovation. It's sort of the Mosquito. Coldest, however, melted. Leave. It's on top of him, manages to find some nice damage. But now Nisha does end up falling as well. So a support for a support. Jinmu still trying to rejoin with the rest of the team, trying to set up for that barrage and stop the push, which has continued. Now 67.6 meters here for the side of the Valiant, but with Innovation and Sashin going down, that opens up a good amount of space here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters to get the spot moving up.
And importantly as well, the ultimate's coming online for the Hunters. Nisha's gone towards Lucio, so no more pocketing. It's likely that either Nisha has to die here and respawn as the Mercy, or Jinmu's actually going to get off the Pharah after the next barrage. But not hoping for a lot to happen from the next barrage, because, again, well, you don't have the Mercy pocketing you this time, and we've seen what happened the last time the barrage came on through. Hunters still lead in ultimates, though, and they need to get these ultimates high value to push up to their own checkpoint and cap.
Team jumped on there for just a moment. The rocket barrage comes in. Sashin, however, will fall, and Innovation goes down off the back of that as well. Jinmu now right in on top of the supports. The sleep dart from Coldest will be nice to stop the onslaught for a little bit longer, but Dicey still gets the elimination. Moving up the checkpoint. Ready to be met here in just a little bit for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. The distance really growing, and the delta between the two teams very much is shrinking.
I mean, Lever's a very long way away. You can see on the minimap here, or rather just on the map, he's super far off. Valiant now have Blizzard incoming. Is also going to be the grab. They can roll this very effectively. Dia even.
Oh, he uses his visor. He ends up dying to Leave. Sleeve just pops it. He's still quite far away, though. He can't find another target. The bot, in the meantime, shifts back away from that checkpoint. Valiant, a little bit of a second lease on life. Sashin falling low. The grab going to be lobbed in. Gets the catch onto Daisy. He's isolated away from the rest of the squad. They can't get on top of him to try to heal him back up. They get that elimination. Bot, again, now just going to be sat still. Shifting forward here for the Valiant's side. Their efforts coming to fruition, but ult right there. It's going to be the grab for Daisy. Valiant still a very long way away from another ult.
Well, that's the problem, right? Because Innovation added the extra Blizzard when the grab initially from Sashin was probably enough. They already got an advantage from that, and they decide to pop in extras, which won't really give them enough fuel to make it further. So it's likely that, you know, Hunters will be able to grab this one back, and we're getting to the 2-minute mark as Valiant's lead is, what, 12-ish meters. It's going to allow Hunters to push up very quickly on the spot, but still, if the OT hits and Hunters don't have control, things will get difficult.
Well, they're looking for the pinch here, and Jinmu goes so very low. That bubble coming up from Daisy, helping to keep him alive. Grab now going to go in, manages to catch two. Leave finds Sashin. Dia now on the ground, trying to escape. Low HP, but grabs that Mega Pack. Manages to stay alive. In the meantime, Coldest came up with 2 kills for himself. Monk and Nisha both taken out of the fight. The bot now shifting back in favor of the Valiant, and this could be it. There's a minute and 18 seconds left, and they're gaining more distance over the Hunters.
No tank, though. They have to wait for Sashin. Unfortunately, when Chengdu come back in, they come back as 5. LA only have 4. Huge plays by Dia. He was caught in the grab, still survives, still finds kills, and instantly you'll see the bot back in the hands of the Chengdu Hunters. So this is part of the gameplay push as well, where if you win these fights but you don't have members alive, you're going to have to give up control. And that's even if one person dies.
Bot is contested. Innovation trying to play around the back. Blizzard 30% away. Tac visor from Dia 21. Leaf will have his a little bit sooner, it would seem, and they do have the nano boost to go with it, but it needs to be absolutely massive. A good opening kill now as Innovation will fall. Monk is hugging back behind the bus, keeps himself alive, but they lose out on Nisha in the meantime. Monk's attention being occupied means that he cannot help keep his co-support alive. In the meantime, Dicey's going to fall. Dia finds that elimination. He's got his pocket heals right there. Jinmu will get Sashin with the trade out on the Zarias. Sleep pops the visor, looks for another target, but doesn't manage to find too much of anything. The Valiant have scattered to the winds, but now he gets himself in behind Coldest. The Helix rocket assassination plays out quite nicely here for him, as now Langza in a bit of a rough spot, falling lower and lower, but he makes it a 1-for-1. Bot going to be contested. They're still not quite yet to the checkpoint. Sashin Jury joining in here, offers up some bubbles of innovation. There's the checkpoint achieved, but now the bot has to take a break as we enter into OT.
Look at Blizzard, there's ultimates coming on live. There should be Valiants. If there is a dream, then you better start dreaming. This is the ultimates coming on live for Valiant. They have 4 Hunters, have nothing. If there's a place to win, Valiant can do it now.
The bubbles are massive. Dia, however, still going to fall. Monk snipes out that kill. The ults are here, however, for the Valiant. The bot now pushing through. Wall goes up, not going to block too much of anything. Bubble on the knee should try to keep him alive.
Here it comes.
The barrier used. He doesn't have it now. That's going to be the Blizzard thrown down. The freeze is there. Innovation right clicks heads. And they've actually managed to make it happen. The LA Valiant, after so many attempts, will manage to get their first match victory. It has been so many years in the making, over 600 days. But they finally can breathe easy. Dia as well in particular, netting himself that first victory here in the league. Utterly incredible from him here on the last map. Valiant fans around the world can collectively sigh in relief. The win is theirs.
It's been so long, Ilios. I feel like I've been aged. I feel like this entire organization, everyone following them, you've been aged. It's been bittersweet. All of the past couple of years, the losses, so many losses. Waiting for this moment, but it is unequivocally now so sweet to finally get that first win on the board. 5 matches this season we've waited. 3 of which went to a map 5 after a 2-1 lead. 4th time lucky, 4th time for the LA Valiant. Luck is probably not even a factor at this stage. They were simply the better team today. The May strategies worked. No Hill's 5 AM compositions worked. Dia gets a win as a starter. It all comes around. And oh my goodness, Achilles, I think our own personal journey with the LA Valiant from all of last year, looking at how this org was, how they played, all the unfortunate things that happened in terms of what led up to this space, and now to finally get this win, it feels like it starts to become worth it. Chengdu gave Valiant their very first map win last year, and now Chengdu this year will give the Valiant their very first match win.
Well, there you have it. I mean, you can still see a smile there from the side of Jinmu's face, so it doesn't seem like he and the rest of the team are too perturbed. I think they were aware that by this point they'd already been eliminated from contention in the kickoff clash. But, I mean, this is just vindication for the Valiant fans who've been waiting so long, who had to suffer through last year. For you and I, who had to cast the lion's share of those matches last season.
Yep, we did.
For them to get this win. And my heart has to go out to Dia here. I can't even imagine how great this feels right now in this moment. Being a part of, a roster that wasn't able to get any wins, coming in kind of inheriting now a loss streak on the Valiant. He manages to make it happen. And he will be our player of the match for very good reason. This isn't just about storyline. The man performed.
Absolutely on a plethora of picks as well. Well, to be fair, just the ones that he's known for, the hit scans we saw, the Widowmaker, his signature Soldier, obviously the Reaper working out brilliantly, and I think it's just staying the course. Valiant knew, No Hill knew, the head coach, they knew they had something working because they'd reached the precipice of getting a win so many times. It's just about staying the course and understanding, okay, we flubbed it, we mis-executed, but the strategy is sound. Dia is sound. Dia is a phenomenal player. He might have been completely missing for the last year. He didn't want to join the LA Valiant last year. He was offered a position, didn't join the LA Valiant last year because he wanted to wait for the right opportunity. He didn't want to be part of that 0-16 run through the 2021 season. No Hill got him onto this team and promised them they would turn the franchise around, and dare I say, today is the day it starts turning around.
Yep, I mean, great numbers coming in here from the side of Dia, just sticking through the whole way, keeping his head held high. I mean, you have to expect, we're talking about the storylines here, how it's often that the Valiant can't get their wins on maps 2, 4, and 5. I think that the players are quite well aware of that, as we are. So that pressure has to be building in the back of your brain when you're playing that series, and to be able to stay focused, not think about the curses that could exist, the other outside forces that might lead you to end up throwing a map and not being able to close out a series in a Game 5 yet again. It's good to see that everybody was level-headed the whole way through, played it, with their hearts on their sleeves, and were finally able to get the win. Just nothing but congratulations here to the side of the Valiant. They finally done it.
It's officially now been 0 days since the LA Valiant's last match when we reset the counter, ladies and gentlemen. 631 down to 0, 23 match loss streak down to 0. We are now on officially a 1-match win streak.
There you go. 1-match win streak indeed for the side of the Valiant. We've got plenty more to talk about, though, with this series before we throw the show over to the other casters and to the final series. So myself and Avril will return. I'm sure we're just going to gush a little bit more about how good this moment is for the Valiant and maybe a little bit about the future for this team when we come back from the break. So don't go anywhere, guys. We will continue in just a bit.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
And we are back, and it still feels oh so sweet. The Valiant able to get their first match victory in forever. A 3-1 over the Chengdu Hunters, who can just go ahead, buckle down, and try to get ready for the next stage here in the 2022 season. But I do want to give a quick shout out. Dia, our player of the match, vindication for him, having not been able to get any wins in the Overwatch League when he was on the Shanghai Dragons, comes in and is able to get one here today. But my shout out, I want to give it, I think if somebody in the chat, one of the fans can do this for me, make a player of the match card and just put Tezande. Make up some stats. The man's been cheering for this team for so long. He's always there. He is always, even sometimes foolishly saying it's going to be an easy 3-0, etc. The man has never once backed down from talking up this squad. He, I think, is the player of the season for this squad, for never doubting them, for never losing faith.
Sometimes when you look at fan bases, and I think most set fans, if you're hardcore, you'll say, oh, I think I'm the X and Y biggest fan of, this organization.
Oh,
but I think for the LA Valiant, no one can actually say that except for Tay. This is the only team, the only fan base where I can clearly say, no, it only belongs to Tay, and everyone else is simply second, third, or whatever number afterwards. It simply is just Tay at the right at the top. Been there since 2018. Has stood with his team ever since through all the turmoil. Has basically watched every single game live as well. Like, that's incredible, even outside of his own time zone. It's something to behold. And if you ever think your team's doing poorly, and if you ever think, man, I wish I wasn't a fan of this team, or I think negative thoughts about my team, just remember, what would Tay do? What kind of ironclad mental would Tay have to have gone through all of that and still be here to witness the Valiant's first win in nearly 2 years? Outstanding.
And it's good that he did get to witness it, because for a while we were monitoring the chat when it started looking like maybe the Valiant are going to be able to do this. They move up, they get the 2-1 lead. Is this going to be it? I don't see Tezande in the chat. Is Tay not here today? Oh my god, is it Tay's fault, actually? Was he always the problem? No. He shows up before the end, and they're able to get the victory. So it's Tay's love and blessing, I suppose, that still, in the end, helps them get that first match victory under their belts. Incredible to see. But this is a major shakeup here in the region now. It is. The Circle of Suck, as it's called, needs to be updated a little bit more now that Valiant have their first win under their belt.
What is it now? The Lollipop is suck, which ironically, what else are you meant to do with the Lollipop? So I guess there's that. I do want to talk about this next match briefly before we go to the break and hand it over to Dan McHugh and Leg Day to take us through the Philadelphia Fusion versus the Hangzhou Spark. Here are the stakes involved, so pay attention. There is still a shot for Fusion to move up the standings. If Spark win at all any scoreline, they are #1 seed guaranteed, no ifs, buts, or maybes. If the Fusion win, they must win with a 3-1 scoreline to get 3rd seed instead of 4th seed. And if they can win hard enough, if they can win even harder, then I guess it doesn't change. They still are 3rd seed and 4th seed. But if they win 3-2 instead of 3-1, then Hangzhou actually gets 2nd seed. So that's something that has to be really clear here. The difference between Spark being 4th seed and 2nd seed is literally the difference between a 3-1 result and a 3-2 result with Fusion winning. But again, if Spark win, they are #1 guaranteed. Fusion, you are looking for a 3-0 or a 3-1.
I think at this point the Fusion is looking for a 3-anything, honestly, Avril, because the last couple series have been a bit rough around the edges for them after a really hot start in the season. So, yeah, I think they're going to be fighting tooth and nail just to get the win. The scoreline after that is just going to be, icing on the cake if they can make it happen.
The win will be for the fans.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
If it's a 3-2, it'll be a win for the fans. It doesn't change anything in the standings, but it'll be a nice win for the fans. But it's good to know that even with a 3-1, you can move up the standings still, so it's not over.
Yeah. Well, it's still, certainly going to be a bit of a challenging series for them, as the Hangzhou Spark have been in conversation this whole way throughout as potentially the #1 team here in the league. And a lot of teams vying for that position. We'll see who is able to get it. We'll see if the Fusion are going to be able to move up a little bit more. Either way, they're locked in for the kickoff clash. This is bound to be a bit of a buck wild series, so I'm looking forward to watching that one. But that's going to be it for myself and Avril. We're going to go relax. We're going to go pop some champagne after that Valiant win and enjoy it. And we'll be watching with you guys there in the chat. So we hand over to Leg Day and Lemon Kiwi to guide you through the last series of the week. That's going to be kicking off in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back from the break. It's the Double L serving you the final match of the day. The Hangzhou Spark versus the Philadelphia Fusion. Now, the stakes relatively low. This is all about seeding, but Avril stresses. You heard him. How stressed he was about how important seeding is. They want to get to the top to have the best chances in the kickoff clash going down next week.
Yeah, a lot of APAC fans are winning today, Lemon. We have seen the LA Valiant have picked up their first win in over a year. It's been a dismal run for them, but finally elation has struck, and also it's been a gift to the Philadelphia Fusion there. They don't have to secure their own fate anymore, Lemon. Now the 4th seed is guaranteed, but they can still move up to 3rd if they can perform well here against the Hangzhou Spark, who there's a lot of weird math involved. It could be 1st seed, 2nd seed, or even 4th seed if they get trounced by Fusion.
And who even knows? Like, your Preds are all in the toilet. If anyone Predded Valiant besides Taezonde, he's allowed to. If anyone Predded Valiant over Chengdu, you're crazy. Sometimes Chengdu and sometimes Cheng cannot. So it'd be like that, and your Preds are in the toilet. But let's take a look at our starting rosters to see who's kicking off our first map of Ilios. So, what's interesting here is we've been seeing some off-tanks make their appearance, especially for the utilization of that Zarya.
Yeah, the Zarya and the Diva, interestingly, in APAC appear on Ilios. On Lighthouse in particular, a lot of teams like to run the Diva, and of course that is where Fury's most specialized. But universally, Lemon, in both APAC and North America, teams are pivoting towards these Zarya compositions, often accompanied by a Reaper in North America, but it's a little bit here and there. In APAC, sometimes we see things like an Echo alongside it. Sometimes we do see the Reaper, especially in the case of the Shanghai Dragons. But in the case of a Philadelphia Fusion, with MN3 in here on Ilios, I'm expecting to see a little bit of the APAC source, which is usually the Ashe, which is good for that kind of mid to long range poke, and also can provide what is essentially another tank to try and contest a point with the Bob, but also has their weaknesses in that they have a lot of downtime, and often they have trouble securing a kill when people are often engaging at a range where physical cover can easily be scurried into.
Yep, and while Carpes be swimming with the fishes, MN3 can also be in for the Soldier, so expect some Soldier or some Ashe. While a Zest, although he was AFK, he is at his keyboard, ready to go. He's been sporting the Echo, which I'm loving the APAC approach of, instead of the Zarya Reaper that NA loves to do, it's a Zarya and Echo, same premise of bubbling and then engaging after that. Let's go see what Hangzhou now have cooked up with their starting roster. I believe they also have Bernard. Yes, their off-tank will be coming in, and Bernard is a funny case, a unique case in off-tanks where, yes, a lot of Zarya gets used, but he also whips out some Diva every now and then.
Yeah, the Diva gets its use on Ilios, but Bernard has definitely been a real standout player on this Zarya, but also the Hangzhou Spark tank line is that, of course, we have Bernard, who's been great on the Diva and Vizier, as they pointed out, Lemon, and we have Gushui, who's a noted Winston, obviously the owner of the original Primal Blade, playing some Reinhardt as well on other comps when Hangzhou Spark get a little bit weird on places like Circuit Royale. And then we have the third factor, the unknown tank, possibly up in the hinterlands, grinding the Orisa. We have Ligue. He's practicing Javelin with the Greek gods at the moment. Going to be the best Orisa when she finally gets buffed into relevance. On the rest of the Spark, we have Shy and Alpha Yi. Of course, Alpha Yi has entered the discussion as a serious candidate for Rookie of the Year recently, but he is a bit of a... he does not understand consequences. He does not have the capacity to understand consequences. Alpha Yi likes to go in, kill 2 and die. That's good trades, Lemon. That stonks.
Alpha Yi, I mean, it's in his name how Alpha he is. He's also funny where sometimes he brings out the Torbjorn on certain maps, even one of the very few flex DPS to play the Pharah. Specifically going back to Bernard, though, and his approach to Ilios, when they faced the Dynasty in the very first match, Bernard brought out the Reinhardt on Ilios Ruins, which will be our first round, by the way, and he sported the Diva on Ilios well. So Bernard has flexed away from the Zarya, but as we head into our map, we'll see once the doors actually open what will be the case. When it comes to Shy and Alpha Yi, now Alpha Yi kind of bounces between Genji and Echo, so going up against Zest on that role is going to be really fun, and Shy is more of similar to the other side, the Ashe and the Reaper.
Yeah, I'd say that Alpha Yi and Zest are probably about as close as two flexes go in APAC at the moment. Both of these guys coming out of contenders as rookies with maybe not the hugest amount of expectation on their shoulders coming into the season, but as APAC begins to wrap up qualifications for the Kickoff Clash, now we know and we begin to adjust our expectations for Alpha Yi and Zest to be much higher. MN3 goes from the Widow to the Reaper here. Upon seeing the Bernard Reinhardt, the consideration here for Philadelphia Fusion is that they want to be able to try and surround and eviscerate this main tank, turn him into a twisted metal salad.
I ain't having that for breakfast, that's for sure. The Spark, though, already rotated to that right side, the corridor to avoid LOS, and there's that Reaper into play, gets bubbled, overwhelms Bernard. No boops from Super Rich, no counter fire from Shy, and Fixa has killed 3. This is bananas already. Fusion at the point.
Yeah, Super Rich there was unable to speed Bernard away from the incoming damage from a Philadelphia Fusion. And of course, Bernard was moving even slower because you already move slower than DPS, but while you have your shield up as well, you even have that penalty to movement speed. Zest gets a little bit zesty himself here, but Hangzhou Spark, they are going to have trouble with a Reinhardt breaking the high ground hold of a Philadelphia Fusion, and it might be in their interest to try and force a fight on point instead using speed boost.
Yeah, Fusion are just poking at them, and Sparker were actually counter-rotating away from MN3, who was on the opposite side, so now Spark are on the point. No capture potential yet. They got to deal with Fury, and you see Bernard is hoping to brawl just that, as Zest in dash range, but doesn't have the cooldown available, and MN3 is right on the other side. Somehow Alpha Yi evades all of that, and by the time you killed Alpha Yi, Fusion lost 3, so the Spark were able to get the flip.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Philly, Zest kind of got a little bit tunnel vision there on the Genji duel and couldn't connect the Shurikens to get rid of Alpha Yi and get that all-important dash reset as well. So now Hangzhou Spark, they can play from a defensive position, but don't forget, Philadelphia have broken this before. In fact, they took so long choosing to put MN3 on the Reaper previously that Hangzhou already had a defensive position to work from, but this time Hangzhou Spark have another factor. The Nano Visor is almost good to go. Irony is only 5% away.
And MN3 already had to use Wraith and disengage, so you saw that Fury was a bit extended forward. Bernard already zones him off, getting closer and closer to the Shatter. I wonder if Irony is going to go for the old school Nano Ryan, but it's Shy first with the visor. He gets slept by Aim God before he trades his own life for it, and Shy gets woken and finishes off the rest of the battlefield. Spark will be able to remain in charge of this point.
Oh, Philadelphia Vision, they do use the Nano here, but I think that the Nano had to be used on the MN3 engagement to make Hangzhou believe that this was going to be a fully fledged fight and force out the 2 ultimates in return. So economically, this was a win for Philadelphia, but still that control percentage ticks higher and higher, Lemon, and Bernard's using the 3D peak of a shield here to set up a Shatter. Needs to worry, though, about Fury's bubbles, because of course, both of those are shields and both can block it, and this needs to be a reset for Philly already.
And that's the struggle that MN3 is going to face going up against a Soldier, is that the Soldier has range and the Reaper does not, so it's a little bit more complicated for MN3 to TP forward, get bubble from Fury, and hopefully not die during that journey. So, and I'm surprised that Spark really didn't want to engage and get more staggers off of that. They're really comfortable, and I would be too. 85% to the Spark, and they have a ton of ults, but so do the Fusion. The Fusion approach starts. Zest showing himself over on the pack side, and somehow the MN3 has TP'd into the back, and Death Blossoms 3! And at this point, it's too late for the Spark to hold this any longer. That was a massive play from the Reaper boy.
How did he get that much value out of what was assumedly a naked Death Blossom? There was no Nano available. Sure, Fury may have given over a bubble, and that stopped Super Rich from booping them back, stopped Irony, of course, from piercing that with a sleep dart, but Shy should have been able to disengage, Super Rich should have been able to speed away, Irony should have been the only one who died to that, and now Philly, as they defend, have plenty of ultimates to move through again. Bernard, where do you put this slam? Ideally, you probably solo slam Fury here.
Grab thrown from Fury, and was able to keep that energy from the last fight. Zest dips Alpha Yi. And a 4-on-5 is not something the Spark would invest into, and a massive sleep from, that was Irony. Also just staggering out the Fusion even more, but they maybe have extended as Shy decides to fight back. Visor going forward. Bubbles in his way, though. Fusion disengaged. They nano Zest just to catch any stragglers from the Spark. It's 91+% for the Fusion, who have to hold on a little bit longer. Spark only need one fight. Someone has to touch, and Super Rich has to be on the job, but it's Alpha Yi first.
Yeah, Alpha gets it done. However, instantly beamed on down here by Fury. Super Rich. The sound barrier off of someone's head, but as it dissipates, Lemon, you know the blade is good to go from Zest.
Oh, he goes after the Winston, knows that's the primary engage tool for Bernard, and you also have the Soldier in the back. It's not a problem for someone like Zest. What a comeback for the Fusion.
And it could have been super messy there, Lemon. There was actually a miscom between Zest and Aim God going up against the Nano Visor that Shy tried to re-engage with. As Shy finally locked on to Zest as the Fury bubbles began to dissipate. Zest and Aim God at the same time used the dash disengage and the Aim God Nano, which means that Zest did not have the capacity to try and re-engage once he had that additional damage reduction and damage dealt as well. So Zest got basically negative value out of that Nano.
This was the
However,
turning
here's
point.
how MN3 got the 3k. Huge.
He boomed
Super
them
Rich
into
sacrificed
the team.
himself.
He bumped up into the team. That was super doo-doo. I'm not gonna even lie. Along with
Check
that,
the bank accounts, Lemon.
yeah, we're sending a check to Super Rich, that's for sure. Best regards from the Fusion. But we go into Lighthouse, Fusion with round advantage, Echo v Echo, Mercy pockets galore. And then even the Divas, which is very unique just for this round of Ilios with how close range it is and where that fits nicely for Divas. We're really fighting for the high ground around the point. You see the Echoes doing a good job of keeping each other safe, and you need the full burst. You need the focusing beam. Zest gets just that, and Super Rich can't res that. Is going to help Bernard sustain on the point, but Sparker playing from behind.
And remember, the second that Bernard captures the attention of Zest, he's in real danger. The focusing beam tears through a Diva. You can't eat that with the Matrix. And Zest is beginning to absolutely eviscerate members of the Philadelphia Fusion. Sure, they do lose their life for this, but with the claiming of the space, there might be the capacity for a res. Give him the corridor. I think that Fixer's going to opt out of this one. And speaking of Fixer, I'd like to give a quick shout out to Fixer. On my opinion, Philadelphia Fusion's most reliable player. It's been a weird week for Philly Fusion. And maybe they're starting to turn it around now, but their week started off pretty poorly, and Fixer was their rock during that.
Hey, APAC is just awkward. I feel like APAC is weird in general. Zest is also doubling the damage that Alpha Yi's putting out right now, so we'll see if that helps give a boon to the Fusion, who now have already lost Fury, and it's so hard to get back into mech anyway, so we'll see if the Spark can work this advantage. They're already pushing the Fusion back, and Nano's been given to Zest. He's so close to duplicate. Some bombs land onto Alpha Yi, but Zest got lost in the sauce and couldn't get the focusing beam, but he gives that over to the Shy, who gets healed back up, so the focusing beam does nothing, along with the duplicate attempt from Zest. And surely the Spark can return to the objective and get it back, and the Bob will lead the way.
Alright, touch of an Ash diff right there, but I feel like Zest was really feeling the pressure to make a fight work there for the Philly Fusion, when in actuality they had control of the point. They weren't being overly pressured by the Hangzhou Spark, even though it was a great rotation from Hangzhou to take away this back area with the mini pack. And Zest was given over that Nano when they didn't exactly have a instant flight available, so there's plenty of time for Hangzhou Spark to get into areas where there was aerial cover, and Zest had to put himself at significant risk in order to establish lines of sight and try to extract value from that Nano.
Zest is just so deep in the backline with that Mercy. Now the Fusion pressuring the point thanks to the bot from MN3. You see Bernard is there to contest. He's really close to self-destruct. He even gets nanoed by Ionery and maybe wants to save that self-destruct for a second life. As Alpha Yi gets rid of that pest in his backline, Zest is down, resurrected back in, but that's a 3k for Alpha Yi. And Bernard lived for so damn long on that point and is not allowed to get back into mech after that self-destruct, so Fusion never lost the point.
Oh, MN3 is very isolated. No way MN3 lived through that. Super Rich finishes them off with the Mercy Glock, as you are wont to do, and Philadelphia Fusion now have to contest a point. They can't let Bernard take this by themselves. That's a Nano onto a Mercy, Lemon. It's all going wrong.
It's Glock-a-clock, baby. And we're just healing. Never mind. You let me down, Fixa, but it's fine. 90% for the Fusion. Spark doing everything they can to hold on to it. Even a duplicate from Alpha Yi. Hoping to get the self-destruct, and no cigar on that one, but he sure do be living. That's a silver lining. No squash for him. but it's Fury versus the duplicate. Spark still in control, hoping to force another 99-99 round just like the last time. But the bomb from Shy is pretty big as Zest flies in. He's shot down. Super Rich brings him back, and Spark are okay.
Fusion might have engaged in a moderate amount of tomfoolery right there. Now it's going to come down to one final fight, Lemon. Hangzhou did basically break the bank to try and make that fight work. Now they have to just rely on a Valkyrie. And the thing about the Valkyrie is that Hangzhou Spark going to have to stay together for that beam. Oh, man. This brings back memories of yesterday, Lemon, where Philadelphia Fusion lost Ilios to the LA Valiant by randomly losing the point. And the same thing happened here. Not just in this particular not touching of the objective, but also allowing it to flip in the first place to what I believe was just Alpha Yi hanging out over there. Philadelphia Fusion need to work on their comms about the objective, because I've heard from professional organizations that Overwatch is an objective-based hero shooter.
Yeah, someone taught me to touch the point once, and I already forgot. So we go into round 3 to decide who will be taking map 1. Maybe some sim TPs. We know how important that first fight of control maps are. MN3, he's pretty unique. He loves his Cassidy, but it is a close to medium range hero, and not having the utility that he used to have in Overwatch 1. We'll see how the Spark handle this.
And those of you wondering why Cassidy over Soldier 76, when it comes to MN3, his flick scan aim much more potent than the tracking. However, you got to think at these ranges, Shy is a huge advantage. MN3 is going to suffer from a lot more damage drop-off.
Still no kills so far, even through Aim God just being at so low health. Alpha Yi not in beamable range. Point is unlocked, so you see both teams doing a good job of contesting that. I mean, this is such a contestable point in general. Bernard is low, finished off. The support's under fire by Alpha Yi. The Bionic Grenade allows for that kill to go through. Massive play from Aim God once again. Fusion only down a few. Zest gets the cap, and Fury will hold the choke.
It's a little bit messy, but Fury remains alive for now, and so that energy is still on the field, and it's threatening the Hangzhou Spark, making sure that taking this space is going to be more and more difficult. Oh no. Oh no, the camp on the Mercy? Super Rich, you're in trouble, son. Oh no.
It's time to go back to spawn and swap to something that would have killed him, but that's my bronze brain talking. Yeah, that
swaps to Moira.
Yeah, that would have been sick. Even a Brig. I take anything. Zest, though, with the 6th spot camp, and he's like, Alpha Yi's like, wait, Super Rich, where are you? Where art thou, my lord? And he's maybe still getting spot camp. Who even knows? Now Zest is in mini room and is on the perma flank rotation, and when are Spark gonna deal with this?
MN3 with a triple as well. One with a sticky grenade, the rest with the Peacemaker itself. MN3. We talked about the flick scan aim, and boy does he have it to survive the aim of MN3 as well as the sticky grenade. It's a gift over. Look at this. Bernard needs to duck out as quickly as possible. Can you find a boot here from Fixer?
The Ghost of Irony strikes back. He's just dead. And Bernard, yeah, that even when he got Nano, just completely zoned off. So Cassidy having a ton of value. And Shy's Bob earlier, not so much, when he threw into a tiny room to deal with Zest. And guess what? Zest just ran away forehead. Meanwhile, this has been a flawless round for the Fusion so far. And we'll see if that'll be still the case with Fury gone and no frontline remaining. And the Spark deal with the rest of the dominoes and make them fall, and Spark are back in the driver's seat.
Super Rich still falling though, and that's no way! MN3 with the Nano, the headshots are an insta-kill onto Shy. The Electric Cowboys at full voltage, baby, and the Hangzhou Spark gonna have the batteries to store this pain.
Oh, MN3 is doing so much work. Now you got a duplicate from Yi as Bernard is missing in action when the Spark needed him the most. He vanished. So did the rest of the Spark. What a quick retake from the Fusion. 15 more seconds before they take map 1.
The Cassidy with the Deadeye. It's a display of dominance, Lemon. Who dares come forth and touch the point? Who wants to waddle into the well?
They're gonna waddle after this one. This is a painful. We got the barrier from Fix. 99% for the Fusion. You can just grab the choke. The Spark are left without any hope. And what a start for the Fusion. The fans can stop getting memed on at least just for one map, as the Fusion will kick off our series 1-0.
A rare Philadelphia Fusion fan ingestion of serotonin given over by MN3 on the Cassidy. Last time we cast Philadelphia Fusion Lemon, MN3 was our player of the match because very consistently was able to diff the other hitscan. I believe it was Dia in that case. When it came to the flick scans, MN3 was the one. And here with a nice assist from Super Rich gets themselves a triple as well. I think Super Rich had a rough start on Ilios, it's fair to say.
A little bit. And Aim God sleeps have been massive. Even the MN3 Cassidy Deadeye that zoned off Bernard. I mean, Fusion are lit up today. It's good to see. But we have, of course, more games around the corner. We got to throw it to a break like we usually do, so we'll see you on the other side. It's a good day to be a Fusion fan, but let's not be some Map 1 Mirandas. We got more Overwatch around the corner. This time, we're settling the showdown on Route 66.
Yes, we're heading over to the Desert Slam, and we're doing a little bit of a swapperoo when it comes to a Philadelphia Fusion as well. We have ourselves a substitution. One-time world champion of Fury has been subbed out to make way for a rookie. And why do you take a crown wearer out to bring a rookie in? Well, it's because Belos Rhea is bloody good at that Winston. He's been super impressive over the course of this season. I think outstripping expectations of a lot of people, even though he did have his successes over in Contenders. Belos Rhea has proven to be a big pickup for Philadelphia Fusion, and admittedly, their scouting this year has been very heavy in terms of the overall count of their player numbers. So many of them are rookies, and Philadelphia Fusion, I think that they've got a good return on what they've invested in scouting. They've got their T1 Academy team over in Contenders Korea, and it's consistently pumping out some top tier talent that Philadelphia Fusion have first dibs on.
Oh, smiles on the Fusion lads' faces. See, you taught me the word lad, and I'm just taking it and throwing it. But Belos Rhea, now that he's coming in to play the Winston, also tells me that maybe we go away from the Echo and something that synergizes more with that aggressive dive. Something like either a Soldier or an Ashe from MN3, depending on if you're defending, you're going to have better angles for your dynamites rather than attacking on the low ground. Or maybe even some Soldier, while Zest is pretty zesty on that Genji.
I seem to remember yesterday from North America, when Outlaws were going up against Paris, we saw some very hard-headed positioning from Zayas at the start of Route 66, which I'd like to hope that APAC will not indulge in. There is little room for tomfoolery here for the Hangzhou Spark. Remember, if Philadelphia Fusion win this fairly cleanly, if they can do it 3-0 or 3-1, Hangzhou Spark might even end up in 4th seed. Which would be a weird turnaround, considering that they also have the capacity to go into 1st seed if they can win this series in a dominant fashion. Philadelphia Fusion setting up with Belos Rhea on the Winston. This is what we've come to expect. And what is the win condition here for Philadelphia Fusion? Basically, I've making a dive happen with Zest and Belos Rhea together to find one of Hangzhou Spark's squishy targets. That's the basic one. On the other side, MN3 getting some good trackings or well followed up Helix rockets might be able to convert into quick kills, because the Helix rocket does 120 damage and Belos Rhea can basically follow that up by himself with the combination of railgun, jump pack and melee if they can be direct with where they're landing.
And one other thing to note is that Shy has been playing more of Soldier in the last couple of matches. When he started this season, a lot more Ashe. And Ashe is really popular on Route 66 defense, so Shy obviously believing in the Nano Visor win con. There's a soft dive from Belos Rhea in front of the big girl sign, so not really fully committing, as Bernard will try to get all the charge that he can. Zest will be peeking around mini pack side, just getting any shurikens. And sometimes if you're lucky with some headshots, you can swipe left on him, get a dash reset, and that could be a first pick. But Shy is just pounding Belos Rhea, but that's fine. He's okay with taking damage because that's charging up Aim God's Nano.
So the thing here is, what value does Alpha Yi bring as a Genji instead of as a Reaper? It means that Belos Rhea's got so much more room to move, Lemon. And Belos Rhea is going to be under threat right here, but might be difficult to finish off without the Reaper burst.
Ooh, the sleep and the escape. What a smooth criminal Belos Rhea is. And Zest swiping in the back line. Cuts down Shy. 5v4. Great bubble placement, too, from Belos Rhea. Just starting to cut off the heals from whoever Spark members on that left side. You see they're a little bit split from each other. Bernard hoping to re-engage soon. That is available. Now you have a Nano. You hope Bernard is charged up because he's going to have to lead the pack. But you actually give it to Alpha Yi because you need the damage. You need the kills. And Alpha Yi gets slept, and I just hyped up nothing.
Figs against the execution, a case of tinnitus for the young ninja, and now Zest has to try and escape. Unfortunately, Shy has got the goggles on, and he's gone Terminator mode, Lemon. Everything is within his sights. Wait, MN3 visors as well. Interesting.
That's some counter-logic goggles. Give it some CLG, if you will. 2 minutes left for the Fusion. Now without any ultimates. Getting close to the Primal, though, and the barrier. The Spark, though, want to initiate early. It's the Blade who almost gets Goomba stopped by the Winston. Will be able to grab the Mega. No one really running after him. MN3 doesn't have the right angle, but Shy does, and that's a number advantage for the Spark. And it's taking forever for the Fusion to cap this. They're messing up Blade, and it's bad.
Yeah, it's bad. The Logic goggles may have come out, Lemon, but for Philadelphia Fusion's ult economy, that is CLGG. They have lost so much of their forward momentum here without the ability to combo a Blade with a Nano or a Visor with a Nano as well, because now it's going to be Belos Rear who has to move in with the Primal Rage to remove Hangzhou Spark from a high ground, and they still have to deal with another Nano from Irony. Belos Rear has been picked by Super Rich.
And
what?
there's like a Primal available. I don't know though. Maybe I just see it. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know.
He's been to anger therapy, man. Doesn't feel like losing it today. My glasses are intact. Hangzhou Spark have had more time to build up more ults, and now there are 4 waiting here. Philadelphia Fusion are in serious danger of getting full held.
The Nano Visor from the defense, and Belisarian gets slapped out of its Primal. Vixen still barriers him, and Belisarian at least survives, but I'm a glass half full type of person, but this ain't looking good for the Fusion. They only have a Nano.
Yeah, glass half full of pain right now, Lemon, because the Graviton Surge still is yet to be expended. Bernard waits for their moment, seeing where Aim God dare stretch his legs. Zest has already burned for Deflect here, so it's a little bit more safe for Bernard to go for a large yeet on this one. And there's a Bardic Field that's been used as well.
Oh, that's a mighty yeet from Belisarian. Great bubble right at the choke point of Spark, and Bernard gets a free kill on the Aim God, who gives the Nano to... I don't know. So Fusion are down 2, and the Spark are holding. Is this full holdable? We got a 4-on-3 for the Spark, and Alpha Yi just got picked, and that would have been a nice win con to have that Blade, but Spark have been making do without those ults. Shy is in the back. He even gets bubbled. Bernard is dealing with the front line. He got a Visor from MN3 and charges into Irony as Irony was looking for shelter, so Fusion might just be able to scrape by this one.
I think Bernard took way too long there, Lemon, to decide where he wanted to put the grab. Yes, they did get the solo kill onto Aim God and removed a lot of Philadelphia Fusion's healing, but already Belos Rear and Zest had been able to engage into the backline and instantly eliminate members of a Hangzhou Spark, so there wasn't as much pressure that would require the healing from Aim God. Hangzhou Spark simply got out-tempoed there by Bernard's indecision, but at least they can try and invest heavily in a Nano Blade here, potentially, to try and grab a defensive position. And you want to invest heavily here on the second point of Route 66 so that you can set up on the high ground.
This has to be smooth like butter for the Fusion. Already a huge time deficit. Alpha Yi with the bubble and the Blade. Nano on top and comes out dry. Alpha Yi's match. And you got Belisarian, who's even madder. I mean, he got slipped out of his problem for the second time in a row. Irony doesn't miss those. Belisarian is still committing as Zest is going to help him out, but they're really not connecting the dots. The brain cells are too distant as the Fusion is ult after ult and nothing.
The neurons, they ain't firing right now, Lemon. Belos Rear tries to intercept and find Alpha Yi up top, but Irony is on it like a car bonnet when it comes to the healing. Bernard with so much energy here. It's too difficult for Zest to get close, and you know that Shy continually pokes down this Genji and makes diving a horrible, fearful, terrifying prospect. But Hangzhou Spark, they've been forced into a corner, and that means that Aim God can put this Nano where he dare wish.
Alpha Yi just on a tall building, unreachable by Irony, as MN3 reaches for the stars and strikes down everyone from the Spark, but the bubbles from Bernard just blocked everything. Super Rich gonna give a second chance at life for his team. The Sound Bear helps out a lot, but the supports got pummeled from the Spark. And Fusion, I mean, their supports are chilling. So Fusion will cap, and that's an important momentum swing for them.
And managing to force out that sound barrier with just for Nano as well was super important there for Hangzhou Spark. Of course, Fixer had his own sound barrier engagement there that Super Rich felt the need to try and respond to, and that does leave an opening in the Philadelphia Fusion defensive line where they don't have a good way to try and mitigate the Graviton from Bernard. Hopefully this time it'll be a touch more decisive than before, where it was way too late.
I like this rotation from the Spark. They did the peekaboo rotation, but I would have loved it if Bernard threw the grab while Fusion supports were kind of accessible, but now Aim God's just counter-rotating away. Now MN3 is pinching the Spark, who haven't really scooped up any kills through the surprise rotation. Bernard's dangerously low, and Irony wants to back away because Zest is in the back line. MN3's got the dodges, but couldn't get away from that. Spark don't have any supports. This is a leave moment if you've ever seen it. Bernard is able to keep that energy, and Yi has warded off the storm.
Yeah, Belos Ria leaving in record time towards the spawn room, and now Hangzhou Spark, they do have some defensive positions that are going to be a little bit more difficult to clear, because remember, Belos Ria has only got one boop, and if he goes towards one of the squishy members of Hangzhou Spark, Super Rich can intercept that with the boop. So here, you need to worry about how Belos Ria's dive is going to be mitigated by this Lucio, because if it doesn't work out, MN3 and Zest are going to be losing a lot of space, and that's why they're taking so much poke at the moment.
Let's see if Zest can close the gap for his Nano Blade. Now this is one of them dry blades from Yi, and he just goes after a Winston, so it turns out that there's a lot of health going. So Fusion, gonna see if they Nano Blade can make up for the loss of MN3, and what a really well-timed jump from Irony. It's taking Zest so much time to finish off that support, but it's still enough for the Fusion to get some great headway. 20 seconds remaining. Fusion can't afford to lose anyone, and they gotta keep this ship sailing.
Alpha Yi respawns now on the Tracer. It's going to be down to accuracy alone for Philadelphia Fusion to take them down, but good patience returning as a 5-stack. Belos Ria is in pretty deep here and could be surrounded, but Super Rich has fallen down first. Lemon, no sound barrier later on in this fight.
Yeah, the missing sound barrier is going to be a big flub. A respawn advantage for the Spark. It's not over yet. Fusion are only up by 1 and now 2 as MN3 is in an unstoppable position close to the visor. And the fix of sound barrier keeps the front line kicking, and that's really all that Fusion needed at this point. Going from an almost full hold to a map completion. I wouldn't want to be a Fusion fan right now. My heart is palpitating.
Oh, Super Rich at 97% as the round ends. I mean, you got to think that he was out of commission for 10 seconds after that fight started from an 8-second respawn and the movement back. If they'd not been picked off by Belos Ria, that could have been a very different fight for the Hangzhou Spark, being able to stay on that cart for longer. However, in the end, Hangzhou Spark really allowed Philadelphia Fusion the freedom for MN3 and AimGod to free cast over that entire area. The second that Alpha Yi swaps away from that Genji onto the Tracer, access to the high ground is hyper limited. And that means that MN3 and AimGod, they're going to be able to 2v1 anyone who dares to come up there, because Bernard's not going to be able to give over that many bubbles when he's more concerned with contesting the cart, and that's where Hangzhou Spark were really out of sorts on that last fight.
Yeah, the Alpha Yi Blade wasn't my favorite, but the counter engage from Fusion, mwah, chef's kiss. And a map completion, that's a huge accomplishment for this map. It gets real tough, especially for those Genji players, with how long range Point C can be. But it's all about that momentum for Fusion, and the snowball just couldn't be stopped at that point. So the Spark, gonna see if they can match that, and if not, Fusion will go to series point.
And this might be unexpected. Let's talk about Fusion's week again. Coming into this week, Lemon, they were 6-0, 2 clean wins, including against the Shanghai Dragons, but 4 games in a row. They had a little bit of a 3-1 escapade against the Valiant, and the 2 games that were first this weekend were not great for the Philadelphia Fusion. And here we have the defensive Wrecking Ball. This might be the first real playtime we've seen from a Wrecking Ball, Lemon. But the question is it going to force out bubbles from Bernard, or is it just going to feed a little bit too much in terms of ult charge here? We'll rely a little bit less on healing, which is why AimGod and Fixer can play these less healing throughput supports.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, because as soon as Belos Ria tries to pile drive anyone, I can expect some bubbles from Bernard to come out, but not if they're not in range. And maybe that's a way to bait out some cooldowns, as long as Belos Ria keeps engaging, and he will get slept, but at least he has health to survive whatever could be coming out. So Spark definitely not expecting this. Belos Ria is even getting close to their spawn.
This is super aggressive from a Philadelphia Fusion. It might be something that Hangzhou Spark have not scrimmed against just yet. You rarely see the combination of the Brig of a Zenyatta. It's a relic of time past. They got this one out of the Jedi archives, and now it's going to be the Council that decides their fate as Zest already falls on down. Remember that huge amounts of damage cannot be healed up quickly by the Philly Fusion.
It's a massive, 3 or 4 man pile drive, and of course Zest is dead right now, so Belos Ria is just charging up ults of his supports who can't help him anymore. That was a little bit too much damage at this point. And maybe Belos Ria just has to dive a bit more with Zest, but at least it was a good distraction. Spark now have some good distance made. They've taken over the top of Big Earl's high ground. And now you have a Nano Visor almost available, as Bernard was positioning himself pretty aggro, and I guess they have forgotten about Belos Ria in the back, and he could be booping people forward. The Bob from the defense is to really negate people from this high ground, while I kind of wish it was on the cart.
Venano heals up Alpha Yi now in a 1 versus 2 against for supports. Aim God's up next, but Aim God simply aims better, earning the nomenclature lemon. The Hangzhou Spark still have 4:20 on the clock. And Philadelphia Fusion, they took much longer to get through A here, and their experimental composition is yet to come up big. They won one fight off the back of surprise, in my opinion. But now Hangzhou Spark, they're playing a little bit more clumped up in some cases to make sure that Belosria is adequately punished. Remember how easy the sleep is on Belosria as well. Can't get shielded when power driving.
And you don't have a bubble which is used to kind of block off the heals of an Ana or even just trap her in, but these mines have you trapped here with me, buddy! And even a pulse into the back as Spark were escaping. It's a double kill for the Zest Man, and Fusion finally win a fight.
And we talked here about how Hangzhou Spark, they were starting to defeat the Philadelphia Fusion comp by playing together so they could counter Belosria's dives more and more and make sure that they could not survive with a little bit of health. And that's where Philadelphia Fusion managed to exploit that counterplay from the Hangzhou Spark by making sure they're all together, easily clumped up, easy sticks for Zest. And now Aim God and MN3 can freely spam away from up top, and they should be able to win the duel against Shy at range.
All the pack love goes to Belosria. You can see that he's positioning with Zest, and they're just always engaging, especially with the Zen. You give the Discord, you call the target, and it's just all offense all day. Technically, they're on the defense, but you know what I mean. Now, the Spark, they're full of ults. Visor first from Shy, no Nano, so probably Alpha Yi will be waiting for the Nano Blade, as I'm waiting for Shy to do literally anything, but everyone is on the other side of the bridge. It's in the damn way. So Spark, just around the cart, keeping themselves safe in the bar. The pile drive from Belosria, as soon as they emerge, squashes Alpha Yi like a pancake. Now you got a Transcendence to help stabilize the Fusion through the Graviton of Bernard. Bernard even gets nanoed, so this is where you access those supports and laser their hairs off. Vixa, I guess, didn't deserve enough love from Bernard. He's more worried about the soldier up top, and the Fusion have to back away.
Bernard still alive, still lots of energy, and while there are threats presented here and the cart isn't quite moving yet, it is the high energy nano on Bernard that carves through a Philadelphia Fusion. I had my questions, Lemon, when we saw Bernard actively grab into the Transcendence, but that was actually done to make sure that Aim God could not avoid the Graviton Surge, knowing that everyone was clumped up for that additional healing, and then the follow-up afterwards would be where things really changed.
Oh, Yi with the pre-blade? You know, sometimes people suffer of this. It's just Fusion didn't suffer at all. No one died. You have this soldier from MN3 who's not going to be allowed to get back. No healing pad available, and sprints right into dash range. Now Belosria is slept, and now there's officially no shot that Fusion can really turn that fight around, so Spark will be capping B.
And this is going to be a good amount of time as well to try and get through this last area of Route 66. Remember, for Philadelphia Fusion, even though it felt like a speedy point 3 take, it was still an overtime because so much time was burned over on point A. And now Philadelphia Fusion, they've been forced to give up on their hopes and dreams of a Hammond Twilight, and instead moving back over to where Belosria is at his best on the Winston, able to lay down the shield and crucially deny free sightlines from Irony, who thus far seems to have been having a pretty free game on the attack of Route 66, Lemon.
Just with how narrow this road is, I'm liking the usage of the bubble a lot more. The Primal for some kind of stalls. Spark have the Visor, almost nano available. Shy's not even going to go on the high ground. A great sleep will claim the life of Belosria. Now there's nothing to protect the Fusion. They could run, and I guess they can also hide. Fixa is playing peekaboo and shield dashes to safety. Shy's visors have been pretty flattening and not in the best of ways. Now Fusion are coming out of spawn. They'll have that respawn advantage. The Spark have the end of the map in their sights. They have a pretty decent time bank at that, as the Nano goes to Alpha Yi this time. Shy didn't get that love last time, and it's more about trying to Delitos, Burritos, Belosria, and he's gone. And Fusion Nano Zest, and he's trying to trade that backline. He's doing a pretty good job of doing so. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Fusion can work with that, but only if they touch the cart. MN3 is there. He summons the blade from the Spark, and Alpha E will end this once and for all.
It's all three ultimates that the Hangzhou Spark have gambled upon this final fight where Philadelphia Fusion, they have the spawn advantage. And already 4 people have returned. Hangzhou Spark, it may be some grade A Wagyu beef because this might have been entirely beef, Lemon.
Oh, Zest! I mean, he's making this winnable for the Fusion, but the bubble for Bernard is what saved Irony. That's a massive play from that veteran off-tank. Now, if only you could swipe left on that Lucio. Okay, let's try the Ana. Nope, the bubble's in the way. The Spark. Oh, man. It took a long time. They had about 2 minutes for this fight. They get drawn out. Now only a 45-second advantage for the Spark as they complete the map.
And that was some great counterblade there from the side of Hangzhou Spark, especially considering that in the midst of that fight, the comms must get incredibly cluttered. But Zest couldn't get anything done, and Super Rich was actually zoning Zest away. Zest was scared of the bubbled Lucio that was chasing him down, and sure, Zest does manage to go and grab the Mega Health Pack, but at that point, everyone else was so focused on Zest being the playmaker that they were sacrificed to the great gods of objective stall. They were caught out on the cart, and Hangzhou Spark had cut through them easily because Bernard survived all that time with a huge amount of energy. And that's where the Zarya is at her best, when you can win consecutive fights and have the energy to break through your opponents. Here's Alpha Yi popping off with the right clicks. What a chat.
Wait till all the NA folks wake up and go to tune into their favorite channel, Overwatch League, to see some Hammond? Question mark? He ain't broke? Well, hey, they're trying to fix something, and it got through point A and point B. I like to swap to point C. Now you only have a 45-second advantage, which really isn't much difference in what, like a fight or something like that, but it's also very important to see who is going to be attacking first. In this case, it's Fusion. MN3 may be looking for that initial jump snipe.
A 45-second difference is quite important, in particular for Hangzhou Spark, who don't have as powerful engagement lemon, with only the Zarya instead of the Winston. They're more looking for objective-based win conditions, like for Nano Visor and like for Nano Blade. But the offensive Widowmaker, from MN3, has remained. It wasn't just a spawn pick, and if this hits... oh, that could have been everything, Lemon.
Oh, I was so close. The forehead was so shiny from Irony. Just couldn't get it done. At least Fusion, 30 seconds, making some cart push happening. Spark playing at the end of the point. Somehow there's a flanking Zarya. Fusion now turn their attention to Bernard as MN3 still hopes to lock eyes with someone from the Spark and hasn't delivered that really important pick yet. A good dive from Belosria, zones off that shy soldier, and he's trying to get sped out by Super Rich, and that's a good headshot. Irony is down, and the Fusion can now carry this momentum away.
The healing's gone. MN3 wants to play out of a cave instead, and Bernard this entire time is still in the back. And now the counter-attack from Hangzhou is desperate, Lemon. Zest flubs on the disengagement, though, and that means that Super Rich stays alive.
Thought Fusion are going to be a bit more aggressive after that 5v4, but they're so worried about Bernard, but they're still pushing the card. Bernard is still living in their backline rent-free, I guess. But the kills continue for the attack, and with the minute that they have, they'll have plenty. Now going into the next part of the map, a good point A cap for the Fusion.
And this is where things get really dangerous in terms of snowball territory, Lemon. Philadelphia Fusion almost have a Nano Blade, and Super Rich is 52% to the sound barrier. How do you answer this? Maybe you can Nano Visor it. Maybe, if miracles happen, Bernard might be able to grab it, but at this point, you are also facing down such a long sightline against MN3 that you have to expend your resources just to get into a position to fight. Now the Nano Blade is ready, and Zest has the Executioner's Blade.
Oh, the Nano Blade, and no sounder for the Spark. Bernard is claimed first, and Super Rich, the skater boy, said see you later, boy, and there's just nothing for Zest to kill until he spots Yi, who dashes back towards his team. Irony has been found. Another great snipe from MN3. Just keeps locking down Irony. Now 2 picks in a row for him as the Fusion are just sailing away, waving goodbye to the Spark, and this is looking like a point B cap.
Hangzhou Spark, though, they didn't invest anything in that fight, Lemon. This might be just an economic choice. Admittedly, you don't want to be going into this last point now, the 6th that Philadelphia Fusion will be attacking. And MN3's in the back. He's been discovered.
No one.
We'll be able to grab the Mega. Infrasight, no secrets.
Good luck peeling for yourself, buddy. but no one's really committing. Oh, missing that headshot, but he grapples back to his team. A great bubble from Bellasaria. Spark have the ults. Can they finally get just one fight win? I'm begging you. Alpha Yi, a 2-for-1 trade. It's actually even 3 versus 3. The Pfizer and the grab from the defense will finally stop the Fusion in their tracks, but this 1-minute push is legendary, and the Spark are gonna have to do so much, which is only an additional 45 seconds to work with.
Lemon, I think it's fair to say those 45 seconds aren't going to matter too much now. And do Hangzhou Spark change up their approach here, or are we still going to be relying on the Genji? The win condition might remain that Nano Blade. And we've seen that Zest has had a couple of questionable blades thus far. The locomotion of the Genji has been a little bit lacking. He's not been going to the climbing gym as regularly and has been annoyed by those silly rollerbladers and skaters always sticking around on his lawn. Alpha Yi yet to pick in spawn for now, so we'll see if he does contemplate the Reaper to instead try and be more of a foe main tank to help Hangzhou Spark clear these high grounds, but no. Sticking to the guns, sticking to the Genji.
Yeah, it's just tough. They keep these Genjis always kind of go after the Lucio, and usually with a good wall ride, they can outspeed it. Then I mean, it's good to go after the Lucio first, because as soon as you even look at Ana the wrong way, you're just going to get booped off. So it's been tough to get value out of a lot of these DPS ultimates. And obviously we're seeing a lot more nano commits to those blades. Spark have to go all the way to point C, or at least at the beginning of point C, if they hope to tie the series. Shy now is on the Widow, but that's a quick swap, not wanting to take the risk of taking so much time to get the pick. But that's an early engage from the Fusion. They jump right after Shy, I believe, and that's even a boop to separate the members of the Spark. Fusion going after Shy, but they lose Aim God on that journey, who I think was following close by. MN3 can't escape the laser beam. And the Spark have to reset, so that's a good fight for the Fusion.
And that's a good amount of free time that's been taken away, Lemon. Yes, Aim God was lost, but Philadelphia Fusion simply disengage here. And it's like it never happened except for a lesser time bank from the Hangzhou Spark. We didn't even get to farm support ultimates off the back of that. Only Bernard has really walked away with a premium in ult charge, 40% of the way to grab, but you're not going to be able to build that up easily in the next minute as Bellasaria tries to keep Alpha Yi at bay.
Oh, another early engage. I just love this initiative from the Fusion, and they never stay too late either, because you don't want to feed in that case. They did lose Aim God in that last one, but they're able to disengage and get Aim God back in the picture. Bellasaria taking a bunch of damage, but this again is to charge up Aim God, who's about 20 or 30% ahead of Irony, and that's a win con for Fusion with 30 seconds remaining. It's coming down to last fight.
Alpha Yi so low, might need a second bubble here. A huge dive coming in from a Philadelphia Fusion, and everyone is forced to flee away. Moving in is Fixer, looking for the frags, Lemon. He's a deadly Lucio.
And MN3 has been slept when he was nanoed and was hoping to Pfizer, and Alpha Yi kills 3! The Spark have maybe done this. It's a 2v2, I think, now 3v1. My math is hard. It's early, all right, guys. Spark, though, are on the card. It's overtime. I don't know if the Fusion have a recontest.
And crucially, let's think macro here. Aim God there used for Nano. Hangzhou Spark, nothing at all. They could have 5 ultimates, and that's why Philadelphia Fusion have to engage here and force some of them out. They need to draw resources.
Oh, the blade first from Alpha Yi. He's got the Nano, and he's got the kills already. 2 for the Spark, who desperately needed this to get the point A cap, and they have leftover ultimates to cycle through fight after fight. It's overtime, and there's no more second chances.
Here's someone called Karki for a Genji guy. Did you just see that animation cancel from Alpha Yi? The slash into the wall climb? Good APM from the boy, even if there wasn't someone else that needed slashing directly afterwards. Hangzhou Spark expend the Nano Blade, but they earn themselves the first point for it. And now, this advanced positioning means that Bernard's in a great position to try and grab, but you probably won't do it too early. Wait, they've done it already.
They just wanted to stuff them and catch them off guard and fix it. Didn't want to drop the barrier. Maybe just got it after the grab or after Aim God was dead. A Spark rally around the card. Bellasaria lays down the bubble. He has the primal. Fixa doesn't have the sound barrier, keeping it for the next fight. As a Spark take this fight, and they have another one to go before the point B capture.
I didn't anticipate Bernard using the grab that early because there was no one else really in a position to follow up upon it, so they couldn't grab Fixer, and that forces Super Rich in that scrappy fight to have to use the sound barrier. And Lemon, that's so important because look, Philadelphia Fusion, the Armada, has been arrayed. The King of Spain has ordered it, and he's paid the gold doubloons for these ships to be made. Now, all of the weapons stand arrayed against Hangzhou Spark to try and bring Philadelphia Fusion to match point.
And you have to stick on the card if you're the Spark, and it's usually been Alpha U, but comms have to be on point. The bubble from Elistria around the card is splitting them off. A shot from the high ground from the top rope. Slam dunks onto the Fusion. A 3K with the visor, and the Spark have done it now on point B. The doors will open, there will be a delay, but the box of victory is around the corner.
Oh no, the fumble from Fusion and MN3 moves over now to the Reaper, thinking this one's going to be close. We need to come in for a close range battle. The Reaper's going to be best here, especially since I've already used my visor. The cart will begin to move in just a second.
Oh, Fusion is there. Belosaria has to take the hits. He has the Primal, and they have the Blade, dodging the sleep. Alpha U working on his con of the Blade, but we look back at Zest, who's been antied, but he can't be stopped. Trades back and forth. You're left with a 2-on-2. It's the Blade of Alpha Yi just to zone and maybe to burst the bubbles of the Fusion players. MN3 gets diced up, and the Spark, with only a 45-second advantage, have done it. They've tied the series 1-1.
It's Alpha Yi, but it's the Sigma male grind set that brings them through Lemon. Philadelphia Fusion had a 4-0 advantage, and they just did not use them when they had the chance. The second that cart got capped, you knew where Philadelphia Fusion were going to be respawning so much further away. Hangzhou Spark were basically fighting in their front garden. Shai returned on the Bastion in the midst of all of this to just lay down that additional damage onto the shields, onto the tanks, using that tank form and forcing people to peel away to deal with a new major threat that had not been accounted for. Hangzhou Spark clutch up, but Philadelphia Fusion also show a lack of long-term planning that might be a real pain point in this series. We've got a little half time to think about what they've done and try and bring it back together after this break.
This series has been a banger. First, we have round 3 Ilios, and then we go overtime to overtime push on Route 66. We're left with a 1-1 series.
We have had so many great games today in APAC. If you are not an APAC enjoyer, you are losing out on the best Overwatch today. IMO. This one's going the distance, Lemon. The 3-round control, as you said, the 12-point Route 66, and now we're heading over to my ends. We're going over to King's Row, and we have another substitution from the side of the Philadelphia Fusion. We're still doing the old tank roulette, and Fury is back in for Belos Ria, of course. Even though it does have its place on King's Row, it's not the most vertically inclined map. You can play it fairly laterally, and so Zarya is often bought out here just to allow for a couple of these engagements. What we have seen over in NA, interestingly, to try and counter the Zarya compositions, is taking a very early hold on A, using the 2 high grounds that are basically just behind the Mondata statue to try and keep teams at bay and force them into making suboptimal engagements to try and force you off the high ground. But I don't know if we'll see either of these teams do that when they like to play their long-range hit scans a little bit more.
And Alpha Yi had a great performance on the Genji on Route 66, and he does like to run Genji on King's Row. We saw that when the Spark faced the Valiant a few weeks ago. I know APAC has all been the last 2 weeks. And on the offense, he does prefer the Echo now. Zarya's galore. And it's all about bubbling your Genji or your Echo on that engage or counter-engage, depending on what side of the round you are. MN3, interestingly, we already saw some Cassidy on Ilios. We even saw Belos Ria on the Hammond. Another unique take is MN3 has even brought out the Hangzhou on King's Row previously.
Yeah, the Hangzhou and the Cassidy. MN3, because he prefers the flick aim, will often bring out these heroes when, for a lot of other teams, Soldier 76 is kind of a de facto go-to. He's such a reliable damage, and of course the sprint is so super valuable when you become a hyper-mobile flanker. You're essentially Tracer, but with a bit more self-sustain and heavy damage to try and take out tanks at range as well. And I feel like one of the main weaknesses of Philadelphia Fusion this season is that MN3 Soldier is not top tier. I think if they go to maps where Soldier is demanded, that's when Carpe gets subbed in. For example, on Push Lemon, we see Carpe often get subbed in, especially on New Queen Street, where you're basically guaranteed to play the Soldier, because Carpe's tracking aim is a little bit smoother than MN3's, and that means that when Philly have MN3 in, they can get Soldier diffed by a top tier hit scan like, say, Lip or Shy, even though Lip didn't manage to do it last time. Sad.
And similar to Route 66, the Ashe, it can be used on the defense just for that subtle high ground that does exist on the point. And a lot of teams usually switch off the Ashe after the point because, like you said, there's not a lot of verticality beyond that. So anything from Reaper, Soldier, even Tracers have been seen. But Shy and MN3 do prefer their Soldiers or Ashes. Now, for the defense of Hangzhou, who have already been summoned, Shy is going to prefer the Soldier. So not really, and I'm seeing Ashe have more value to like against dive, with the coach gun, but that dynamite value on the high ground would have been big. But then you can't deny the win con of a nanovisor.
Yeah, the win condition of a nanovisor, especially against a Zarya, can be a lot better, because while nanovisor does do a lot of damage, there is a huge amount of mitigation that a Winston bubble can buy you just to disengage, whereas if you count the Zarya's bubbles, being able to burn down that Zarya can be incredibly easy. Speaking of burning down Zarya's, Bernard's already in trouble as Philadelphia Fusion have managed to make this crossing relatively unperturbed thus far.
And I like that MN3 Sonics the hotel, so they don't have to worry about some silly flank from Alpha Yi. So we already mentioned MN3's Hangzhou and the burst potential that it has, but also the important information gathering from all the flanks that could happen. So the verticality, if MN3 can even go to the top right, which he's aiming for, Zest will kind of pave that road for him. Zest has already been pretty aggro, already harassing Alpha Yi, but the flight has been used, and Alpha Yi got so close to finishing off Zest. Zest staying in close range to aim God, focusing beam not enough to claim Alpha Yi, as Fix-Up falls for the Fusion, but with close respawns for the attack, the Fusion will be able to just kind of not have to full reset off of that.
without Zest in the front line as well, Philadelphia Fusion have no real capacity to engage them. And the real weakness of this comp right now from Philadelphia Fusion is they don't have someone who can press W apart from Zest. And Zest is super easily tracked down by Shy. When someone gets low, like we saw from Alpha Yi as well, the Hanzo's not the best at closing out kills, isn't the most reliable DPS, especially when they do not have a Storm Arrow available.
Good bubbles from Bernard to Alpha Yi just to pressure MN3 off these high grounds, and it's been kind of a stalemate, which all favors the defense, who have almost cut this time bank in half. Irony has built up towards a Nano, so has Aim God. I'm sure Bernard has a ton of energy just from Alpha Yi being so annoying, getting all those bubbles and helping out Bernard. That's a bio hitting Irony. Not too worried. Maybe hearing some footsteps in the hotel. I hope those are friendly. Now Bernard's getting a lot more aggressive. He has the Graviton, but it's Fury that throws out his burst, and he's like 50% HP. It's enough for Zest to finish off super rich, and with only one support, the Spark could be in trouble, but they're gonna fight back in the biggest of ways. The Nano bleed Alpha Yi. 1 kill or 2 is enough, and the Spark have warded away Fusion.
Alpha Yi slays his brother, and that's Hangzhou Spark just reacting to losing Super Rich. And it wasn't just a random pick on Super Rich as well, it was expensive. It cost the Graviton. And now Hangzhou Spark are still in control on the defense. Super Rich has returned, almost has the rally, and this now means that there's no Graviton combo with a Dragon either, because it was only one player within there, so MN3 did not deem it viable to use the Dragon Strike, but this is...
Oh, the Sonic, the Dragon right through the hotel doesn't really catch anyone off guard. And obviously getting desynced with Fury's grab. It used to be a win condition back in my day. The grab and the Dragon Strike would have been real sick, but the Spark throughout their grab, and Bernard gets exploded by MN3 and friends. Sick headshots from the Hanzo main, and now Fusion are on the point.
Shy regretting his decision not to pick up the Mega Pack there. I imagine he anticipated he was getting chased by a Fixer and didn't want to allow for an easy whip shot. Philadelphia Fusion, they have had to expend quite a bit to make this happen though, Lemon, including the rally, so their survivability against this Visor, whether it is nanoed or not, is going to be not great, because if Hangzhou Spark catch them engaging, there is no speed boost from Ilios, so disengagement is going to be far, far more difficult.
Sonics just say again, check those flanks, and Fixa, the best babysitter, paid by the hour. Now Spark trying to hold the choke. Bernard's kind of wary of this Hanzo that's behind him and is looking both ways, and Zest has duplicated a Zarya. Ton of bubbles available. Spark will rally up behind Super Rich, giving over that overhealth. Shy also has the Visor, but it's just kind of getting overwhelmed. He's playing all the way at the back of point B. Alpha Yi giving over energy to Bernard as Zest. At least there was zoning to be had, and Fusion are making some good headway with this payload.
Hangzhou Spark now, though, they have their win con in the Nano Visor. If Shy decides to use it, Fury's already used one bubble. Count them as they come on out, because those are the main mitigators that are being countered right now by the Hangzhou Spark. That will be what brings them forward into action. Shy has to be careful as they take this corner, though. MN3 pre-aiming it, ready to let loose an arrow, but Bernard's doing a great job of just stalling this cart here by himself. And even though that was a lovely bounce headshot there from MN3, incredibly badass, it isn't enough to kill Bernard.
Just Fusion are taking so long to just start fights. It's like kind of an energy scaling from Fury, and we're waiting around, and it's just so much time that Spark is shaving off. The grab and the Dragon Strike. We remember Overwatch 1. Somehow no one died. I think it's because Bernard got nanoed by Irony, so that's an important call the Ana has to make. Shy on the flank, gets shut down by Zest, punished by Alpha Yi. You're left with a 4-on-4 and still no progress for the Fusion.
Now it's Bernard's turn, and is Alpha Yi in a position where they could follow up upon a grab? 3 people within it, Lemon, and Bernard's diving in!
Bernard just wanted a bear hug and just jumps in to a bunch of people and dies. And that could be pretty significant to have that energy reset, but it's fine, he'll get it back, and Alpha Yi gets all the kills and a blade from it.
And that's why you don't hug bears, Lemon. And
True.
Philadelphia Fusion now swapping over to the Cassidy. MN3 has left the Hanzo behind. A little bit more reliable damage from the flick scan. The hit scan, of course, much easier to hit than the projectiles of the Hanzo, even if you are amazing at that. Alpha Yi, you can see on our top down right now, skulking in the shadows. A dagger in his back pocket, ready to try and drive Batanto into the neck of a Philadelphia Fusion.
And Shy's like right there, like, hey, leg man, I'm here too. I'm trying to do things. Meanwhile, Fusion are in the back alleys with MN3. We're also on a flank. Oh, had shots on the iron. He brings him real low. He gets packed up. Support passive available too. MN3 is going to need the full finish. Fusion, nano advantage. Yi still with the blade. And we'll see if these flanks are going to happen. Yeah, Yi is no longer in that back alley, but he is from the top with a blade. He gets boofed and flailed away as the Fusion step off the cart, and Yi is laughing away.
Alpha Yi with the laugh, the giggle, the clap. Oh, that's a P9. Philadelphia Fusion gets scared away by Burner, I guess. Maybe they peeled back to try and help the disengage of MN3. Interestingly there, MN3 and Fixer were not coordinated in countering the blade. Fixer actually whip-shot Alpha Yi out of MN3's magnetic grenade. And Philadelphia Fusion, I think that they spent far too long here, Lemon, trying the same thing over and over again with the Hangzhou and the Echo without a huge amount of real capacity to engage. And it was like Sisyphus, just continually trying to roll this cart forward, and then Bernard simply pushes it back. And because Philadelphia Fusion don't have something like a Reaper, they can't move around the cart to try and kill him. Oh, was it down to Super Rich?
Okay, so Zez dashes out. Yeah, Zez dashes to Alley, and then Fury could have stepped up, but I mean, it was just a second to react.
Whip shot back.
Yeah, I don't know. That was.
Oh man. Yeah, it was a Sisyphean effort from Philadelphia Fusion, just continually stopped in place. They couldn't get around the cart to do damage to Bernard, and so Bernard could just hide there, give Irony the additional ult charge of Nano. I mean, at least Sisyphus was getting regular exercise, but Philadelphia Fusion, all they're getting is frustration here. Can they hold on first? That would be the easiest win con
Alpha Yi
for Philly.
Heck yeah. I'm so ready for some more fire from Alpha Yi, but good luck against MN3. This is a pretty small point, though, so we'll see if MN3 will even have the space to operate. And Alpha Yi's not even going to test that and waste that time. We'll be swapping over to Echo, and he's dead. So let's go to plan C, shall we?
No. One more time. Res me, Mercy. Trust me. I've got this. MN3. Crispy on the aim. Toasting the Hangzhou Spark. And Alpha Yi now has to be very careful about the angles taken. At the moment, Zest might appear to be isolated, but Lemon, I think this is a bait from Zest.
Yeah, good drop from Alpha Yi to dodge the incoming shot from MN3. Shy, as Fusion are kind of extended around the statue, maybe Shy can get some good shots in, but the picks are not coming fast enough, and Yi gets overwhelmed by Zest. And it's not a resable position, not in front of Shy or MN3 at that matter. Speaking of MN3, he's currently slept and not in headshot range for Shy as much as he tries. Spark heading to the point. I've already gotten a tick, and they'll take shelter in the hotel. And the headshot was not charged enough, and MN3 gets two.
More Ben 3 once again feasting on the blood of his enemies. Bernard doing his best to hide in the trash. Don't worry about me, I am only rubbish. And MN3 tends to agree. Backs off for a moment because doesn't have a front line to hide behind and does not wish to risk getting fragged. Here's a quick look at those headshots all over again for all of you aim enjoyers. It's a good day.
Flanking Widow, just APAC things. Also disgusting that MN3 almost told Alpha Yi to sit down for the second time in this round. 2 minutes left for the Spark. Shy not connecting onto Zest yet, staying nice and hidden. Meanwhile, Fury's holding on to the main choke, going up against Bernard. Another shot from MN3. And not too worried about Super Rich's res, I guess. Actually, Super Rich dies from Fixa as he goes for it. He's still successful at bringing Alpha Yi back, who gets nanoed, goes immediately after MN3. It's the Alpha Yi revenge, but the bubble saves MN3 as Alpha Yi backs away, didn't want to die. Minute 35 left now for the Spark, and they already have a tick, but they need more than that.
The bubbles and the Brig Peel, they're so strong, Lemon. The continuum of contingencies from Philadelphia Fusion. Zest gets nanoed now and is trying to hunt. However, will they be able to pick up Fixer?
Oh, the grab to go and kill Super Rich. It's pretty good from Fury. Alpha Yi's down 2, and that is Fusion with another defensive hold, bringing the Spark down to only a minute.
Well, I talked about how before Philly didn't have much in the way of engagement potential with a Hangzhou and with a Hangzhou and an Echo. Well, it's even worse with a Widowmaker and an Echo, because at least the Hangzhou can move forward with the Storm Arrows. Shy is looking for a Widow duel, and MN3 continually provides it and continually wins it. At least this time, Shy has the advantage of the Infrasight. It allows for good pre-fire from Alpha Yi as well, and Fury is surviving.
Well, it's Sparker on the point, but the Fusion are starting to surround them. Bernard throws the grab. Super Rich empowers the team to slay the defense for the final time of this point, and this Zest duplicate, it just came so late. He was on the flank that whole time, but his team died before he could really save the day, you know? Put the capes down. Spark, get the cart.
Great grab there from Bernard as well, baiting people in to try and battle alongside Fury by rotating to the point. And that was a good idea from Hangzhou Spark as well, to keep Shy on the Widowmaker even when the duels were being lost, because Shy almost had the Infrasight. The key part about that was that it kept Philadelphia Fusion suppressed and not openly peeking, while Hangzhou Spark could force a fight on the point where it was going to be Philly, who were much weaker because of the grab that Bernard had good to go. Now Philly, they're going to have to fight in the streets.
Oh, not the streets. At least Zest is on the Tracer trying to just go after Yi a lot more. At least Fusion are doing a good job of holding on their right side flank. And Zest has Fixa to just continuously pack him, so Zest doesn't have to usually back away. Oh, that hairline of Mercy. It was still shootable by MN3. Not getting it yet. 2 minutes left for the Spark. Box of victory in their sight to go to series point. Alpha Yi leads the way. He duplicates the Zarya. A ton of bubbles and defensive tools as there's a flank by Zest and Fixa. And they're actually doing work. Alpha Yi will grab them though and get the trades they need for the Spark to continue forth. And Yi finally gets back to his Echo form. Irony may be gone, but Super Rich keeps the team alive, and the Spark get to the box of victory and lead the series 2-1.
Such a convenient ending of the duplicate there, giving Alpha Yi access to the focusing beam to finally take down Fury, because if Fury had been healed up for a couple of seconds longer, a Nano could have turned that one all the way around. At the end, MN3 still getting early picks onto Shy, but once again, it seems like it's a grab differential in favor of the Hangzhou Spark, and Alpha Yi again and again has proven himself to be the commandeering DPS in the lobby. I know that we're all hype about people like Proper, but Alpha Yi right now, when it comes to Rookie of the Year Lemon, is exceeding all expectations.
He really is, and you can see all the smiles from Spark. Alpha Yi is so excited. He has left the building. He has left the chair. And so we will leave you only for a short few minutes. Leave our players time to compose themselves. Remember, this is the first seed on the line for the Hangzhou Spark. Will they be able to do it? We'll find out after this break. Welcome back, everyone, to potentially our final map. The Hangzhou Spark up in the series 2-1 as we head over to Colosseo. Now, the last time the Fusion were here, I'm sorry, Fusion fans, don't hate me, but they got absolutely slapped around by the Hunters, 117-74. But at least our Lord and Savior Carpe is getting substituted in.
Yes, for DPS Demon himself, Carpe has returned, and Carpe's current mantra seems to be come in, play Soldier, then leave. And at the moment, of course, Soldier 76 is probably the most powerful DPS in the game, doing a huge amount of damage from a heavy pulse rifle, as well as being able to move around incredibly quickly with the sprint. This allows for repositions and occasional surprise attacks on people like Ana as well. And that's why we're seeing MN3 subbed out, because here the slower tempo of heroes like Widowmaker, Hanzo, Cassidy, and Ash, where MN3 is at his best, is a little bit less appropriate, because you're always taking constantly moving fights, and so Carpe is better. On the other side, Bernard remains in Lemon, and that's going to be a big difference in styles. Of course, Belosria being present means that it's either going to be a Winston, or weirdly, maybe a Wrecking Ball.
Apparently. Yeah, the Winston synergizing well with the Soldier and the Genji that the Fusion are expected to run. Now, Spark, the last time they were on Colosseo, they ran Bernard, Zarya, and Alpha E Reaper. Now, this is a great Winston buster, and Shai has been always going over the Soldier, especially needing that mobility on a push game type where you're just always running. You just never stop.
Not just a Winston buster. I think that Alpha Yi has been a Fusion buster this entire time, and has been putting on a fantastic show in our final day of Kickoff Clash qualifiers. And one of the things, Lemon, that's interesting here is that if Hangzhou Spark can win 3-1 and they get first seed, they should be able to face Philadelphia Fusion again in their first match of the Kickoff Clash, because it'll be first seed versus fourth seed. So here, if they can find themselves some dominance, then maybe that could be repeated again, but at the same time, it's risky when you are showing off all your best strats, and Philadelphia Fusion will have a little bit more to iterate on from a loss, because you can learn a little bit more than you can from a win.
Alpha Yi does return on the Reaper. Remember, there's always that inherent risk of you have to teleport into the back, you gotta get the bubble timings right. Here's a middle map rotation from the Fusion. Carpe are already laying down some suppressing fire, so Spark know this is coming. And Fusion not really committing to the flank that the middle map can provide. And now going back to the bot, and that's already a first pick for the Fusion, not the Super Rich of all people. So you don't have that speed, disengage, or engage for the Spark as the Fusion. They want more kills, and so they will get it.
Yeah, and with the speed at a premium, Philadelphia Fusion know they can move on forward. I've actually been flanked about here by Alpha Yi. Once again, the Fusion Buster removes Carpe, and they can safely Wraith form away. But all this time, Lemon, still, Timmy moves the barricade forward. 25 meters again before a disengagement is forced from Philadelphia Fusion. And look at how much damage Shai has done already. He's going to be the first ult in the lobby, and it's not even close.
Well, if only all that damage gave you a lead on the bot, but so far it's Fusion leading that. Only by 24 meters, so not really much. We return to the neutral road. Visor available now for Shai. Belosria diving after Bernard and into the loving arms of Yi, who's not someone you want to tussle with. That's pretty decent ante from Irony. It hits 3 of the Fusion. Kind of gets them to relax and cool off around the corner as Spark make some progress on the bot, but really not fully committing until maybe Yi gets in a good position. He tries the left side flank with a teleport, immediately race back, and the Fusion are just playing really well together.
Nanovisor ready for both teams now. Shai has lost the premium that he once had on the big goggles. And now Timmy simply moving back and forward as Belosria takes a very dangerous engagement here, and Alpha Yi's forced to disengage using the Wraith form. So once more it's Space 4 for the Philadelphia Fusion, and Hangzhou Spark yet to get a real affirmative win.
Carpe's the one that was gotten kind of those first picks for the Fusion. So at this point, Fusion could stay here for 9 million years and they'll win the map. Carpe gets nanoed, he's visored, he's sprinting forward and left and right. Every single member of the Spark is cut down, and what a clip for the Carpe man. Now Fusion can extend this lead even more.
Okay, an average car pace has been delivered here by the Philadelphia Fusion. Welcome back to the team, mate. off the bench for one map and straight into the ace. We take those. Hangzhou Spark, though, they appear to not be able to get a huge amount of value off these Alpha Yi engages. He's often being caught as he disengages. The rest of Hangzhou Spark are unable to move forward with the space that Alpha Yi creates, and Shy can't quite find the opening picks despite a huge amount of damage done.
Yeah, Shy's waiting to use this Visor until Fusion. We're just going to commit more, but Fusion just completely disengaged. They actually haven't lost anyone, and at this point, they're fine. They're happy. They're satisfied with the 54-meter push. It's like a B+ in my books, and if the Spark don't match that, they lose. So it's really the weight on the Spark's shoulders. There's the dive from Belosaria. The Primal Rage activated. Shy, he gets activated too. Not even using the Visor. Remember, he had the Visor first, and he's waiting until Overwatch 3 to use it. The Nano, though, is scary enough. We're going to use the Visor after the Nano has gone away. It does force out the sound barrier from Fixa. Fusion panicking a little bit, and really no kills have gone down through all of those ultimates.
And now there's not much to do with a Death Blossom, Lemon. Alpha, oh my goodness, the bubble timing isn't there. Alpha Yi is disintegrated by the Philadelphia Fusion.
That's the trouble. Your bubble timings have to be on point, including once you're in active form at your destination to be blocking those sleeps. The grab from Bernard traps Carpe, who's also antied. And Spark, this will be a good fight for them. They're only missing Alpha Yi, and if they can carry this momentum, they'll get close to matching the score.
Yeah, this meter is just slowly increasing now, and Shy is getting some early poke out here to make sure that the Philadelphia Fusion members are suppressed. Alpha Yi is going to have a second chance at life, but remember, needs to remain in LOS of Bernard to be delivered that all-important bubble. A disengagement after being scouted by Zest is standard fare. And now Alpha Yi needs to figure out when to use this ultimate, but Shy's already fallen down.
Now the dive on that high ground. Spark were just so focused on the low ground to get the barricade push and try and match it, get forward spawns going. And now Spark have fumbled, and they're flustered a little bit, especially without Shy, so that's a good retake for the Fusion.
And Alpha Yi and Irony just can't find the timing here for the Death Blossom. Evidently, they're trying to force out Belosaria's bubble, maybe try and get rid of Aim God's Sleep as well, but at the same time, Bernard's fighting during all of this, trying to save himself, keep himself alive, and that requires the expenditure of resources as well. The bot will stop for now as Philadelphia Fusion don't feel the need to move forward.
Carpe's in the middle of the map with that Visor, by the way. He's searching for the fishies, and he's swimming with them too. It's more of a disengage Visor, to say the least, and Shy, he's still waiting for his. Fusion have left the building, especially now that Zest is gone. And Spark, if they can win this next fight with maybe off the Visor or something like that, even a cheeky Death Blossom from Alpha Yi if he doesn't get slept this time, Spark can retake a lead. But for now, 2.5 minutes, the Fusion looking pretty good.
Nanoblade almost ready as well. Zest has been holding on to this one for years. Shy draws out the Visor. Plenty of targets are available, but here comes Zest.
Oh, and Shy!
There goes Zest.
And there goes Zest. Hello and goodbye. That's my favorite. But Shy finally making a splash in this game. 2 minutes left, 46 meters, and Spark will be able to take a lead off this, I think.
Yeah, the meterage should be solid here. Hangzhou Spark just managing to shut down Zest so quickly. AimGod didn't actually deliver the nano, so Zest held on to that for years and years and years, waiting for Overwatch 3, and didn't even get the nano given over for it. Seems like a disengage for now for Hangzhou Spark, because guess what? They've now won the meterage for 2 minutes left. They can play Troll in this walkway as Bernard lies in wait.
Got Nano and Grab almost ready for Spark, but Fusion have their ults already ready to go. Aim God waiting for the Nano target. Belosaria Primals to really just shove people from the Spark into his own team. Hasn't been able to set up those pins yet until this moment. Carpe with the finish and Zest with the swipes. A great fight for the Fusion as they still have to transport the robot all the way back to the barricade, and maybe the lead will switch back over.
Hangzhou might regret giving this much free space to the robot as well to allow for that mid-fight there. This means that Philadelphia Fusion can get back to this super easily. Shouldn't be able to get the lead as it is contested Shy's around the back.
That's why I said maybe. I know there was a recontest from the Spark. They get there in time. The grab, the barrier, everything from the Spark. You need a nade. They're getting healed up. Fusion fight back now with the Visor of Carpe. That gets backhanded by Bernard, but Spark are just not in a great position. Not without the healing of Irony. And Fusion, they retake the cart this time, and this lead will officially go the way of the Fusion, who hope to turn this into a Game 5 with 30 seconds left.
And now we've got forward spawns as well, Lemon. Early picks won't matter as much as they'll be able to return to the fray much faster. Zest looking to link up with Carpe to ensure that there's no camp on those who are isolated. Belos Ria gives away the space because guess what? Now Philadelphia Fusion, they've got through that era where the bot has to stop and give a little scratch on his bottom. That means that if they have to recap now, it'll be much faster.
They also, Fusion don't need to push anymore. It's 67 meters, they have the lead. Shy's been slept, and he slapped in Fusion. 5-4. You deny at least the one win con of the Visor. Fusion only have the blade, no nano. Belisria is sleeping. Spark will get past him and see what they can find. Now the nano from Irony is given to Bernard. The front line is so beefy, and Zest is doing everything he can to kneecap Bernard. Is successful at doing so. The overtime will be triggered by the Spark. It's up to Yi to keep this one going, and it's not the case. The Philadelphia Fusion by a few meters will force a Game 5.
Of course it's going to be Game 5, Lemon. It wouldn't be a Lemon Legs cast without a Game 5. And Philadelphia Fusion there did an excellent job of tracking down Shy, getting that early sleep, a huge play from AimGod, so there was no chance to disengage. That means that Shy was playing catch-up all the way through that fight. And because of how fast the robot moves, which is at standard character running pace, Alpha Yi was forced to be absent for all of that fight as well because he had to stay on the robot. And that means that Shy was dead, Alpha Yi was in Botswana with the bot, and there was no one to fight for Philadelphia Fusion, so Irony, Super Rich, and Bernard could be torn apart in the mid-game. Philadelphia Fusion, they have tied us up 2-2, and things are starting to get complicated, Lemon, when it comes to our seeding for the kickoff clash. In the end, the only thing that's going to be able to really differentiate between who's going to be first, who's going to be second, third, and fourth is going to be the standings at the end, but this still remains anybody's game. Our fifth map is going to be Lijiang Tower, Lemon. Belos Ria probably going to be staying in. Hangzhou Spark, will they bring in Gushui as their secret trump card for the control map? You'll find out after these breaks.
Good morning, North America! You're nice and woke? Because we're in Game 5, and yes, 8-Pack is still live. We're going into our final map between the Spark and the Fusion with the seeding on the line. We have some very cute substitutions coming in. The Goo Goo Gaga Gooshway is in.
Yes, the Primal Blade has arrived, and it looks like they're going to be going up against their counterparts on the Philadelphia Fusion in Belos Ria. The off-tanks have been kicked to the curb for now, and all of the Philadelphia Fusion fans have taken their heart medicine, God bless them. Now we're going to head in to map number 5. It could only ever have ended this way in the last match, the last map of the Kickoff Clash qualifiers. It has been a 4-day slugfest, and Philadelphia Fusion have suffered ups and downs, but for Hangzhou Spark it has been elation to elation. They have tread a golden road of victory from Thursday to Sunday, but now, potentially, at the very last meter, they may trip.
Well, I don't know if you're going to be able to trip behind the Gooshway Rhine that we've seen him play. Specifically on Control Center, our first round will be on Gardens. That's ta-da! But so any other round but Control Center, Gooshway will play the Winston. Now DPS really depends the round. Alpha Yi has seen anything from the Echo to the Tracer, even some Pharas at some point, while Shy mostly on the Soldier. Unless if they do feel like the brawl with the Rhine, then maybe the Reaper comes out.
My brother in Christ, this day could we be blessed with the pharmacy duel in Overwatch 2. Surely you jest, you prank me. Might be real, but of course Gooshway is going to basically be guaranteed to be on the Winston here. The question is, was Alpha Yi swap to after a TP rollout here, and does Super Rich help with the speed boost on the TP rollout and then go back and play Mercy, or do they commit? No, it's going to be Alpha Yi on the Tracer here, and the same for Zest. I have indeed been pranked, bamboozled, and run amok.
So some mirror compositions from both sides. Middle map control being vied for, and Spark having some good headway. Even burst at the bubble of Belos Ria, forcing the Fusion to disengage and rotate towards the white room, as Zest has been left behind like the ugly duckling, but at least he does survive. The point will be unlocked now. Spark touch it first. Fusion going to want to contest. That's an anti-nade from Irony that hits those supports of Fixa and Aim God, so Fusion cannot afford to lose them, and they don't. Belos Ria does take a ton of damage, charging up Aim God ahead of the nano boost race against Irony. Fixa antied again. Still Alpha Yi doesn't have the chase down. He's more focused on dealing the 1v1 to Zest, and somehow no one has died in like so long.
Yeah, Zest has been a lot more focused here on Gooshway taking down that main tank, but it's Aim God in the back who actually gets assassinated by Super Rich. The Lucio goes mad for the supportal combat, and Zest is, yes, taken out. Ooh! So many for double bomb! The 4?
He tried to run, okay? No one tweet at Shy. I saw him press shift. I saw him try to run. It's just, you know, the Anas are just magnetic to him.
Wow. Zest. Okay. Just like, I heard you were enjoying the Alpha Yi show, but trust me, that ain't the only show on cable, mate. Hangzhou Spark now having to come from behind. They are so much closer to the primal ratio. You can see that Gooshway has been dealing much more damage than Belos Ria, who's constantly had to kowtow to pressure.
Oh, I love this engage off Spark. They counted the blinks from Zest, saw the recall, and thought they could squash him, but this engage is pretty sick. The barrier, nano, primal, and visor from the Spark. This is so expensive. Surely when you all say 3, 2, 1, press Q, you win the fight. It's just Overwatch lore. But what do you have left in the bank for the next fight?
Basically quintuple ult gaming there from Hangzhou Spark. What I really loved was Guangzhou actually leaping past Belosria and putting down the shield to actually block the beat from Fixer that responded to the nano visor to make sure Belosria didn't really have the meatiness, the chunkiness, the chungus nature to get in the way of the nano visor. Zest once again almost has a pulse one. Oh my goodness, Alpha Yi's been slain.
Zest was like, you didn't respect my 1v1, my guy, but respect this pulse bomb. Spark, they do. They've just run away from it. And Spark don't have any support, so this is not going to be a fight for them. Just dying on the point. No one left to die anyway. And Fusion recap.
One more there for the replay ops as we, Super Rich has simply gone to sleep with the fishes in the koi pond. Philadelphia Fusion. Now they have the Primal Rage. Are they trying to force Alpha Yi into Belosria, who is also camping out here? Belosria might get Primals and the environmental kills, Lemon.
Wow, I don't know how Shy died and all of that. It's not going to be fun for the Spark to try and retake, so already trying to disengage, and Yi is now staggered, so this ain't cute.
Dude, Carpe is so accurate with these Helix rockets. It's rare lore, those who remember the Carpe Pharah, but this guy's pretty good with the rockets. He's simply playing the ground Pharah on the soldier right now. Alpha Yi once again has a pulse on to try and stick to someone, and it's going to be a duel of nano boosts as well, as both of these Winstons are fit as a fiddle to make the engage work.
Yi seeing ghosts, pulsing the ground, hoping to do more than that. Even gets booped away. Guangzhou, nanoed. Yeah, we'll call it that with the nano on top. Zest is killed too, and man, the DPS of the Fusion, their backs are aching. Someone call a chiropractor, and that's 99 to 100. Fusion will be taken first round.
And Hangzhou Spark, they for a long time, Lemon, felt the aftershocks of the huge investment, the quintuple ult gaming moment that put Hangzhou Spark, yes, in control, but not for long. And Philadelphia Fusion continually had this advanced positioning where they had Belosria in these tricky positions, setting up after aim god nades to make sure that whenever Hangzhou Spark were trying to move towards the point, they had to expend resources to do it, and they were less able to really fight once they got there because they did not have
See,
those antis.
He did try to run, it's just not fast enough on
You gotta
branded
stand
sneakers.
still when you're stuck. Y'all know the rules. You'll know the rules.
Nah. When you're on us holding your hand like that. Okay, anyway, Guangzhou's on Ryan. Alert, we've seen Hammond and we're seeing Ryan. I'm so ready for this. And he's got the Reaper from Shy, just like they ran before. We'll see if it's successful this time around. I think they remember them losing last round. I hate to be a glass half empty kind of person. The charge, the cancel. Guangzhou holding on to the server's side. Going up against a Doomfist. He's going to try and ignore it. The shield's about to break though, and that could be a window of opportunity for the Fusion.
Yeah, with the Rhine and the Doomfist, it's engagements Eve right here as Alpha Yi isolated and Guangzhou not slowed at the moment. Belosria can do so much to bully this Reinhardt though into the midst of his own team. A defensive Bardic grenade has to be used. Shy's found aim god.
At least Guangzhou just taking a pounding like that means Irony is so close to Nano, like 40% ahead than Aim God. That's a big win con for the Spark, usually giving that to Shy or Alpha Yi, but they'll have to think about it next time because they're leaving.
Guangzhou manages to get out. Oh, okay, so I was over for Winston instead. Looking upon Zest as a very juicy target, Hangzhou Spark basically turned their whole comp around. They've reset the ult economy, but to be honest, it's early days, so it doesn't matter that much. However, Philadelphia Fusion, they are going to have a good advantage when it comes to a blade that's going to be quite difficult to answer if Super Rich can't pump up those tunes real fast.
No more Rhine. Death to the Rhine. No shatter from Guangzhou. Me sad. But Guangzhou, he angry. He's already put a bubble at the main choke. Shy gets unload on Belosria, who escapes with his life as Shy turns his attention towards the supports. A great sleep from Aim God shuts that down. But because Shy picked up Mini Pack and the healing pad that he got, he survived. And so did Guangzhou with 1 HP, by the way. Irony says, thank you very much.
And Gushue can actually give some healing over here to Super Rich as well. I'd love to see, like,
No.
Irony not heal this and give Super Rich the healing in order to make sure that sound barrier is available, because now the sound barrier has a narrow window where it's not going to be around to answer either the Nano Blade or the Nano Visor, and Belos Ria can try and force that out early using the Meteor Strike as well.
Irony says, I saw it first, okay?
Mine.
Super Rich get it some other way. Shy continues to div. Still got a 4-on-4 as Velosaria dove the backline, goes to peel for Aim God because Gushue was diving, and Zez, he traded backlines a lot better. Nice 3K, bud. Fusion back on the point, and they got the cap.
The opening is found, yes, but now Super Rich, we've been talking about the sound barrier for so long. How does it get used? Can you use it to facilitate a more aggressive visor so Shy can go even deeper while it's being channeled? Or will it be forced out by a fixer beats engage? Will the bomb get anything? No. Aim God too smart for those.
Alpha, you're not able to stick those too often, but Spark can rely on Shy this time. Is on coast, forces out the barrier from Fixa as Fusion hideaway on server. Somehow the supports of Spark are getting booped off the map there from Belosaria, and Zest is all up in there too, so Fusion one more fight away from winning game 5.
Belosaria just punched Super Rich into the South China Sea. Look at this, Carpe spawn camping Lemon.
No way! The one map wonder, and he comes in almost just... No, it didn't happen. I believe, though. I was a believer.
We made
Spark.
it up.
My source, I made it up. Spark still have to worry about touching the point. A few more seconds to go. Okay, Super Rich will be there making that call. There's the speed. Gushue laying down the bubble on server to stuff the Fusion. Now you got a ton of ults available for the Spark. They are down about 60% from the win, and they need it. They want to force the round 3.
Okay, a little bit of tomfoolery from Fusion, and now it's full of foolery from Gushue. Having a power nap here with a Nano after the dive. However, the work's already been done, Lemon, from Super Rich and Alpha Yi.
Gushue is just searching for who asked, and no one really finished him off after the sleep. I mean, how could you? Guy's juiced up with a Nano, so Fusion just have to win one fight. Fusion fans are like, I don't know about this one. It's always easy, and Fusion find a way to mess it up, but it's okay. We're believers. Fusion ready to step up. Nanoblade at the ready. There is the engage from Gushue, and Aim God has been deleted. Carpe is the recipient of the Nano instead of Zez. Zez wasn't in range as the Primal starts from Spark. Somehow Fusion got the flip, so overtime could go away at any second as the Spark are getting slowed by Belosaria, but the anti is enough to negate him for the moment. Spark get the flip, and Fusion will be back with a vengeance.
And the thing is, Fusion could not force the beat there from Super Rich. Now Zest's blade is going to be so inept, Lemon, it won't be able to carve through those overshields unless Belosaria can force them early with a Meteor Strike. I'd love to see Belosaria get aggressive, but while that Meteor Strike is being channeled, there's nothing to stop Hangzhou from diving you, and they have a visor as well, which is so difficult to mitigate for Fusion, who have to fight on point.
Oh, that's already an engage from Belosaria, 99%. Fusion with the game 5 win. Spark needing the round 3. The sound barrier from Super Rich to empower Shy's visor. Beams down Fixa as Zestblade has yet to make a roar. And the Fusion step off the point, and we're going to round 3.
Alright, some mishaps, some trolling, some decisions that were made there by the Philadelphia Fusion were rightfully punished heavily by Gushue and by Irony. And I imagine that all of the Fusion fans, the forehead veins, they are currently pulsing, Lemon. Now we head over to the night market. Previously here, Alpha Yi has shown a preponderance to play the Pharah instead. It's a rare pick, and against Carpe might be inadvisable, and so Alpha Yi might consider it more prudent to stick with the Tracer that's been serving them well thus far.
Interested to see where these Symmetra teleporters go. Sometimes you see it on the point, sometimes it's just a few extra inches forward. And there is your decision. Now the Tracers come out for Zest and Alpha Yi, and it's already a point hold for the Spark, because it's not unlocked yet. This will give Shy a nice safe position. Disengage towards the back if he can only dodge the lines of fire. There we go. Fusion have to break in.
Remember, moving around these flanks, you could see a boot here or something. Shy already anti, that's a perfect play. So many people can't get heals, Lemon.
There is just a hustle and a tussle in that back, and Fusion, they break in, they kick down the door, and they steal the TV too, and Spark got a reset. You know what? They never even capped, so they got nothing out of that.
Yeah, I think that setting up on the back, thinking that they had the advantageous positioning, simply allowed for AimGod to set up an even better nade. It's a clean fight here for the Philadelphia Fusion. And while there has been some progress towards ultimates for Hangzhou Spark, in the end, the objective counter is all that matters. And Zest is getting close to that pulse bomb. We've seen what he can do with them. A maestro thus far. And of course, if you move as a group, that's all the more meat to stick that bomb to.
Where'd he go? He recalled. Where'd he go? Shy's been antsy too. He's in trouble. Zest, 1v1 of a lifetime. Recall advantage. He gets it. Fixa interrupted. Damn it, Fixa. Why do you gotta ruin it? Yeah. Zest, he's got a pulse. He sees irony. No one's even looking at Zest, and he's blinking left and right, making my eyes hurt and my brain. Fusion holding Spark at the choke.
And being able to hold him at the choke lemon. This was a farm fight for the Philadelphia Fusion. Now the Primal's available, the Nano's available. Carpe almost has the Visor as well. For Hangzhou Spark, breaking into this area is going to take so much, and Zest takes a ill-advised fight there, a 1 versus 2.
Well, Spark finally looked at Zest and deleted him. Now the Nano to Shy. Hopes to beam down Bellazoria, who's primaled and has gone away. He's also been slept, so that's important. Spark are just going to play the ignore challenge. What a stiff from Alpha Yi. Finally, he hits those. Now you got to worry about Fusion rotating around the coast side. Super Rich is looking for boops, doing his Lee J Gone impression. Nothing yet. Spark with a few kills, and they got the point flipped. So the more time Fusion wastes here, it's the more percentage points to the Spark as we're in the final round of our Game 5.
Not entirely sure what happened to the Nano there either. I think it was given to Carpe before he got access to the Visor, and Gushu actually managed to jump on top of Carpe, put down that Winston bubble, and effectively mollify all of the damage, and Hangzhou Spark in the midst of that capped the point as well. Now Philly, with very little ultimate, are going to be forced to try and move their way onto the point, and Zest and Velos3 have done a good job of that, but this splits the Fusion 3-2.
Oh, Shy wants to get as much vision on the Fusions engaged with the Visor available. No Nano, as I don't even know how AimGod died. Now you have Fusion, actually a split approach. You had 3 going to the point, the other 2 in the middle of the map. So Fusion very disconnected and feeling the pressure, obviously.
Now remember, when you are split as well, that means less options for each small group to deal with Attack Visor. By itself, not an amazing ultimate against a team, but if you can find these isolated little pockets of Philadelphians, it'll be easy for Shy to be able to tear on through them, and Hangzhou Spark are not lacking for resources as Velos3 makes his engagement.
Yeah, dive, Bellazoриa's bubble has been bursted, and oh, he's trying to go back to AimGod, but Gushway was counter diving, so that's easy. Sound barrier from Fixa. Fusion just trying to live through this, but this could be a grade A beef from the Fusion. No surprise though, Zest gonna keep their hopes alive. Good pulse. Alpha Yi finds them at the end, and the Spark have one more fight to go before the Game 5 victory.
All of Hangzhou Spark have moved away, though, trying to avoid AimGod's line of sight. AimGod desperately needs this Nano Lemon. They can't die before it comes out.
Oh, the Prime on the coast!
It's on Fixa!
You can't Boostio and get pooped off the map! Okay, only AimGod dies. It's up to Fixa to put his cape on. But Gushway is going aim mode. An absolute baboon! And Spark are just pummeling down the Fusion. Just a ka-chow moment from the Spark. Overtime goes away. One last touch from Bellazoria, and that will be it. Spark will take a Game 5 against the Philadelphia Fusion.
Alpha Yi is overjoyed, but in the end, that last map all came down to the one-map wonder of Gushway coming on in and saying, that's a nice 5-map series you got there, Philadelphia Fusion. However, in this last fight, it's going to be Q plus ratio. An unbelievable performance on the Winston. And oh my, while it was close to the Philadelphia Fusion, and it may give a little bit of hope to the fans, I can't help but feel there's going to be some anger. There's going to be some annoyance at that penultimate fight on Control Center where Philadelphia Fusion went for the spawn camp with the Visor and got so many of their members picked and torn apart.
It's all about measuring that aggression. See how excited the Spark are. And I don't want to make any bold claims, but this was all about seeding, and we'll find out kind of near the end of our outro once our admins have tallied that up if this 3-2 was enough for the Spark to claim the first seed. And I think I remember Avril mentioning that maybe this gives them a chance to pick their opponent, which is a big deal. So we will also have a player of the match ready to go, but it's been a doozy of a series. You see it's back and forth, and Fusion, especially Bellazoria, disappointed. It's just the rookies coming into the season, it's so much pressure to perform, and it's especially in a solo tank meta, it just feels like it's all on you when the cards don't line up.
Yeah, sometimes things just don't go to plan. Belosaria gonna have to be consoled by the coaching staff. However, this is a well-needed break for both of these teams. We have had 4 days in a row here in APAC Lemon, but there's one player who for all 4 days excelled and excelled and excelled, captured the imagination of the audience, and captured so many points as well from the Philadelphia Fusion and everyone else in APAC. It is, of course, Alpha Yi, the boy who could.
The Alpha Yeats, whether it was the Akko Dip, the Genji, he does it all with the Nano or not. I mean, I know even the other Overwatch League casters were just screaming. I mean, this could be like Rookie of the Year. I mean, Player of the Year, to be honest. He's popping off. And he's played so many funny heroes out. I mean, we saw a little bit of fire until he got headshot and he swapped, but I like that he brings some innovation to the league, whether with some Torbjorn, some Pharah, you name it. Alpha Yi was so impressive this series.
Yeah, and Alpha Yi also brings a little bit of a magic and clutch factor to the Hangzhou Spark. For as a franchise, Lemon, I feel they have painfully lacked through their tenure. They've come so close to victory, so close to greatness. Quite often in the last few years, they have been languishing a little bit, but Alpha Yi has that little bit of magic, that special sauce that really starts to pull away the victories in places like we saw at the end of King's Row, at the end of Route 66 in particular, picking up almost an ace in overtime on the cart, utilizing the space and the damage that is made by Shy, and finding all the little crevices in which to jab that knife and open up the carapace of whatever team they happen to be against.
Well, the sun has risen, and so have the rest of the world. Hey, North America, you missed out on a lot. You'll definitely want to tune into the encore, but the matches you missed out, a 3-1 Shanghai Dragons win over Seoul. The Valiant got their first win, and Avril got to cast it, so he's not going to hate us for stealing that. He got his moment. Valiant got their first win against the Chengdu Hunters, and you are just witnessing the end of the Hangzhou Spark taking down the Philadelphia Fusion. Our admins have tallied it up. The Hangzhou Spark have taken the first seed in our Eastern standings.
And Lemon, I think this means that they're going to go up against the 4th seed. They get to have the rematch against Fusion. And now the question is, when you have a week's break, which of these teams' coaching staffs is going to be able to iterate better on what happened today? Because I said that you can learn more from a loss, but the thing is, when it's 5 maps long, Hangzhou Spark will know exactly where their own deficits are as well, and there's so much data from the last 4 days that these backrooms are going to have to sift through to have something prepared for when their players come back from a well-deserved break.
Yeah, I really appreciate the league just giving the APAC teams a break before their kickoff clash, because they had all of, due to the circumstances, had all their, all their matches concentrated. So we just weren't able to see these quick adaptations. Some teams thrived under that pressure and others fell. But even the Valiant got a win today. So it's not all down and gloomy. But if you guys want to tune in to the kickoff clash for our Eastern APAC teams, that goes down starting on June 3rd. But in a few hours, I mean, barely any hours left, North America will be kicking off. It'll be the Boston Uprising going up against the Dallas Fuel, and then the LA Gladiators versus the Atlanta Reign. That's going to be a banger. So that's it for Leg Day and I and everyone at the APAC Overwatch League. We'll see you guys in a few hours.